Hello all, thanks for being here if you're here. We are going to do the All Black Everything Roundtable in just a moment. There aren't any black people around, except for one, our friend Bam, but that's to be expected. You're dealing with coloreds, kind of how that works. Yeah. Let's get started. I guess I'll talk to Bam. There's no one else. Always. Why I didn't hurry here? Like, oh no. Get started immediately? Oh. Hey, are you there?
Oh, hey, yeah. How's it going?
Fine. I mean, no black people, as usual.
I'll be here.
Oh, of course. I mean, well, actually, not necessarily, because sometimes they don't. but, um, hopefully.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on all of this mess with the boxer?
Boxer?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is our chat muted? You don't have to talk. Don't know what chat, but this chat is it muted? Do you mute?
I mean, sometimes I mute the chat, but I wasn't. I was doing other things today. Were you guys talking about a boxer?
Yeah. We've been talking about
Okay.
it's the biggest trend topic in the world right now.
Why would you expect that I would know anything about that?
Well, yeah. Anyways, there's a boxer from Albania, Muslim country, super
Okay.
anti-LGBT. She's cisgender, but like she has high testosterone levels. I think she has something that makes her like technically her chromosome. She had a chromosome test like a couple years ago to find out that she was XY, but she's has a vagina, she has a uterus, she has fallopian tubes, etc. Like woman. And first people were like, "Oh, this is a trans person. How are they letting a man beat up women?" And now they're like, "Well, they've got the chromosome, so it's still a man." Like even though people have been saying for years, they're like, people have been making the argument. They're like, you don't just look at someone and tell their gender. Like gender is a social experience thing. It's like, well, if you got a vagina, you got a uterus, you got babies, you're a woman. And now that's like all out the window. And
I
they
did
never said
see
that.
you guys mention something like that in the chat, but I didn't like keep track of that conversation.
Mm.
But you mentioned was it the other one, and she apparently I learned from you she has testes for ovaries.
Oh, that's Castor Semenya.
Yeah, Cassis Smith. Yeah, you mentioned
Mm-hmm.
that. Um, okay, and so you said she has XX chromosomes, or did you say
This girl has XY.
she has XY chromosomes?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, uh, I mean, it just it I mean, it again proves the lie um of sex, right? Being binary, because yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
have these things like it's bimodal, like most people of this sex and that sex have these characteristics, but you'll find plenty of exceptions. Most of these exceptions you won't know because it's like not a thing, right? For
Mm-hmm.
most
Like people don't test chromosomes. I don't know my
yeah,
chromosomes. I
yeah,
don't. I like
like I
I could
could,
be XX.
or anyone watching
Yeah.
could have a chromosomal like problem, not problem, but like
Variants.
alteration, yeah, variants,
Yeah.
and not know,
Mm.
right? And for the vast majority of us, it literally won't matter, not one bit. It won't change anything about our lives. It's just that like if it affects your reproductive system and you try to reproduce, it'll be it'll be an issue for you.
But
Um,
apparently, like, well, I mean, I don't know this person's case. At that point, you're getting into HIPAA. But like, there's people with chromosomal imbalances that still reproduce. Like I said, like it's not. It
yeah,
doesn't even necessarily prevent that.
like
Like
I
it's
said,
not even
if it affects your
if it does.
reproductive,
Yeah.
yeah, you're like there's so much variance there. Like how does this interact? You know, when you actually do it, I don't know. The scientists might not know,
Mm,
because your variants might be so rare that like
mm,
yeah, we don't know. And so yeah, it's the freak out over these things, like I mean, because and everywhere, like I don't know what this person looks like. If they have XY chromosomes, I don't imagine they're super feminine, um, looking like in their appearance, right? But
mm.
let's say that they were, a lot of the guys who are complaining about her would approach her, and ask her out if they found her attractive, um, and only later, like, I was dating a man. No, no, you weren't. Uh,
Yeah. That's not any of this works. But I'll shoot. Oh, fine. Their name is like literally trending. 1 second. Um. Yeah, I don't know. It's just this is annoying watching the goalposts move, and then people pretend that they like they never said what they said 10 seconds ago.
Hmm.
Mm.
I
Yeah, he just
I
walked in.
I
Oh,
just
that's weird.
imagine the usual suspects uh in that conversation would have said the usual things. Um
Yep, that's exactly what happened. You are spot on. I guess you didn't miss anything.
yeah.
Okay, Imane Khalif.
Yeah, shoot me a picture of this person. Um,
Yeah.
but hey, Razor. We were talking about. I'm just learning about this, but apparently there's some. Is the Olympic boxer, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Olympic boxer for, was it Turkey?
Algeria.
Algeria.
Oh, I don't have to
Mhm.
educate you. You already know, Razor. So yeah, we were.
Oh, I know, and I'm actually I'm pissed at it for. I'm not even for the transphobia that people are trying to slew at Imane. I'm pissed because the Italian girl is such a like the holy shit. She can't throw a punch.
I,
What the that super wide swing made me mad, and the fact that she quit after getting one good freaking clock. No, she's
I
like,
didn't
nope, we're
watch.
done.
I didn't watch any
Yeah,
of
the match. Yeah,
matches.
the match started basically. I mean, it was kind of weird. Like you trained your entire life for the Olympics. Like the Olympics is not a easy thing to get through for anybody. Like I won't like it doesn't
Oh, let me
minimize
actually
her
go
work.
live. Let me actually go live.
Mhm.
Yeah, it doesn't minimize any of her work, but like you train your entire life. She stood in the ring. She took one punch. I'm talking in 45 seconds. She said, "I'm out. I'm
She
done. I'm
gave
not
up
doing this."
in one hit.
Yeah, she just quit. She just
Yeah,
quit.
no, like it went. She did like she did like what I feel was supposed to be like that. Touch gloves thing. I forget the name of the stance. I think it's called the sharpshooter. Your strong hand in the back and your jab punch,
Southpaw?
your jab hand. I Is she a southpaw?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know if you.
southpaw
Yeah,
just means
you reverse.
being
Yeah,
right-handed, you're
Yeah.
left-handed.
yeah.
But like I forget, I think it's called sharpshooter. Where you leave one hand out, judging the distance from your opponent for
Okay.
for jabs, making sure that you're able to keep a distance and everything. And Amane saw that, was like basically did a trick to her to look like she was going for the glove touch, and in that same motion after the gloves touched slightly, went for the full right straight and connected, and fucking Angelia fucking flinched. She closed her eyes and flinched, which is something you don't do with a fucking boxer.
So okay, so the intersex one, she won the match. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Italy
But
must be.
not because of Naga. Literally, you think the other boxer just said, "Nope, that one punch was it. I can't do
Well,
anymore." It's
she
like,
got
what the
punched in the nose, Razor. I mean, it hurts to get punched in the nose, especially when you put your whole face out there in front of it.
Well, that's the category for anybody who's a variant.
Yeah.
From.
Yeah, who's significantly varies. So yeah, she has some sort of chromosomal disorder there. But you know, if I saw this person, I'm just seeing them now, literally.
Seeing a live here. This is crazy.
They look. Actually, it's not a really good picture of her, so it's hard for me to tell. I'll just search for the name if I can find a picture.
Yeah.
But yeah, like
apparently she may or may not have Sawyer syndrome. Her chromosomes are X and Y, but she was born as female, and it continues to identify as female.
Okay, yeah. If I'd seen her, I'd say that from certain angles that she's a woman. She's not a not. This is getting weird already.
You just say she's not super feminine. She's not super feminine, but
Yeah,
that's
she's not.
like
What
that's
does that
a
mean,
different
though?
thing.
And they exactly
What
no,
does feminine mean?
that's what
Feminine is a super
Can we not
social-
do this again?
we're not doing that. But like,
No, feminine is a real thing.
Like, I know.
Yeah.
Like there's femininity and then there's womanhood. There's a separate. Those are technically separate categories. They overlap sometimes, but yeah. So like she's not the although it depending on the culture you're in, femininity can be something different entirely. Hell, in Algeria, her femininity could be that. That could be the femininity of Algeria. You don't.
Algeria is very traditionally Muslim.
I just remember like
a
month and a half ago, we got into like a 2-hour conversation about like how people represent and what
yeah, no, I'm trying. Yeah, I'm trying to keep away from that. So I'm just like saying, like, obviously, there's a difference between the two.
There we go. I can finally hear you. I was on like a 15-second delay because I was relying on your stream for audio.
Ooh, good.
So when I said, "What does that mean?" or that was 15 seconds after.
Well, welcome here. Yeah, so Bam is filming in a situation.
What I asked about, what does that mean, is what does it mean to be born female, but currently she's not?
No, she
is.
She's female.
She is.
No. You said her chromosomes were
chromosomes are XY.
Mm-hmm.
Because
so how are you defining sex in this aspect?
Sawyer syndrome.
How are you defining sex? Because my understanding, my understanding, sex is determined at the chromosomal level. I didn't know it was anything else.
And there's been
gonads.
Hold on. Yeah, there's lots of things that go into sex. It's not just the one thing. That's what conservatives have been trying to, not just conservatives, but like a certain sect of people have been trying to like limit it down to, oh, it's a chromosomal thing, right? But there's a spectrum of things that create sex, and like one of it's like she has a female reproductive system. Completely, right?
Yeah,
but she has the chromosomes of X. She has chromosomes of XY.
I'm not hearing an answer.
I'm trying to. She has a chromosome of XY. She has a female reproductive system. So woman.
You're telling me what she has. You're not telling me what the definition of the sex is.
We just told you it's a spectrum of things. A spectrum of
and I'm saying, what is the requirement? I know it's a spectrum, so I'm saying, give me the minimum requirements that somebody must have, and then.
Okay, so when you were born, what did your doctor say you were?
They ain't got glasses on.
It's not a matter of what they said. It's a matter of what I am.
No. When you were born, what did your doctor say?
Why are you asking me? Why are you asking me what the fuck my doctor said when I was born?
Because I need to.
Think about what you're asking.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
Think about what you're asking. No, Razor. Why the fuck would I remember something when I was born?
What are you?
As far as I know, I'm a male.
And that was something you were assigned at birth, right?
Yes, but I'm not talking about what you're assigned. I'm talking about what. Listen to me, Razor. I'm not asking you what you're told.
Dream, I can answer.
Razor,
I'm not asking you, Dream.
Well, no, I'm just talking to Razor. I know you can answer. I'll go to you after. I just want to say this to Razor. My question isn't about, hey, this is what you're told. My question is, what is it actually is, regardless of what you're told. What is it actually?
Hold on, guys.
Now, GSU, go ahead.
I actually don't want to get. You can ask a biologist if you want to act like rather than us like dig into this, right? Like
No,
there's
I
a
think
spectrum
everybody
of
will
Look at
agree with
factors.
what I'm going to
look
say.
at
Spectrum
Forrest
of fa-
Look at
there's-
Forrest Valkai.
the-
He's a biologist, evolutionary biologist, and everything. He understands it fully. Just look up his channel, Forrest Valkai.
Yeah,
You'll get
like
more
yeah.
info.
No,
Like
wait.
hold
I
on,
think
hold
this
on.
is simple. I think
Debate
a lot of
biology.
people
Hold on,
want.
hold on. Debate a biologist about this, right? Like I like
Do
there's a spectrum of
biologists all
things.
agree on it?
Yes,
Debate a
biologists all agree on
biologist
this. Is
on it,
still
right? And find
Yes.
out, right? There's a spectrum of
So
things.
I'll just
that-
ask ChatGPT.
Okay,
the
you
wide-
can do
Yeah,
that.
if you
But we're
ask-
not going to
the
have
if
a
you ask
conversation on this. I
ChatGPT
promise you, we're not
the
going to
if
do
you
that.
ask
Because I don't
ChatGPT
care.
or a biologist, I'm not sure why our friends here that are ultra
wide
left want to just
majority,
act like
if
there's not
almost
a
all,
still
bad. Aang just
definition
came
of
out.
this.
outliers. Like
Wait,
all but a
hold on,
few
wait,
outliers.
Razor,
Brian,
you
wait,
said
Brian
you
doesn't
can't.
care. Brian
Ra-
super doesn't
Ra-
care, and he doesn't want to.
No, I'm not
Because I
talking
don't-
about Prime though. But Razor, if you can stop talking because you
I
refuse
agree
to give
with
a definition.
Prime.
There's 4 characteristics of sex, and it is true that we assign people at birth, and we don't look at all 4 of these characteristics. But when we're talking about things like sports, obviously these things come into play because in sports we're trying to create fair competition. There's genitalia, there's chromosomes, there's genes, and then there's hormones, real reproductive organs and hormones. So this person has some of the characteristics that would make one female, but they don't have all of them. So there are people that don't fall into the category of male and female. And when it comes to things like sports, it's always going to be a question of should this person be allowed because they don't fit neatly into either of these binary categories. It's a
Great.
binary category with exceptions. These people are exceptions. So the conversation over whether or not they should be allowed is a fair conversation to have.
Yeah.
I don't know
Not-
why Prime and
And
Razor
Herb,
can't just
Sure,
simply
not
say that.
binary, bimodal, but I'm just gonna leave it
No,
there.
it's binary.
Whatever.
It's
Don't care.
bimodal.
Hold on. Stop.
No,
Stop.
it's
I don't
definitely
care.
binary.
We're done with this. We're moving on. I really could not give a shit.
He already
But
agreed
anyway,
with- he already agreed with
so-
bimodal, buddy.
Leave it alone, Razor. Oh my god, please, just leave it alone. No more. Thank you. I don't give a fuck. We're done. So anyway, I think we have one other
We're
person.
missing
No,
Queen.
Smooth. So
but she's
Smooth's
at-
gonna take
Smooth
forever.
and Queen.
But when hopefully
to
he
start.
gets here soon. Okay, so why don't we get started with the gang's all here. Hello all. This is All Black Everything Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've got a great group of guests here. I'm gonna introduce them, starting with my man Bam. Bam, how are you?
Doing great. Trying to think if anything is going on. I don't think so. No, I'm just good. Happy August.
Indeed. Razor, thank you for being here. It's nice to see you again. I'm loving your hair. I like that you grow your hair out the way you do. It actually looks good on you.
I hate it. Unfortunately, I wish my hair grew out straight. I want to do so many different styles with this thing, but if other people like it, cool. But realistically, I don't care. I do nothing to it. I just wash it and then let it be. But yeah, good to be here. Obviously, I finally got affiliate. Hey, come follow me.
Hey,
Sub,
finally.
all that stuff. Give me bits.
Yay.
All that.
Not the
let's
black
go.
people winning.
So yeah, I'm getting that going. Been playing Zenless Zone 0.
Hey,
for a little bit.
okay. What's your
Probably gonna be-
team?
Currently it's the bear, Lucy, and fuck, I forgot her name. The maid with the buzzsaw.
Yeah, I use her too.
Those are my favorites right now. Yeah, like whenever I come here, it's always fun. Be able to get out any frustration with the week by yelling at a bunch of black people.
Fair enough. Thanks.
No,
so
that's
much.
really dope, man. I know this like streamer grind is like I'm sure it's not easy, so I'm proud of you.
I'm trying to work. I'm planning on working. I'm planning on working on like when I have time off. Of actually grinding out some videos. I just got to learn how to edit. I'm just like just small, quick little videos to edit and grind out some content instead of just streaming.
Okay, great. And congratulations, Razor. Happy that you finally made that happen. I know you've been working at it for quite a while, so I'm glad you accomplished that milestone, and I hope it it helps you advance more. So got to you, friend. Let's go to our friend GSU Gambit back with us. I like that blue shirt on you. It's really nice.
Yeah, I'm happy y'all can't see all the stains on it. There's like
I can see on the
shit
left
that I
hand
wasted
side.
on
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, y'all can't see this one. Yeah, that shit all over it. But yeah, it's life. It happens. But no, hey, I'm happy to be here. A Thursday when I'm with my brothers is always dope. Yeah, super happy to be here.
Is that like the scenes, are they from your kids or like working something, doing?
I actually don't even know. That's the sad part. I have no clue. I looked down and I was like, white. It's not cum stains, just FYI. But I looked down and there's like white stains on my shirt. I have no clue where I collected these from. But yeah.
I ain't even gonna say pause.
All right. Yeah. Well, being an active father, family man, I guess that would happen. Fair enough. Let's go to our friend Lila Waterkai, another father, right? Here. I didn't forget this time. I do apologize, dude. I still feel bad about that, honestly. But thank you for being here, Waterkai.
Yeah, always glad to be here and enjoying the air conditioning all day as it stays in the mid to high 80s at all times. I don't like August. Thanks a lot, Bam, for reminding me that it's August. But yeah, glad to be here. Any Thursday I can be here, I am overjoyed.
It's only in the 80s where you're at? Oh, wow. You're living the good life
California.
out there. It's California. Okay, yeah. You guys got climate control there. Fair enough.
Kind of.
And last
I'm
but
in
not least,
stores all day, so.
last but not least, we have our friend. Do you want to know Dream? Back at it, as handsome as ever, right? Looking good there. How are you, friend?
I feel great, man. Yesterday, I went canvassing, door knocking for a politician, first time ever. Knocked that out the park. They was impressed. They was like, "Damn, how you do that? It was your first time, really?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm just him. I'm just naturally him." No, I'm just kidding. It was actually a fun time. It's good to be active and civic engagement in your local politics. They've actually they said that the progressives are looking for somebody to run for college board, city college board, and they recommended me, and I was like, oh, when is that? They said, oh, it's November. I was like, oh, it looks like it's a little too late, but like, yeah, but they still looking for somebody. So I was like, okay, why not? So hopefully, I might be on a progressive ticket for a college board just to get my name out there, even if I don't win.
Yeah.
And then and then in 2 years, I run for school board. So I'm excited about that. Just my politics careers is improving. I finally got my business cards from my job after 2 years of working there. Official. Boom. Yeah, I'm just excited to be here, man. I'm in a really good mood.
I had business cards for my old job, and I just like I had a few in my pocket and my wallet, and then or sometimes I took them out or something. I forget what it was, right? But like anytime anyone asked for them, which was rare, which was like once like every year and a half, someone asked for them. Whenever they did do that, I wouldn't have it on them. I don't know if I ever actually handed out my actual business card to anyone ever. But it felt good to like have them. Like, and it gave me like a whole stack. They had like a whole fucking stack
They
of
give you
these
like
things.
1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, my job gave me some too. And then when I transferred agencies like literally like maybe a month after they gave me to them. And then my new job was like, oh yeah, we need to get you some business cards. I was like, I just use the main ones for the office. I don't want to carry these around. I don't want the responsibility for these.
Yeah, like I could never like I would I like I it would be better if I had just like used them for some like art project, you know? Like I needed like 3 in the entire time. And again, I never had them when I needed them, so whatever. But anyway, but I'm happy. But I'm saying I'm happy for you, Dream. Sorry, I went on a tangent, but I'm happy that things are going well with your friend.
I actually ordered some other business cards from Canva, deluxe paper.
Okay,
very serious business.
Yeah,
and
I got my ex through that. The Canva cards are nice.
So this is from like my job from the city. So this is just free, but I got some for my nonprofit that I'm starting.
Okay,
and they look so nice. I'm so excited to show you guys when they arrive.
All right, cool. I'm looking forward to it, friend. I'm really happy that things are taking. All right. So I guess do we want to get right in it, or do you want to do like free discussion. You guys have topics you want to talk about before we get to Donald Trump?
Just really quickly, I was just to touch on the previous topic shortly. It seems like there's like an inconsistency when determining sex when it comes to like whether somebody is male or female. There isn't necessarily there seems to be like some nuance to it, or like an inconsistent nuance to it, or at least if there is a consistency, I haven't been able to find it. But I'm in the middle of asking chat, like, can you please just like make a syllogism for what makes somebody a female or a male? And then I also like I wanted to know people's opinions about, should there be other categories if based on your guys' perception of other than male and female, shouldn't we have names for these? I know we have a umbrella term of intersex, but that's way too broad, right? That's like saying sex in general, right? Shouldn't there be like certain classifications of these intersex people that aren't like super long, like scientific names, that are just as simple and short, like female and male?
I think there are names for each. It's just that the umbrella term is intersex or some other word. And
or DSD.
I don't think you need to go further in this conversation into the different types of people that fall in that category.
Yeah, but my question to you would be: Are intersex people, are they barred from being male and female?
No.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any category that, like, any definition, and this isn't just true for like human beings. Like the reality is, like, it's not.
We're not
like
talking about semantics.
I'm
not
not
talking about what the thing actually is.
I'm talking about what the thing actually is too. That's what I'm saying. I think that like we come into this world believing that like we were granted these perfect definitions that can and do fit.
We were in this.
Hold on, brother.
And I'm saying that that's not the reality. Like anything you want to name, there, like anything you not for anything, but when it comes to a lot of these social categories, there's exceptions to these rules.
These aren't social categories.
Yeah, we're just talking about science.
No,
we're talking about biological categories. That's what he's asking about.
Well,
you weren't here when he asked this question.
But even biology is like a man-made concept, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
everything is social.
The science
it's connected.
Now you're saying everything is social because everything is socially constructed. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, cool. You don't have to deal with that word. That's not super important. Like I said, it's not willing to.
No, the word biology.
I'm just saying we don't have to deal with the social. I'm saying biology is a man-made science. I'm saying
what does it
mean? That doesn't matter.
And
that means nothing.
What that it does, it means that it was made by people, and anything you want, any category you want to create, there's people out there that are exceptions to that. Like when you say, oh,
yeah, that there would be a different category. That's how categories work.
But we don't do that though. And
we don't do that.
We do.
Human beings are people made up of 10 fingers and 10 toes. But
no, they're not.
That's absolutely true. You define.
Okay, you want to define that? You want to define? Bam, you could define it that way, and
that's what you're doing.
No. Bam, you could define it that way, right? And you're saying human beings are people with 10 fingers and 10 toes? That's what you just said?
Yeah.
So you would have to define what people are. What are people?
Again,
let's not go into this, please. I feel like we're going to waste a lot of time.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
No, that's not.
You have to remember that Bam is here. You have to remember Bam is here.
Exactly, and I'll call you BS. You say that there's no exceptions to anything. You talking about if you tell me if you don't open up.
No one said there's no exceptions. No one said these things.
You said these things.
I said exceptions have their own category. That's what I said.
So again, a human being that has 11 fingers is no longer in the category of human being, because if you open up a biology textbook, if you ask
I don't define human beings as 10 toes.
Wait, I don't care what you define as biology.
Dream.
What biologist defines that?
Wait. Dream. Allow him to create fallacious arguments and then argue against them and just say nothing.
Do we really want to do that?
Hold on. I feel like I need to like point out like I get you doing the 10 fingers 10 toes thing, but there's the very obvious one that's just easier to make the point you're making, Bam. It's humans are bipedal are featherless bipedals. That's a category for human. For a man.
Just say a human has human DNA.
What the fuck does that mean?
That's a circular. A human has
That's
human DNA. That's circular.
Yeah, and then you would just get I don't know the specific definition of human DNA because it's like in a bunch of letters and symbols or however it's structured. So you would grab that, and then I would.
But would you agree that a human is a featherless bipedal?
There might be a genetic mutation where somebody is a human and has feathers.
Would you agree generally that
a
human
generally.
is a featherless bipedal?
But generally means that you have disqualified minimum requirements, right? So we're talking about minimum requirements, not generally.
I love y'all.
Hey, wait. I have a question. How many people think that this can be productive given the people that we have here?
Yeah, not with GSU.
I agree with Prime now. I forgot that Bam was here. This shit is gonna go like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
we have to act like nothing. We have to say that we can't categorize anything. We're only humans. We're feeble. We aren't able to make 3 easy classifications for this, and almost our entire scientific world use that. We can't. That's true. So let's move on. Let's go to something.
That's the smartest thing you've ever said in your life.
Yeah,
wait,
it is.
Bam. Can water be anything but H2O?
Okay. So we're gonna pause.
I want to ask Bam. Can water be anything but H2O, Bam?
No, I think the water is defined as H2O.
So there's no exception to that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, like I said, that's what I've heard of. No.
Interesting.
If you're talking like just straight water,
if humans were made
like,
up of,
I know if you're talking liquid water, then H2O. But if you're talking about freezing it, adding some weird compound to it, it changes.
The category of human being.
But yeah, we're doing that.
Yeah, those don't relate at all. Anyways, what do y'all think about the freaking crap? I'm just trying to move on to something way more regular.
No, I was about to do that myself. I was actually about to do that myself. I wanted to ask. It still had slightly to do with the Olympics, with the different
about the Dionysus thing.
Actually, yeah, let's go with that. Actually, yeah, let's do that. Actually,
what happened?
I'll switch to that one.
I just don't want to talk about because I don't want to talk about niggas that hate gay people. I just don't want to.
What are you talking about?
No.
It wasn't just about gay people.
I got. So, the Olympic opener, they did one of the things that they did. They had a lot of drag queens, do a performance and everything. And the ending to it was an entire like group of drag queens sitting at a long table, and Christians wrongly thought that it was parodying the Last Supper painting, which was a painting done by an Italian man over 1500 years after the story of the Bible. But so everyone was saying that it was blasphemous because you're doing the Last Supper with trans and drag, and it's like, wow, y'all are fucking stupid. It was Greek. It was the Feast of Dionysus. A feast that's known for festivities, harvest, and and what was it? What was the thing? It was harvest, festivities, and
wine.
What was the last one?
Wine.
I think wine. Was it wine? What?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
What do y'all think about Meg the Stallion being at Kamala's campaign?
God damn it.
I think that was super interesting. Like I was trying to contrast between Meg the Stallion showing up and Amber Rose being at the RNC to see which is more.
I mean, clearly Meg is more smart than Amber Rose. But you know what's worse though? Like all the people can critique Amber Rose on so many things, but they go for her on the wrong thing. Like she identifies as a mixed person and be like, well, she's black. Like, yeah, she says she's mixed, both. Like it's kind of ridiculous. And then like you can just call her stupid, but not wrong on that part. But yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with having Meg the Stallion there. I mean, you're trying to reach a varied audience, not And so like having Meg means you're gonna reach an audience where you wouldn't have reached without Meg.
Mhm.
So
I can see both sides of it. There's an argument that it comes off pandery towards black people. They're saying like, oh, okay, like you go do a show in Atlanta and you want to.
but pandering is what you do as a
I was
politician.
just trying to make an argument. I'm not even picking a side here. I'm saying I can see both sides. I'm saying there's an argument that they say is that like, okay, you go to Atlanta and then you have a black girl in our team on stage twerking for the crowd. Like, would you do that other places? It feels pandery and like beneath black
Yeah,
people.
but that's like me going
I'm
to
just
New
making one
Mexico.
side argument. I haven't even made the other half yet. I'm saying because this isn't my position. I'm just laying out both sides. Let me get about both sides. Like I said, so
Okay.
there's one half, and then the other half of the argument, half of the argument is Meg arguably is doing some of the most useful and most direct like political engagement we've ever seen from a rapper, or ever seen from someone from in the hip hop industry. Because there's a lot of people that like talk about things, like make their advocacy, like man, f the police, and we got to do better for people, blah blah blah. But she actually decided that, you know what, I'm not an expert on everything. She didn't try to pretend that she knew everything about the politics and said she was going to advocate policy. She was just saying, you know what, I'm going to defend, support a candidate that I back behind, and I'm going to do it via the medium I stand in, which is hip hop, which is, you know, my industry. She's being a rapper, and I think both of those are valid. So now, what's your disagreement with the first one, Dream? My bad.
I was just saying, like, to pander is like essentially your job as a politician, because pandering just means like finding out what your constituents like and exhibiting those characteristics that they like. So, for example, like if I went to New Mexico or a heavily Spanish-speaking population, I'd be like, "Buenos dias, ¿cómo estás?" And that's never in my regular day-to-day conversation language. But I think it's
Really
still.
kind of pandering.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what pandering is, Razor.
Framer. You said your own name. When I think pandering, it means it usually means that they're being fake. It's not really their actual.
Yeah, I'm being fake by speaking Spanish.
Not their
A
actual
language.
beliefs.
Huh?
Not when it's not their actual beliefs, and they're just saying shit to get people to like them. That's what pandering is, in my opinion, or at least
So just
I feel
lying.
like that's the definition.
Lying is pandering. That's not what I
It
think.
can be
pandering
seen
is.
as that. Yes, it
Or
can
it
be
just-
seen
maybe
as that.
You're
just like
saying in
appeal.
order to pander, you have to lie. That's what you're saying, Razor.
Not always.
Okay, then give me a definition that is all encompassing of all pandering.
Maybe just substanceless. I don't think it's pandering like, oh, I'm going to do this policy to benefit you. But I think pandering speaks to like a substanceless like appeal.
Yeah, I think it's substanceless to be like, hey, I speak Spanish. Buenos dias, my fellow Latino Americans.
Substanceless. That's not
Okay.
substance.
Okay, then tell me what makes something substanceless then. I never spoke Spanish before in my life. I go to a Spanish-speaking population. I speak Spanish for the first time ever. Buenos dias.
I've seen point.
Okay, you go
Sorry.
first. You go first.
Tell me what makes it substanceless.
So something I saw that was substanceless that some people point to as pandering was back in 2016 when Hillary was.
Yeah, she got hot sauce in her bag, right?
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, that's the one that people talk about.
Tell me the difference between saying I have hot sauce in my bag and I'm speaking Spanish to a Spanish population.
Hold on.
You're speaking Spanish to a Spanish population to communicate.
But I don't think that's necessarily pandering, right? Like when you're talking about the Spanish, it might be part of a pandering act, right? But like, let's say,
but I'm saying even if it's pandering, it's okay. That's what I'm saying.
Let me finish my point first and then respond. I'm saying that like you can like let's say you want to interact with people of a different culture, right? And you want to show that you're putting in effort. And like, let's say you do Duolingo, right? And you just like, you start learning a few phrases and stuff. And then you go to people who you may know, you may not know, right? Like it comes up in conversation. And you try to throw these things out, right? Like, oh yeah, my first time ever actually speaking Spanish to a person that who speaks Spanish. And then this is it. I'm just trying to like relate with you.
Yeah, I'm trying to relate to you by saying I have hot sauce in my bag. I as a fellow,
Sure.
as a black person, and I'm trying to relate to you in black culture, and I know you guys like hot
Sure.
sauce. Hey, I'm also somebody that indulges in black culture. I have hot sauce in my bag. Hey, we both
Sure.
like hot sauce. Just like I'm trying to communicate to you in the language you speaking Spanish.
But I think intentions matter here, right?
That's like such a,
and
that's
like
such a
I
bad-
I get that. Like, so what I'm trying to say is that this line is very blurry. That like there isn't like a hard line here. It's actually very fuzzy as to where these things stand. You have to make these judgment calls. So you bring up a good point that like Hillary Clinton, well, you know, she's trying to relate to this culture or whatever, right? But Hillary Clinton, like, this isn't like Hillary Clinton has had the chance, right? This isn't like she's like just meeting black people and is interacting with them. She doesn't do any of this anywhere, right? She puts on an accent, a black accent, whatever she
She
feels
did?
that is. Yeah, and she also
I
and
didn't
this is
see
the
that.
thing, and this is a thing that just Hillary's done. Many politicians have done this, right? Is that when public speakers they go to in front of black audiences, they'll lower the level of their vocabulary. They use simpler words for black audiences. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
And
I think
and-
using simpler words makes sense, though.
Code
Okay.
switching is real because people
Yeah,
are
it was-
upset saying that like Kamala was like doing that thing you were describing, but I consider it more to be code switching when she's doing it, but that's just a bias with her being black.
yeah. So like
Yep.
So some person, I'm not actually. I've already heard people call that pandering. When she did, but we know code switching is a thing. So
Yeah.
like is it an
I do it all the
authentic
time.
attempt to reach out, right? In the situation that I presented to you, with the person went on Duolingo is actually trying to put effort into this, you know. It's like, hey, I'm new to this community, but like, see, I am putting effort into doing this thing. That's one thing. When I look at a Democrat like Hillary Clinton, right? Like she has like come to the black community many times before. She's done this and it's followed it up with nothing, with literally nothing, right? So I think for it not to be pandering, I think it's difficult to look at simply one instance, right? Rather than just like simply looking at one instance, but like look at like a pattern, a larger pattern. And that'll tell you, is this person sincere or they're not sincere, right? That's the thing that matters. Are they sincere or they're not sincere? If they're sincere, they can still do things that look like pandering to you, right? But like over a large enough period of time, it'll be clear. Hopefully, it'll be clear.
How do you know?
Hold on,
That's a tricky thing, no?
Let me just finish it. So, over a large enough period of time, hopefully, it becomes clear that this person's putting in actual effort, and like wants to be a community of these people. But if they're insincere, then they won't, right? Then they'll do the thing. They'll do the thing, but then they'll leave this community. Sometimes they'll actually even attack the community. They'll do harm to the community, right? That's the thing that can happen. And then you'll know, oh, that was pandering. So there you go. I said a lot.
It's probably
Yeah.
like you probably don't know the reason why it's like gray is because the reason people pander is because there is like a portion of the population that is going to like it, is going to approve of, is going to like, wow, I really relate to this. Pandering is more of like a personal judgment call. Like it's almost never universally disliked because we acknowledge it as pandering. Like, oh, you're doing this because you know this is gonna get some people.
I think like I want to set an example just to see where your heads are at. Like if I were to visit different states or different cities across the nation and see what the like popular slang in that city is, and then for me to use it in my like opening speech or state, and this is not my regular speech that I use, but I'm using this to relate to them. Like if I go to Florida, what's up my jits, or like, what's up jit, and I go to Atlanta, I'll be like, you already know what's going on. I go to DC, I say what's up Mo, and I go to New York, I'll be like yer. I'll go to the Bay Area, it's like what's up homie, you know what I mean? I go to LA, it's like what's bracking cuz. If I go to city and I'm using language that I typically don't use, but I'm using it with the intent to relate to the people that I'm in, change the language per my audience, would you consider that pandering in a negative sense? Let's see. Do you consider that pandering? And if you do you think it's negative pandering?
So the way that I answer this question is, The way that I answer this question is I consider it pandering and code switching based off your level of interest in whatever you're telling this group of people. So if I go and do exactly what you did, but I'm in communion somewhat with those people and their concerns are my concerns or blah, 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 if we speaking politically, then I would consider it code switching. If I'm doing this solely because this is to gain favor with this group and pretend that I care about the outcomes, then I consider it pandering. So it's all based on how
I'll agree
I
with that.
consider the intent of the individual who's doing it.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, I
For
think
me, for me personally, I like I said, I'm autistic. I just call that masking and mirroring. If whoever I'm with, whatever group I'm with, I'll usually stay quiet for the first like 30 minutes to an hour of chilling with them, and then from that point onward, when I finally start talking, I've now matched their energy and language and accent and cadence.
I
I
and
seen something like if
Oh,
you
Prem?
would you say something, Brown?
well, I was gonna say like I think maybe that direction here that might interest a few of you guys more than it will interest me, but like I think might appeal to you all. So I was watching FD Signifier's video, his most recent video, and it's on Drake, and he accuses Drake of pandering to black audiences, right? Like Drake changed his cadence, right? He had like a Canadian, a Toronto accent, some sort of Toronto accent. But then like you can, and he shows them in videos, right? You can see him talking one way previously, right? Like from when he was young to when he was older, right? But then when he was like trying to break into the black hip hop market, right? Like he changed it up, right? There's a clear change in the way he talks. And it was a change in his aesthetic and all those things, right? So like is that pandering?
No,
Right?
you see
The
this.
way that I look at
You see this
Yeah.
all the time.
Oh,
That happens with like actual Black
go ahead.
Americans that just grew up in the suburbs and then went to like the HBCU, and then they learn more about their own culture or a different type of their own culture, and then just adopt what they like. I think it's okay to grow up a certain way and then change your behavior and how you look based on things you adopt from something you haven't seen before, or things you're more open to now wherever you are in your life. To and number one, he is a Black American genetically. His father is from Memphis, and he grew up listening to and engaging in some Black American culture, and probably not the majority of his upbringing growing up, but at least some part of it. We see some videos with his dad, and of course he grew up in Canada with his white Jewish mom, so that was the majority of his upbringing growing up. But what you grow up doesn't have to define who you are currently, and what you live through in your later years as an adult can have more of an impact to you and how you engage and live in your lifestyle currently. So that's all I got to say with that.
Yeah, I think Drake is a person who, at numerous times over the past, has referred to himself as Black. I think exactly what Dream was saying. He grew up separate from his father, or he was only going to Memphis during certain times, and blah blah blah. And I think as he came to his own, he started to express his Blackness more, which is something that we should love. Now, there's a separate side of this, which is like versatility, which is a different thing. And I think that Drake does participate in lots of music and lots of different genres, and he's showing his range or versatility. I don't see a problem with that either. I think most of those cultures, I can't think of an example where those cultures don't widely accept him, though there might be some people that don't accept him.
Yeah.
Broadly speaking, it seems like he's accepted. So I think I think he is Black. I don't think he's pandering to Black people because he is Black. But two, I think there's a versatility element that people criticize of Drake when we've celebrated this in music until Drake became a master. So it's just a way that people hate
I
on
have
Drake. That's
so many
basically
thoughts
all
on
it
what
is.
you just
Yeah,
said.
I wanted to ask, like, how do we feel about the patois
What are you talking about?
when he's doing the fake Jamaican thing?
I mean, that's
I don't.
that's something I do.
Isn't that a Canadian
I don't
thing?
care about that.
He's
Well,
Canadian, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm saying,
Canadian.
Canadians
Yeah,
have like their own like weird patois
they
version.
have
of
a
it.
patois. It's like British. British have British. It's common British slang to use patois as well. So it's and Canadian slang borrows a lot from British slang.
Yeah, no, he does this whenever he feels like it or in weird ass songs. Like,
Yeah, but he grew up in Canada where they typically do that there.
I must not know this thing. I patois.
Yeah, like when you think of like a Jamaican accent, basically.
Yeah.
But it's because
I
because
think of
the black Canadians. I mean, like
Mhm.
they are some are French, but they have like a heavy island like mix. Like a lot of people from the Caribbean somehow. ended
I
up
just
in
think of
Canada.
Grim from Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I can't.
Yeah.
That's what I hear. When I hear
So
Jamaican.
I have so many thoughts on what
There are
GSU
places in Canada
said.
where that
So
is
I'm gonna keep talking.
commonplace.
So I have so many thoughts on what like GSU said. So like I don't understand what you mean. And I know which direction this is gonna go already. Like it's pretty obvious to me. But what do you mean that like Drake is expressing his blackness or embracing his blackness, right? Like you said,
He
it
means
was
Black Americanness.
I didn't ask you. But GSU. So what do you mean that like he's expressing his blackness? Like you said previously, like he was black, right? He is black, but then the way you structure that sounds like there's a transition. Now he's embracing his blackness. Was he? So like, yeah, I'll just leave it there. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure of how to answer this. I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think of the essence of your question to answer that.
Yeah,
But
take your time.
I think
I
that as Black people, we can be in community with others who aren't Black, and I think we could act a way that seems to not be Black because we're a mirror to the environment that we grew up in. And when I said he started to express his Blackness, um, I guess I was saying he started
Openly.
to express
behavior that's typically
himself in a
associated
way,
with Black people.
yeah, in a way that if he grew up in a different community, he would have probably expressed already by that point. But yeah, so I think if you're in typical communion with Black people, there are certain aspects of your category that are the same. There's like a broad set, and then you embody certain things within that set, based off whether you're Black American, based off whether you're African, based off whether you're like a Latino, of the African diaspora, right? So
Afro Latino.
there's like a total set, and then you can embrace a lot of those characteristics in there. I think when you're a person that is in communion with people that aren't of anyone that's in that set, then you start to pick up different characteristics. And once you hang out with us more, then you start to display things
So
within
I
that.
guess, and this is gonna sound like personal or upset, but I'm not, right? I'm just expressing
Mhm.
my
No,
past.
that's
And
fine.
yeah, right. But like to shortcut a lot of this is that growing up, people like question my blackness, even though like
Currently,
um, and when I was in elementary school, like it was we were all just kids. But then in middle school there was like this like hard change with of some people and like a policing as to how you present, right? Um,
Mhm.
and like I always hated that, right? Um,
Mhm.
and I don't think it made me less black. I couldn't have been in community with anyone else because I grew up in a black neighborhood with a very black family, right? Like only went to schools with black people. There were like three white individuals like throughout my school. Like there's no way I was in community with anyone else. I was in community with black people, with black Americans, but like all of a sudden the way I presented wasn't good
Mhm.
enough, right? So like my issue here, and again, not a personal attack, I'm just expressing myself.
Yeah,
Um
for sure. Yeah.
yeah. So like my issue here is that like um when you say his expressing his blackness, becoming more black, or there's many different ways to phrase this, it feels like okay, well you were less than before, and now you are more now. And I guess I would push back and say more that, like you talk about the set of attributes, right? That we all get to express whatever attributes that we want, right? But that doesn't take away our blackness, whatever it is, right? I can't take, even though I would love to, I can't take away Candace Owens' blackness, right? That we can all express these things, but like if a person does not express aspects that some would call stereotypical, that doesn't mean that they are less black, right? Yeah. So I'll start with that. What do you think?
Yeah. So no, yeah, I think what you're getting at is really important. There's a really disgusting conversation that happens in our community about, like trying to like take away or grant people blackness. I generally think those conversations are toxic and disgusting. I think he was black or you were black when you weren't expressing this. I think there's a secondary element to what you're saying though, which is like where like I think it's like a crabs in a barrel mentality. There's things like, oh, when I was in school and I got all straight A's and blah blah blah, I was acting white, or the way that I use certain vocabulary, blah blah blah, which is why I like changing my vocabulary. Like, yeah, so there's a toxic element of like crabs in a barrel where if you are somewhat, I don't know the word I want to use, but there are certain situations that you come about where you're statistically an anomaly for being black and doing these things. And we do a crabs in a barrel thing where we challenge your blackness because of that. And I think that's disgusting. I think the essence of what you're saying is that I'm always expressing my blackness. It's just different from this set that we're used to. I agree with that for sure.
And then one other thing, I'll open this up to everyone else, right? Is so GSU felt that he was, being authentic. I think Dream also said that they felt like this is fine. This is not pandering, right? But what I've seen, and maybe you guys just don't agree with this take, and that's fine. What I've seen is that hip hop is. It tries to be about authenticity. It doesn't always succeed here, but it tries to be about authentic, right? There are people who like adopt a street aesthetic, and like to break into hip hop because they think, okay, well, this is the thing that sells, right? And they're not wrong about that. But this street aesthetic sells, and so they do that. They, the bandana or the whatever you know what I mean, right? But this person may have grown up in a safe suburb, right, and was completely different. Now maybe they don't even say that they're from the hood, but they immediately they take this aesthetic. Now, do you think if you're doing that and you're presenting yourself as if like this was always you, right? Do you think that changes anything, or I don't know,
Yeah. First of all, now there you could go two ways. You said hip hop is about being authentic, and being authentic could mean you're authentically self-expressing your artistry, which could mean that you're telling stories or things that are not true. So that would be a way you can perceive authenticity by expressing yourself authentically through telling stories that are not true. That's one. Two, you could say hip hop is not about authenticity, but it's about just self-expression in any way that you seem fit. And that includes lying. For example, Lil Tecca, he got like all his songs are like not his life. You talking about selling drugs, that's not him. He just making a song that to him sounds good, that is trendy to the thing that, and I love his songs. People love his song. People like that he's saying that things in his songs, and then when interviewed about him, it's like, no, that shit never happened. But I like singing about this shit, so it's fun to me, and I like that. So yeah, at the end of the day, I'm not sure why it matters what hip hop is, because that's such a subjective thing, right? Like, let's just think about like the main topic of the question is Drake being true to himself? Because Drake is a multi genre, is a multi-genre musician. He's not just hip hop. He's pop. He's reggae. He's R&B. He does a bunch of inter genre music. So I don't think it makes sense to talk about only hip hop here when we're talking about music in general, which is what he does.
Let's go to
Yeah, I
Mordecai,
think.
then
Oh,
let's
no,
go
go ahead.
Mordecai, Bam, GSU, and if Fraser wants to jump in.
So there were portions in Drake's career, or even before all that, where he seemed to want to distance himself from blackness, and that's where I think most people have the critique of this. So it's convenient. He only embraces blackness when it's convenient on his end, but when he's dealing with other people, he's embracing other facets of who he is as a person. So when he got
Can you
signed
give
by
an
Lil Wayne,
example?
an example.
You mean he
Because
grew up? You're talking about him growing
he's
up?
called himself black for over a decade now. So I just want to hear where you're saying he's distancing himself from being black
So when
versus
he's
just being versatile.
So
go
when he's
ahead.
talking with people that he's around saying, oh, happy Shabbos, and he's embracing all the Jewish portions of his life, the neighborhood he grew up in, he's embracing that portion of it and trying to be a part of that aspect of his
Yeah.
life. And he's embracing that because that helps him fit in there. Then he does other, like when he ended up signing with, Lil Wayne, starts doing different music, he starts speaking differently when he's embracing that aspect of himself.
Do you think if there's a multi-ethnic individual, there's a problem if they're black and something else and they're expressing their feelings of communion with that group as well? I don't find that
I'm not saying it's a
Ooh, that's a
I'm not
great
saying
thing.
or
Hold on.
not
saying it's a
being black.
problem. I'm not saying it's a
Wait, wait.
problem.
But you presented it as you presented it as a problem. I can't remember the exact words you said,
No, I
but you
said
said
some
something like he's
people.
trying to distance himself from his black. It sounds like you're saying some people, but you're masking it for your own feelings. And maybe you're not doing that. But the way you presented it made it did sound like a problem. And it did sound like you were saying, hey, as a black individual, even if you're multi-ethnic, you're not allowed to express the other parts of your ethnicity, which I don't like that.
Yeah, he absolutely can. All I'm saying is when it comes down to being in that aspect of his life, he's not bringing any of the black aspects of that into that. That's why I said they're distanced. They're set apart. They're partitioned. So he has partitioned his
Yeah,
life.
it's
in
like
certain
it's
ways.
like
It's
Naomi
engaged in
Osaka,
one
right?
thing. Yeah.
Okay, can I?
With Naomi Osaka, I am interrupting a little bit here. I'll stop talking. So, but with Naomi Osaka, right? She was like black and Japanese, right? And she's expressed both sides of herself, and I don't have a problem with it. I like it. Like that's what people should do. We want people who are multi-ethnic and black to not distance themselves from their blackness, but represent themselves as black as well. But it's okay if they're in other places and their other parts of their ethnicity are more important in that case.
Yeah,
I think that's
there's
how it should be.
Let's let Bam get in. He's been trying to get in for a while.
Yeah, I'll say. First of all, I'll say, Mooncake, you wouldn't have to be triggered if you was here. Sorry about that, but I'm just saying, this is always out there.
I felt
Second thing, what I really want to engage in. One, I really like what you just said, GSU. I think that speaks to the truth and the point of a lot of the targeted attacks that are thrown at Kamala. That
who?
somehow, but at Kamala, the fact that
Yeah,
she
absolutely.
engages with her other ethnicity at all, it means somehow she's like rejected her blackness when there's like no like merit of truth like related to that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 7 words.
I said, yeah. I'm
no,
like,
I thought you was about to go in. Okay, but
just listening. Yeah.
the second thing I want to say is I don't think we acknowledge that Drake has been talented for so long that we see him as this one like person who is unchanging and unaging. But I think like we have to acknowledge the length of Drake's celebrity, the length that Drake's been on top. Like whenever you say that like, oh, Drake may not have necessarily engaged in black culture in a specific way when he was 16. Drake's 37. Like I didn't engage with my blackness in a way, especially around non-black people, when I was 16 either. But like from the age of like maybe 17, 18, I think Comeback Season came out when Drake was 18 years old, 18 or 19, one of those. Like that kind of was a major shift for him, not just from an economic perspective, but from a cultural perspective. He started being around Lil Wayne. He started being around a lot of these different aspects of black culture, and it doesn't mean the denial of his blackness to somehow shift and like grow from that and be like, oh wow, I'm around all of these different types of black people. I'm hanging around maybe down in Memphis. I'm like as an adult now, and he's learning more about himself. And I think that all of the things Drake discusses are things that are probably true. Drake's probably had to deal with he's probably had a lot of security over the years. So Drake probably does know killers. He's like if you hang around Lil Wayne and stuff, you probably do know gang members. Like this is a real thing. Like it's just happens to be part of the industry that he's engaged in. So when people say that like, oh, Drake's fake because he's not the same kid he was on Degrassi, he was a kid on Degrassi. He's 37.
That's
100%.
Getting to that whole deal when Drake signed him, Wayne told him like, "Hey, you don't need to rap about the stuff I rap. You just rap like you." And he proceeded to rap about things that have nothing to do with him.
No, wait, Drake's shifts happened like way down the line. Comeback Season was a singing album. I don't even think there was any rapping on it. Like, I think So Far Gone he started rapping. Like Drake had a slow transition into like more heavy hip hop. Like I would say that's in more recent years. And like I said, what would you say when Drake's really started doing mainly rapping albums? Views?
2016?
Wait, what?
No,
When he started doing rap albums?
Not just like I know he raps on albums, but I'm saying I don't consider like
only rap.
Primarily Take Care to be like Drake talking about gun music, gun bars.
But I don't think that's ever happened.
Do gun bars?
Well,
man, I think he
what Kai's talking about.
Even before So Far Gone, even like Comeback Season 2, and even like all of these things are almost pure rap albums.
I don't think you may. I think you may have missed a section. You may have missed something. Kai was speaking to Wayne. Told him to rap like you. You don't have to rap about what I talk about. But he made it.
I remember that.
Yeah, he made the framing that Drake immediately came out and started rapping gun bars like Wayne.
No, not immediately. He just eventually.
I don't see it.
Yeah, but I'm saying that transition was like a decade. Like it wasn't like Drake did rap like him. Drake.
You don't seize an opportunity without being an opportunist. Like, of course, Drake's an opportunist. Whoever said, "Oh, he's an opportunist" in chat. Yeah, you should be an opportunist. I'm an opportunist. I see an opportunity. I'm prepared for the opportunity. I'm an opportunist. That's what opportunist is. I think
opportunist has a negative context, though. That's what I would disagree with.
Wait, really? Because I'm an opportunist. I identify as an opportunist. I see an opportunity.
I've never heard that word.
How people use
I've never heard that word. I think you're using it in a way that I capitalize if the opportunity presents itself.
Yeah. What else does the opportunist do?
The way that I first ever heard the term being an opportunist was back when I was still watching WWE when it was Edge, the opportunist Edge.
Okay.
It says
often at the expense of ethics or morals.
Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, at the expense, but then the qualifier means it's not always right. So
no, I'm just saying. I'm just telling you why I took issue when I just heard the words, because like I was saying, usually it's that word is used specifically for some negative connotation at the end.
Slick, shady, amoral. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so that's the only reason I took issue.
That's interesting.
If the essence of what you're saying is like I capitalize an opportunity, I can agree with that. I don't know what the word for that is. That's separate. That like separates you from the negative connotation of opportunity. But
I've grown up saying different accents my whole life. Like I use Indian accents, Chinese accents, Japanese accents, a bunch of accents, Southern accents, New York accents. I think it's okay to indulge in accents for artistic expression or for comedy. It's fine. It's not like I go around all day speaking in an accent I don't. Speaking in
how they speak to me, but I think it's like second. I don't think it's like first nature. I think it's like
what's weird. If you grew up watching Onish pranks, you are just saying the accents. You are speaking in accents. Yeah, if you grew up watching like prank calls, YouTube videos, you're practicing accents. That's not weird. I wouldn't
do like a Chinese accent though, or anything like that. But my southern.
If you grew up watching Onish pranks, the number one prank caller in all of the internet, you're doing a Chinese accent.
I mean, I do voices every once in a while.
That's Patrick.
Doing accents. I think.
Exactly.
I think people usually mean that like towards a person.
No, what do you mean? I mean, you say it in a sense like you're presenting, you're like performing. You're performing the accent to like a group of friends. Yeah, that's what's wrong with that.
So
I mean, I also put on a Dale Gribble voice whenever I want to do
like,
a Southern
what's the
accent.
difference
I
between?
did
What's the
want to
difference between?
get us back on topic.
What's the
just
difference
to-
between being like, y'all already know what the fuck going on, and me saying a Japanese accent or a Chinese accent? Like, I'm speaking in an Atlantean accent, which is outrageous to me and hilarious.
So I
Right?
think what the thought in a lot of people's heads is it becomes a bit of appropriation when you're doing it under certain circumstances. It
What
may
is
not always be the case.
What is appropriation in
Call
this
it kinda
context?
disrespectful.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of disrespectful.
Anyone can find anything disrespectful. If I'm making a joke, of course I'm not. It's not
We
unexpected.
just have to stop calling stuff jokes. We just have to stop using that. We can get.
You're telling me I can't be poking fun at a group of people? That's not allowed.
It depends. It depends on if you're punching up or down.
Wait, hold on. It's racist, but not. Is it racist when I do it to? Is it racist when I do it to people in Atlanta?
It depends on if you're punching up or down or yourself.
Oh, what would you call it? Sidious?
No, I think it still could be racist.
Why? Are we serious?
Again, it depends.
I'm speaking an LA accent.
Down, or it depends if it's up, down, or to yourself. That's
like I said,
you're punching with.
What do you mean up, down to myself? Everybody's gonna be up for me.
It depends on who you're punching on the joke.
Doing like, I don't know about the up down thing, like that, but just like getting on, getting for a Chinese person and like going out. I'm not even gonna do it because it feels
going
weird.
to a Chinese person. I didn't say all that.
You said like on as a joke. It's just a joke. I'm making for like.
No, I'm performing the accent to a group of friends.
Yeah, but I think the joke, like, what's the joke in that situation? Is that
I can perform such an accent so well.
That's not really a joke, then. That's just you.
The joke is you don't expect somebody who doesn't actually come from that place to be so well and being able to emulate an accent really well. You know, that's the joke. The joke, razor. Jokes can often be done when you express something that is unexpected, right? A big part of jokes is a punchline. What?
It has to be humorous, though, doesn't it?
Are you, Razor? How do you not understand the concept? This guy's actually serious. You're not serious.
Just do your racist.
I forgot. You're autistic. I'm my bad. I'm sorry.
Hey,
Jesus Christ.
What does that have to do with you not understanding that jokes have to be funny and doing it just doing an accent with no joke behind it?
Let's move past this.
Let's get it. Yeah. So Jesus Christ. Okay. So all right, this is how I feel about the Drake thing. Early on in rap, we really propped up versatility, right? When you could go from making this music to make a love song to blah, 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 you showed like this wide range of ability on the mic. And we used to praise that. And then what I believe happened is popular music started to outshine those people with less versatility. And over time, we started to call those people with less versatility like the core people and blah, blah, blah. And popularity, those people didn't get to participate in popularity in the same way. So then we started to demonize versatility. Now Drake comes on the scene and he's the greatest at it. So I think a lot of people just hate Drake because they see more of, wait, I don't want this level of versatility. I want people who just stick into this box and they perform here their whole career. And they demonize Drake just because he's going to overshadow those people forever, because he has way more skill than those people. So it's another version of crabs in a barrel, and like you're not black because you're academically successful. It's another version of that. That's all that's playing out here.
I gotta ask. So when we're talking about Drake in general, like us having a problem with Drake, let's go to that bar that he had about rapping like you want to free the slaves.
I like that bar.
Wait. All right. You're doing exactly what Charlemagne does. Can you tell me what the next bar is after he says that?
I can't.
You can't. Why can't you? Do you think there's a reason why you can't? Or you just think it's a mistake that you can't?
Because I only listened to it once and that stuck out.
Okay. In the next bar, he says, I wish I knew the exact words, but he says, you never go back to your hood and set up money trees or something. I can't remember the exact bar. The reason why he's saying that is because what he's saying is Kendrick Lamar presents himself as this person that wants to be the black savior or this figure of blackmail and blah, 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 but he's not doing anything to advance the Black community. So if you only look at that bar and you don't look at the rest of the song, then yeah, you can come away with this idea that he has negative feelings about Kendrick because he's trying to be a Black activist. But what he's showing is that he's only doing this in words and not actually in action. So he's not actually putting anything behind what he's saying. That's what he was saying there. You should listen to the whole song.
That was what I-
The
no, I
exact
listened to the
bar
whole
is you just rapping like you trying to get the slaves free. You ain't an activist. You just acting like his boys make believe. Don't
Yes, and then the
don't
next
even go
bar
back
says
to your hood to plant no
and
money.
plant no money trees.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So if you listen to the whole thing, you understand what he's saying is, oh, you're just saying stuff, but you're not actually doing anything.
Like
And
if
it's the
anything,
same criticism.
he's questionable pandering. He's saying that you're the one that's actually pandering
Yes.
to people. Like because
Yeah.
he's like you throw your
That's
fist
what
up,
this was about.
you doing blackity black 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 black.
But hold on, wait. But I don't fault you, Lee. This is what the whole community does to Drake. They try to find something, and you're just a victim of what's been expressed throughout media that bar has a problem. But
No,
yes,
the
if you
bar
listen
still
to the
has
true
a
stuff,
problem. Why would he choose that
What-
method of attack?
because that's the entirety of Kendrick Lamar's image. His entire image is I'm the Black Messiah, but I'm doing literally nothing for the Black community. That's why he's attacking that. It's
Okay,
the
so I
essence
just
of Kendrick
disagree.
Lamar.
I
Didn't he put
disagree with
himself
that
in a cross
reality.
or
Maybe
something
that's
at
the
one
case.
time?
You disagree with what reality?
I believe that Kendrick actually does things with the Black community in mind.
No, you're not understanding.
People
No,
say it's concert.
Kendrick contradicted himself with being pro-Black and a Black Messiah when you're saying somebody who is obviously Black and identifies with the Black community as non-Black just because of either what he's light-skinned, one, or two, because he grew up in Canada, even though that he indulged and engaged in Black American culture and Black culture, and has a father who's Black American. So you're saying because you're mixed or you haven't been engaging enough, or you're being insincere, which he has no evidence of. Like Drake is saying, Kendrick is not your Black Messiah that you think he is. He's not as pro-Black as y'all think he is. Because look at him. He's making fun of me, calling me light-skinned. I don't want you to say nigga no more. Taking away my Black card. As somebody who's pro-Black, taking away an obvious Black person's Black card who hasn't done anything in his current state and anti-Black in any way, shape, or form.
Nigga, I said that. I
so-
know what you mad. You friendly to pick up a family address.
Yeah.
I wish I kind of wish Solus was here. Like I like Solus's take on when it comes to Kendrick's bar of the "They Not Like Us," like the whole entire meaning behind
Solus
it.
is dope, but Solus is like typical boom bap. I'm a true rap nigga.
No, I wish Solus. I'm gonna hit Solus doesn't like Drake. Let's hit Solus up and get him here.
No,
Let me handle this.
I wish.
Hold on. Let me
but
handle
I
this.
Sounds like there's
remember
another
the-
man of music trying to jump in. Surprisingly, I don't know.
Yeah,
if
I
this
remember-
Yeah,
will
he
work.
makes music. There's no
I
way
just
he should have a
remember
bad
it,
take on it.
Yeah,
I just
I'm
remember
You have to give it,
him
though.
saying-
Yeah, I
just remember him
still
saying
don't
the
see
whole
where
thing
he attacked him for being half Black or light skinned or anything on that order. I think that's what people got from it. But in reality, Kendrick has spoken more to the culture.
You don't think Kendrick has attacked Drake
Not on those tracks.
over?
He obviously
Oh
attacked
my
Drake.
God.
But not on-
Honestly, no. I think to be
Oh my
fair,
God, I'm
again,
just-
as someone who's still pro Drake, I don't know if that's the argument he made because he even identified Drake's son as Black, which honestly he could have arguably not done so, and it would have made sense. But he
Okay,
said
I'll
you
go-
a Black man, like in the Meet the Grand.
I'm pretty sure Kendrick and Rick Ross did the whole Drake "You Not Really Black" theme. I'll pull up the lyrics in a little bit. I'm trying to figure out how to get in touch with Solus. But
it's
yeah,
in the,
I'm pretty
it's
sure.
in
He
the "They Not Like Us" song.
he said he couldn't make it today, so I'm assuming that hasn't changed. I did reach out to him.
Nah, we gotta
We don't wanna
change
hear
this.
you
Hold
say
on.
nigga
Okay.
no
Hey, I'm hearing
more.
you have bad music taste. What's up? I'll try to get him on.
Bait him like that. All right, that's one way. Yeah. So,
I'm just curious.
Maybe we
Like,
shouldn't tell people they're not Black. Shout out to Kamala Harris. That's a good transition.
yeah.
To that beautiful Black woman.
Here we go.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Fanatic.
What up?
How we doing?
Fine.
I can't engage with you for a few days.
Yeah. So
Real fast,
yeah,
real fast back. Sorry. Automatically that you came in, you're a little bit loud. If you can just like lower just a tiny bit, that'd be fine.
Oh, just turn me down. Turn me down.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll turn them down on my end. Go ahead.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't even
No,
know
you're
where to
fine.
go
You're fine.
to fix that.
Keep going.
Okay. So yeah, there's a few things. Man, earlier when you guys were talking about exploitation and you were saying that, or I'm sorry, you guys were talking about pandering, right? And you were saying that Drake is not pandering because of the fact that he's black. And because he's black and he's just like expressing his culture, then that's not necessarily pandering. My definition, not my definition, I don't subscribe to proprietary definitions. The definition of pandering would be to give something that someone wants. That's one of the definition, like, right? Like to feed into the desires of a person or a group. The other definition is to exploit a weakness of that group or that person. And so I think a black person can absolutely exploit a weakness of other black people and can be trying to give them specifically what they want while having ill intentions. And I think that was spoken about earlier, where people were talking about the intentions definitely make a difference. They play a huge part on whether or not something is pandering or not. So with Drake, I absolutely hold the position that he absolutely is pandering. And the reason why I do that is because there was a point in time when he was doing Degrassi, and he had an interview with the person, and he was speaking about how people from the streets, etc., have a very ignorant tone, and that he's never expressed himself in that way. And while he was in those types of spaces, he was denigrating and denigrating that type of speech and distancing himself from that type of speech for his benefit. Then, when he started trying to do music and deciding that he wanted to try to appeal to those types of audience, he then changed his tone to mimic their tone, right? Giving them what they want, something familiar with themselves, then started exploiting that culture in order to gain his success. While when it was to his benefit not to participate in that culture, he clearly denigrated and distanced himself and dismissed that culture. So to me, it seems like it's pandering because it is, one, it's very inauthentic. Two, it's exploitative. And three, I don't think he's ever had any positive intentions for the black culture, for the black community. So take a note of that one if you want to address that. Now, regarding the I think it was absolutely sound for Kendrick Lamar to say, we don't want to hear you say nigga no more. But I think it went a little bit deeper than just because you're half white or any of those things. In fact, that was never expressed in any capacity. What he was specifically referring to was just, again, his colonizing behavior, his exploitative nature, and the fact that Drake, there was a video, one of the very first videos surfacing of Drake saying the N-word. He said it with the hard R unintentionally twice. And so it was obviously something that wasn't comfortable for him. It wasn't a comfortable lingo that he was trying to adapt. And upon doing so, he was saying it extremely wrong, right? Hard R. It was disgusting. So then given that, and then, of course, the way that he feels, and I think is a genuine thing, that he exploits the culture. He's been saying this for a decade. And all of these previous interviews, if you guys are following it at all, where he said, me and him are not the same type of artist. Like a duet, like, what does that sound like? Because they were asking, would you like guys do a feature? Would you do it? And he was like, well, I mean, what would that sound like? We're totally different artists and stuff. This is, after he had, they had their small little beef over the contact verse, which was just Drake being a pussy. So all of those things, I think, lead to the idea that, considering your exploitative nature, considering the fact that this really isn't your culture and that you're literally just pretending, I think that's why he was saying, I don't want you saying nigga. It had nothing to do with his race. I don't know why anyone ever even, let's just put it this way. Can someone point me to a single lyric in the history of Kendrick Lamar, and specifically within his beef or even outside, anything extraneous, in which he indicated that his race was the reason that he shouldn't be saying the N-word?
Yeah.
I didn't think so. So that wasn't at all. That wasn't
Wait,
it at all.
no, wait. Oh, hold on, wait. I didn't know you were expecting an
Juicy's still
immediate
looking
response.
for it.
I'm literally looking up the lyrics right now.
He's
So
been looking for it. So
don't take my silence right now as
Because I called it out as well for
as
that.
acceptance of that.
Oh,
I just
sure.
want
When you're done looking up the lyrics, as I've already done, and you come to the conclusion that he never implied that, then yeah, go ahead and let us know. Until then,
Yeah,
as it stands right
100%.
now, no one can recall any instances that refer to those lyrics. So it seems like that's a straw man.
Fanatic, I just want to be clear what you're asking. You're saying find a lyric from Kendrick that implies that Drake can't use the N-word because of his ethnicity.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Wait,
That doesn't
or
exist.
wait.
Or something extraneous too. It could be an interview before. It could be some one of his tracks outside of this beat, somewhere else, anything. Like there's just never a reference to that. That never had anything to do with it.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't be on Kendrick's
hold on.
side if it was
I guess-
like I wouldn't be.
Okay.
God damn it.
What do you so Fanatic like instead of an argument, I just want to ask, how do you feel about the idea of Drake's age coming into play? Again, holding him accountable to views he may have had at 16, 15, 17, and now as a 37-year-old man.
I would say that, you having those views and stuff, then it just clearly details that this isn't your actual culture. So if you were young and this is the way you grew up and this is where you were coming into your own, you were independent at the time, you were literally living at the studio, you were no longer living in the white upper middle class suburbs with your Jewish mother. And so now at this point, you're literally like, an independent person having these viewpoints, and then now when you start indulging in this specific type of culture in order to try to gain your success, and so you start needing this lingo, et cetera, now you're doing it. It's exploitative. It's definitely pandering. It's you can say, hey, well, maybe he shifted. Did he shift? Did he have those experiences? No, he did not. You weren't raised in the freaking hood. You don't know what that's like. You don't know what that life is like. You know the stories of what that life is like. You know the stories of what that life is like because you've heard it and because it's everywhere in hip hop media. So you know what those stories are, but you didn't live that life. That's not who you are. That's not your true lived experience. So yeah, you're just fabricating, pandering so that you can go ahead and gain this audience and doing it successfully. Rick Ross did the same thing, right? Didn't we?
Okay.
Wait.
I acknowledge rap
so
not
wait,
like a big thing because you don't like
wait.
cursing.
There's
Wait, he just said something about like Drake, Drake appealing to this idea of like
And
he
we gotta let
used to grow up
Dream
in
in
the
at
hood.
some point. His arms.
I'm just wondering if that like I
I
know
love
that rap's
to
not
get
really
him
your
off.
thing, but I don't think Drake's ever made the argument that he grew up in the hood or in poverty.
Sure. I would say starting from the bottom now we're here sort of implies that. Of course, obviously, the bottom is going to be different for different folks. And so when the bottom for you is upper middle class suburbs, I don't know, while you're doing hip hop music, trying to, to largely black audiences, I think you're almost like trying to play like you started from the bottom. You didn't start from the bottom at all. You started from above average. What are we talking about?
Let's go to Dream
Obviously,
and then
obviously that
Gambit.
particular.
Well, I think that with Drake, I think the concept of like saying ignorant things or saying anti-black stuff growing up or being anti-black growing up, and then like once brought up forth knowledge or information or experiences with friends, or just growing up in general, and then you're like, hey, I think what I like, just changing your tone or behavior or ideologies or thoughts. I think it makes sense as you grow older to have those changes.
Yeah, but you don't assume the behaviors and attributes of the people that you were once dismissing just because you had that change in whatever. I can say I've changed dramatically in the way that in my knowledge and understanding and all of those kinds of things. You don't hear me sounding like some hood nigga because that's not my lingo. It never was my lingo. Right?
I understand that, but I wouldn't necessarily say because it hasn't happened for me that it's invalid if it happens to someone else. I think it's okay that somebody growing up in one particular part of their life in one area to be one way, and then once they moved and spends more of a majority of their time somewhere else, that it's valid that they would adopt that culture that they're mostly partaking in now. I think that's okay with me.
Yeah,
it just seems like you have a fundamental disagreement with that.
I do, because it's not that he's just partaking in that culture, it's that he is exploiting that culture while doing literally nothing to benefit that culture and just being a furtherance of the problem of that culture, and then dismissing and decrying one of the most prominent people of that culture who is doing positive things for that culture, and you doing that. So now you're in opposition to one of the most progressive artists within that culture doing the things that we would actually ask of these types of people. You're going to be that opposition while participating in the culture that you're exploiting. Freak out of here. I'm never going to be that charitable.
I have a question, Fanatic. Are you seriously saying Drake has never helped the culture of Black American hip hop ever, or helped nobody? Number one, hold on, my bad. I'm sorry.
How has he helped it?
Let me rephrase. Would you consider Drake putting other Black American artists on his tour, given an opportunity to make money, and
Kendrick Lamar being one of them.
would you
He wouldn't even be known if it wasn't for Drake.
Would you consider that a way that somebody can help the Black culture?
I would say that's the way you can help an individual. I wouldn't say that that's like something largely beneficial to Black. I'm answering your question.
My bad. I'm sorry.
I wouldn't say that it's largely beneficial to Black culture. I would say that would help the individual. And sure, he did actually extend Kendrick Lamar. You know, he did him a favor by bringing him on tour. Kendrick Lamar wasn't unknown at the time. He already definitely had some success, and he was absolutely a local hero by that point. The reason I said local hero already at that point. The reason why he got Drake's attention in the first place, and clearly he was like a burgeoning artist. The reason why Drake gave him a shot as opposed to any other local Compton artist. Trust me, there's 1,000 of them. It's not that far from my house. So with that being said, the idea that like Drake found Kendrick is, I don't know.
I'm not saying you found.
I will never dismiss the idea. I will never dismiss the idea that Drake had an absolute positive impact on his career, right? And like gave him a boost at a time when, you know, Kendrick Lamar was still like, you know, barely starting to hit the scene. And he's now at this point going from, I think if I quote him correctly, I went from like having shows with like, you know, 1,000 people, 2,000 people to having 10,000 people shows, right? Like that was a huge change, right? So we're never going to dismiss that. But then immediately after that, when Kendrick did his verse, now all of a sudden Drake starts making himself the enemy because he felt some type of way for the same verse that named like 15 different artists that nobody else had a problem with besides Drake.
I have a question.
No, wait, it's not true that nobody else had a problem with that.
Quick follow-up to that.
We're just rewriting history.
Fanatic.
No.
Hold on, wait.
J. Cole. J. Cole had a problem with it.
Wait.
When?
Just a quick follow-up, quickly, please.
He literally said
we're having two different conversations. We're having two different conversations.
Let me have the quick
The whole
follow-up.
time we're going back and forth. Dream going. Just a quick follow-up. Just a quick follow-up. Just a quick follow-up. Just a quick follow-up.
Exactly. He keeps doing that.
Nigga.
He keeps doing that. I agree. I really want to get in, but I'm trying to respect you.
I'm saying I would stop right after this, and you go.
Okay, all right. Last question.
You said that 3 times though. That's all.
I did not say that.
It's fine.
Then we're gonna hold it to you. We're gonna hold you to it. Okay. So
the quick follow-up to that is, would you because you're talking about an individual? I was like, sure, if he just did it once. How many times would he have to do it to individuals that are prominent in the Black culture today, or everyone in the history of Black culture and hip hop? How many times would you consider, if he, let's say 5, 10, like how many people would he have to bring out for you to be like, okay, it's no longer just an individual thing. He's done it to enough individuals for him to be for me to have classify him as helping the Black community
while not taking advantage of them.
Right, that was going to be Lethe. You on the same page, so that's my thing. It depends on what your intention is and who you're actually elevating. Right, if you're elevating somebody who I believe is largely important and beneficial for the community, then yeah, I'm going to be like, oh, this is a really good thing. And if you recognize, so I would say doing that repeatedly, then that would probably be a thing. Simply featuring another artist that has a different demographic than you, so that you can tap into their market and expand your variety, doesn't equate helping the Black community or helping yourself. And I don't see where I wouldn't see that as doing something largely beneficial. I'll give you an example of somebody actually helping a community, right? Or helping an artist, right? Not for their own benefit, but for the artist. Like something like what Beyonce did with Megan Thee Stallion, right? Beyonce didn't need Megan Thee Stallion. She's already the literal most influential artist of our time. Well, now Taylor Swift is comparable, actually, even though she's not even half as talented. So the idea is Beyonce didn't need Megan Thee Stallion. She did that to signal boost Megan Thee Stallion, because Megan Thee Stallion is from Houston, and she was like, man, she's some young Black, Houston artist. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. And then when she did her Renaissance tour, I'm gonna have Megan Thee Stallion come out here with me, right? Or when she did her Coachella, and she's like, yeah, I'm gonna have Serena Williams come on the stage with me, right? So she's always doing these things to benefit the culture. When she decided to pay, I don't know, we're just gonna start bailing out protesters, right? Or when I'm gonna use my platform to talk about Breonna Taylor, or when I'm gonna go ahead and do a specifically African album, even though I know it's not going to sell as much, or when I'm going to wear Black Panther garb at the Super Bowl and piss off half of white America, or when I'm going to go ahead and have, through me and Jay-Z, we're going to sit here and decide we're going to go ahead and start, anytime a rapper gets into legal trouble, we're going to put Jay-Z's legal team on that, so that way we can start elevating that. Or when I decide I'm going to go ahead and put out a single in the middle of the heated protests and put out Black Parade, talking about reparations for my people and stuff like that, knowing that it's like a wildly divisive topic, topic and it's not going to endear me towards white audiences in any capacity, that's helping the community. Or, you know, if I decide that I'm going to go ahead and making songs specifically or making an album, To Pimp a Butterfly, directed specifically at Black people, specifically with that intention in which I'm going to highlight our issues. But I'm also going to pressure us to perform better and so on and so forth, right? I'm going to insist on remaining conscious so as to elevate our people such that I'm adapted into like literally the civil rights movement of our era. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's helping the community. Name anything even remotely close to comparable that Drake has done besides featuring random niggas on his album to expand his variety.
He built
These are
studio-
apples and
he built a
oranges.
studio in high school.
I agree with you,
Philadelphia for,
Fanatic.
like nearly $100,000.
I agree with you, Fanatic, that
Okay.
Beyonce
Okay,
is way
okay.
better at helping the Black community than Drake.
Gotcha.
But where I disagree is that
We gotta
Okay.
keep moving. Gambit.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Yeah,
if
I
those
think there's
lyrics-
been a lot of wild things said. This idea that Drake is only gathering up these people to why is music playing? Hold on.
I think it's just on your end.
Sorry, that was mine. My bad. It's done.
No. Like music just started playing on my computer. It's on my phone. Oh, okay.
You're still looking for
No,
those
my-
lyrics.
My I touched the side of my glasses, so it started playing actual Drake music art in my headphones. But anyway, it's like, wait, what the hell is this? But okay, so where was so like Drake is, if Drake just was trying to increase his audience, he will only be performing with people that are as talented as him. And this is what a lot of artists have done for a long time. And people criticize that. Hey, you need to make songs with people that are on the come up to like signal boost them. This is like, and Drake even says this in a song. He said, he told me to took an R&B nigga on the road, but I drew for Kendrick and Rocky. So he was choosing to find artists that he liked something about their music and signal boost them with the hopes that they get on. He did it with Lil Baby. He did it with Kendrick. He did it with A$AP Rocky. He made Future bigger. He did it with DJ Block Boy. There's like a endless list of people that are not that important nationally, and that he signal boosted these people to way beyond like the level. So it's true that there's other things that Beyonce and other people have done, but Drake has given tons and tons of people money. He's talked about certain issues. He's not a person like Kendrick or J. Cole. I'll admit that persists on that topic over time.
What issues?
That's not. He's talked about police shootings. He's talked about that in what song is it? I can't remember the name of the song right now. But yes, he talked about police shootings of unarmed Black people. He's talked about a number of things in his music. And I'm not saying that this is all he does, because he talks a lot about money, bitches, hoes, blah, blah, blah. Right? I agree with that. But he's talked about certain Black issues. He's elevated and signal boosted tons of Black artists. And all of those Black artists today in 2024 act like, okay, Drake didn't help me and Drake is a bad guy. Even though all of these people are the same exact people that he signal boosted and made bigger. This is just crabs in the barrel. This is what these niggas are. But when you said something about this is like a while back, he spoke about how like people enunciate words, and he spoke about it negatively. I think there's a lot of us that do this. And then you said he eventually started to use it and that you don't. And I think it's a situational thing. I've spoken at length about how damaging I think gun culture in America is. But there are certain times when I go home or certain areas I'm in near where my school is, where I interact with these people and I use their words. I think the difference with Drake is he's a part of an industry that not prioritizes that, but at least that's a big part of that industry. So the fact that he's using that just like everybody else in the industry, there's nothing specific or unique about Drake in this instance. There's lots of people who didn't live the thug life that talk about thug shit all in their music. And like to say that they're pandering because of that is wild to me. I think you connected that and you said that you also think he doesn't mean good or he means harm to the Black community. I can't remember what you said about that because it was way too long ago, but I just disagree. I think that's a matter of perspective. So I think lots of people talk about, like you mentioned Rick Ross, we could list endless niggas, right? That talk about that life, that don't live that life, but I don't see us pin this negative like aura around those people like we do with Drake.
Rick Ross is why would I even know about the Rick Ross situation? Because people were OD going ham on him for that. What are you talking about?
Wait, when you said they were OD going ham on him for that, what do you mean?
There were articles. There was there was nonstop conversation about the fakeness, about the fact that Rick Ross was an industry plant. He was being called an industry plant on various hip hop podcasts. There were articles written about it. Like, what are we talking about?
Do you wait? You think most people? Hold on. You think most people in the Black or Black American, whatever subwords y'all want to use, you think most people reject Rick Ross for this?
I don't think most people are aware of this fact, but I would imagine most people who are aware did speak and did criticize that. The difference between Kendrick and Rick Ross in this scenario is that the difference between Drake and Rick Ross in this scenario is that Drake happens to be one of the biggest artists in the world, and he happens to be criticized in this way, specifically by one of the biggest artists in hip hop history. And so then you have that exposing it, so now everyone knows it because this thing, man. Wait, my nigga.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait.
Just wait. Yes, I agree.
I got it. When you're talking, I'm listening. When I'm talking, listen.
Yes.
So while we have you obviously have Drake being literally one of the biggest artists in history, right? And so then, like literally, like the most dominant person in the last decade, right, in pop music. So because of that, it's like, okay, now all eyes are already going to be on him and are going to be like super duper familiar with him. Now you have the most award-winning hip hop artist, Kendrick. And they're getting into a very popular feud, the two of them, right? Which is like literally at the center of like all pop circles and everything, right? Like being just talked about, literally one of the largest, not one of, the single largest rap beef in history in which he's detailing these things. So of course, everyone is going to be significantly more intimately aware of this than they would with the Rick Ross thing. Hell, most people didn't even follow the Rick Ross scandal when he said, popped a Molly in her drink and she didn't even know it, right? Like that was like a small thing, right? Now, people who know were all like, yeah, this is gross. This is disgusting. How the freak did that even get there? So on and so forth. But most people didn't hear that. Most people didn't know. And when I saw that video, it came out on Instagram recently and it got like 1 million or so views. And people were like, I remember this being wild as hell to me at the time. Like, I didn't know that there was even a response. They didn't know that he got dropped by Adidas. They didn't know that there was a response. So in the same sense, I feel like because of the small stature of Rick Ross, I don't think that the rejection is going to be nearly as visible. But I do believe that it was pretty freaking pervasive in just the sense that I saw enough articles and things like that discussing it that clearly indicated that niggas were not feeling the fact that he was an industry plant.
Yeah, so I think we wildly disagree on the Rick Ross line. Like they modified the music and everything. Like I think it was really big when it happened, but we live in different circles. Blah blah blah. Maybe I thought it was bigger than it was. I don't care to argue about that. But the reason why I was saying wait is because I feel like that was a specific thing that I was saying, and it wasn't the direction that you were going. It isn't that people don't highlight when artists do this. The thing that I wanted you to connect or expound on is people don't view Rick Ross as a culture vulture because of it. They view it negatively that he's expressing a life that he doesn't have, the same as people do with Pusha T, blah, blah, blah. But with Drake specifically, people go the extra mile and say he's doing this for injurious reasons to Black people. And that's the thing that I don't see people do with other artists that fall into the same camp of they rap or talk about a lifestyle that they themselves aren't a part of.
They called Rick Ross a fraud and an industry plant. Maybe they didn't use specifically the phrase culture vulture because that normally has racial undertones for it, typically. But yeah, they definitely called him a fraud and an industry plant, right? And a fake. So I don't know. What are we missing here?
Wait. You're not addressing the big part. The big part is that we call him a culture. Well, not we. I mean, you guys. It's like a few of y'all online, but. You call him a culture vulture and you call him pandering, but you don't say that of these other people. And that's what I'm saying. What's different?
I did say Rick Ross was pandering. I said that earlier, like during
my opening. He absolutely is.
You think most people say Rick Ross is pandering?
I want to get it.
I don't know.
That fall into that circle of y'all 5 people that
Waterkai and Bam. I'll say that one thing on Rick Ross. I remember that situation that our friend Fanatic described, right? And I remember the heart of that was that not only did he not live that life, but like he was a prison guard like beforehand,
corrections officer. Yes,
he was a corrections officer. Thank you, Prime. That's exactly what I was going to bring up. The fact that he's a corrections officer that took the name of one of the
unique
people
about this
that was most deleterious to the Black community while he was at it, got sued by that individual. He stole clout that he did not earn and proceeded to present himself in a way that
Wait,
is not
nobody
right.
thought he was actually Freeway Rick Ross.
Of
I was
course
about
not.
to say, there was cities that Rick Ross
Like
couldn't go to because
everybody
the
knew he
music
was
so-
talking. He was doing the same thing that a billion other niggas do in rap and talking about a life he doesn't live. Everyone knew that, which is why, like,
Which
to
is
act
why he
like
was considered an industry plant.
Wait,
and a
no,
clout
not
chaser.
everyone knew that. Like that
No.
the fact that he had the corrections officer background and all that stuff came out later. That didn't come out from the
No,
very
no, no.
beginning.
That's not what I'm talking about. Wait. When I say everyone knew that, I'm saying he was putting out music about a life that he not lived, not his past job history. I don't care about that. Nobody cares about that.
Wait, people did not know that he wasn't actually a thug. No one knew that. That stuff came out later.
I don't
Niggas
think
didn't know whether he lived that life or not. Niggas, we knew he wasn't the person Rick Ross. Rick Ross was just an image, right? Like the name, right? That we associate with that type of lifestyle. Niggas didn't know that he wasn't actually living that life. We had no idea. That came out later.
I would say most niggas don't care if the person putting out music lives that life. That's what I'm saying. I'm making the statement I'm making the statement that this is so ubiquitous in rap culture that niggas don't say, oh wait, hold on, wait. He just said a fucking rap bar about selling drugs. Let me go look up whether or not he sold drugs. Niggas don't care because they understand the game of rap music is this. It's a really big part of rap music. It's disgusting, but it is the thing. So niggas don't hyper analyze bars to say, is this nigga actually doing what he said on this song? That doesn't exist. To act like that does is wild. Now, it may be true that there are certain people that reach a certain level of fame and then niggas start to critique them, Rick Ross, Drake, blah, blah, blah. But to act like that's the game and that's how most people interact with rap music is wild and unfounded.
Let's let
All right,
so just to be clear, I looked it up.
Point, I'm pretty sure.
I looked it up. It didn't come out until July 2008. The Smoking Gun produced details. I don't remember the timeline. The Smoking Gun produced details linking Ross's social security number to an 18-month stint as a correction officer at the South Florida Reception Center, along with the photograph first publicized by Media Takeout, purporting to be Ross in his correctional officer uniform. Ross initially denied that the photograph was of him. 50 commented on this after this one. He wasn't the original purveyor of this. Ross initially denied that you said it came out with 50. Came out with me.
I said it came out during the 50 beef. I said it came out during the 50 beef.
It came out before the 50 beef. 50 just exploited even more. So I don't know why people interrupt me to be wrong. Anyway, I'm gonna finish. Ross initially denied that the photograph was of him, but after overwhelming evidence of his past came into the public's eye, that's when they finally found out. Ross then admitted that he did work and at that point, that's when the thing started like kind of blowing up. It wasn't original. Niggas did not know this.
Okay, I didn't say niggas do that. Hold on, wait, I know you want to move, but hold on.
Wait. You had like 12 back and forth. You wouldn't let anybody else do this.
I'm not even trying to talk. I'm trying to understand why Fanatic brought that up. I'm trying to understand what he was refuting when he brought that up. Because nobody claimed that niggas knew it out of the gate. Nobody claimed any of that. So I'm wondering why you brought up this random fact about
and we can figure it out later. We got to go to Bam.
Okay.
He's been trying to get in.
You skipping Kai's turn? Or did Kai not have anything else to say?
No, what did you have anything else to say?
No, I'm good. We basically got there.
Cool. So moving away from the Rick Ross thing, because I think the Rick Ross thing is more complicated than either of y'all are really stating. I think going back to Drake, the idea of like, something you said earlier, like, this could come off as a one-off, so it's not really a thing. But you're saying, when has Drake ever like engaged with Black culture or done something good for the Black community? I know, for example, and I looked it up to confirm. I thought it was $100,000. He donated $75,000 for a studio to be built in a local Black Philadelphia high school. I'm sure there's tons of like rappers who I'm sure like every rapper who's made millions has some form of philanthropy they engage with. Like, so it's not like, oh, Drake's now a savior.
The God's Plan music video, right?
Yeah, exactly. He gave out $1 million. It wasn't specifically Black, but yeah.
But I say the God's Plan music video was different. That's just handing out money. I'm talking about like he donated to a school, in Philadelphia. Yeah. This is back in like 2012, something like that. Like, this is way before God's Plan.
I kind of want to get into the real.
But I think the assumption of insidious, like of Drake having some insidious like nature to him or background. I don't know if that's necessarily been demonstrated, and I can't prove a negative either, so I can't prove that he's not insidious. I don't know. I just don't feel like it's necessarily backed by anything. We just know that like, oh, Drake wasn't poor. he hung around rappers like Lil Wayne at 17 or 18, and then as he grew into his mid 20s, he started to engage with this culture a little more, which I imagine every 17, 18-year-old who like, I mean, I know when I stepped into college, I was from a predominantly white city. I never denied my blackness, but I engaged with my blackness in a different way just because I just due to exposure. And then going off to college is like 18 to 20, really 25. There's a lot of time where exposure can shift your perspective or relate to a lot of things. So I think that Drake, especially being around people like Lil Wayne, people like Gutta, like people of these natures, he probably was around a lot of black people from different backgrounds, different places in the world. And I don't think that Drake, like I said, necessarily claims like, oh, I was poor, because I even started looking at the lyrics started from the bottom. I think he one of the lyrics is like, not saying that I came from nothing, but people saying I didn't struggle at all. Like, is one of the verses in there, which I think is the whole point he was talking about. Like, he's saying that, like, yeah, I have my own experiences.
Go ahead, Waterkai.
The kid and rapper.
We're writing into what the intent is, and all I can really say is he was trying to establish himself as having a certain veneer about him. You can give the charitability to say that maybe he's grown, maybe he's become something, maybe from being around certain things, he developed whatever it is, but this is clearly not what he was. He's trying to establish himself as something that he is not, and to give him the charitability that it's entirely virtuous is insane. If you want to go into him, I mean, easily. So you look at the black artists that he's helped, usually they end up being a part of his ghostwriter team. The only artist
that's not true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. One other thing I would say. I'm sorry. This is the only. It took so long to get to it. The only other thing I would say, I think Drake's the only. I think that wait a minute. The only thing I think Drake's one of the only artists of his size that doesn't charge for features. Like, which is really unique. Like, Drake could charge $500,000 for features.
Yeah, no, there's different stories about this, especially with The Weeknd, and that's something I don't know that we can get into right now. But in regard, who was the other one? McConan. He basically demolished his career.
Well, he told charging him. His whatchamacallit wanted McConan to sign under him, but I think Yachty, like, there's been like 6 or 7 rappers that's come out to say that. Like,
there's like endless number of rappers that
they say like, oh yeah, Drake. How much Drake charge for a feature? Like,
that aren't a part of some
he just
magical writing team.
The way it looks like he's collecting black artists to solidify.
What about Kendrick and Rocky, the first 2 we ever put on? The 2 niggas that are disagreeing with him now.
Hold on.
What about Lil Baby?
Why?
But wait, who said that Drake doesn't charge for features? Where is that?
There's a number of rappers that say that. Like, I know Lil Yachty said it. I think that
it's been
speaking about it before.
There's like, a lot of people that right now, and there's plenty of people that are just literally saying that they can charge up to $1 million for a feature. I don't know. Maybe there might be some maybe there might be some specific instances where he hasn't charged specific artists for features in some occasions.
Yes.
I don't know.
No,
but the idea that he just doesn't charge for features is just like patently false.
What do you mean it's false? I'm saying for the people closest, like the people most engaged. I don't care what Google says. I'm saying the rappers that he works with said that, because it's like, oh, does Drake give you deals?
You're giving me an anecdote or two, and I'm telling you that Google searches will prove to you that he does charge for it. You made the statement.
You think Forbes has the accurate net worth?
You made the statement that he doesn't charge for features, and that's just not true.
Based on what?
And he can charge in other ways.
Bam, do you want to alter your statement? Because
he doesn't charge.
One second.
Okay. I don't know why I'm trying to
crazy.
You
just say sometimes he doesn't charge for features, because apparently
he can't do that. He can't be honest. We got to let him go. We got to get past
I'm
that.
saying I'm just going to post the link.
I'm just going to post an anecdote. So anyway, listen. Here's the thing. I would say that one of the big differences, right, when we talk about like with the culture change, right, of an individual, I think natural cultural changes and influences can happen. And I would say that, if we see those kind of things happening, it would be like, okay, yeah, this is just, this is the life I lived. I started out in the suburbs, and then next, when I was 13, I went and lived with my dad in the hood, and I changed my, my behavior, my vernacular. It was during formative years, et cetera, et cetera. To do so after already being an independent adult, it starts seeming a little bit intentional. And then again, also being around the people that you're around and being like in the protected circles that you're in, you still didn't get that culture. For example, We have a quote from Lil Wayne, right? Where Lil Wayne was saying, like, I mean, in an interview, we were telling Drake, now that you're kicking it with me, don't start rapping about the things that I rap about. Don't start trying to imitate me and think about my life. Talk about women, talk about girls, talk about your experiences. Don't start rapping like me. Don't start thinking like me, right? Because that's not the space he was in. The only reason why Lil Wayne would be able to make that statement is because Lil Wayne is also not in those situations anymore. You're not a 12, 13-year-old living in the hood, like with a gun, you know, worried about going to school, et cetera, et cetera. That's not what you're living now. Now you're living in posh, separated, segregated, like very rich society. Freak out of here. You're not living the experiences that you're talking about, but you're trying to sound like a hood thug nigga, which you are not. You are baby soft. Stop. That's not your life, because you kick it with hood niggas that aren't even having to engage in hood activity because they're so wealthy and so protected and so segregated doesn't suddenly make you hood. You're not. That's their lived experience. That's their formative years, not yours. You were born in upper middle class, and in half of the time your songs are about your dad not being there. Don't try to tell me that you got hood from being around your dad when your dad was absent. Stop. Freak out of here, nigga.
There's like a number of things you said. So you said Drake grew up upper middle class. I think Drake had an uncle that was well off, but I don't remember stories about his mom being extremely financially successful. Right? Like he didn't.
Is upper middle class extremely financially successful?
You said upper middle class? What?
Is upper middle class extremely financially successful?
I think so, but what do you consider upper middle class? Maybe we disagree. What do you consider upper middle? What's a random salary?
It's not about my personal definition. It's going to vary from place to place to place. But the suburb that she lived in, right? Any like real estate people or like whatever, any economist from where they lived and the private school that he attended was an upper middle class suburb in Canada. This is my opinion. I don't argue opinions. He was raised in an upper middle class suburb in Canada and went to a private school. Yeah, look it up. Stop trying to find contention with me. I'm always speaking facts.
No, I'm not trying to find contention. I'm just trying to understand where you're getting this idea from.
Wait, address the link I said. This is we speaking facts.
In his music, he talks about how when he first started making 50,000, that was actually a big fucking deal when he first started working at Degrassi, and how he used his mom cards and they were like going into debt, and he was like spending money on random shit, trying to appear to be bigger than they actually were. Like that's a part of his music, if you understand his music. So I'm asking you because you're bringing up something contrary to what he expresses as his living experience. Now it could be Drake's line, it could be you're telling the truth. I can go look up and figure out which one of those I agree with.
What about what you said would disagree with what I just said?
Not getting this.
Yeah, because it's not connected. There is no actual connection there. What about what you said would disagree with what I just said?
Okay, when you say
let me make sure it's crystal clear. He was raised in an upper middle class suburb, and that he went to a Jewish private school. Those are the two statements that I'm making. What about him being 16 years old and being independent from his mom and going to work on Degrassi and living in a studio, literally living at the studio and renting cars and paying money in order to try to seem more wealthy than he was? How does any of that detract from what I said?
I can explain it for you because you specifically made the claim that Drake grew up middle class. It wasn't just that Drake grew up in a middle class environment. You were saying that Drake himself grew up middle class. So what I want to understand is what's the financial situation for his parents when he's growing up and his financial situation versus it could just be that he's poor living in a rich community. And I need to understand, your claim was Drake grew up middle class. It wasn't that Drake grew up in a middle class environment. Those two things are different. So the one that you are making requires additional evidence, which is why I pressed you to understand how are you coming to this so that I can go look up things and see what matches versus what you're creating.
Man, this is crazy. Here, I'm gonna go say it one more time for everybody else because I can't keep going back and forth with you if you're gonna be dense. Drake grew up in an upper middle class suburb and went to a private school, a private Jewish school. Hold on. And went to a private Jewish school. Those things, typically living in a single family unit home and an upper middle class suburb and attending private school, that had tuition with it would typically distance you from the impoverished person. Maybe he might have been just some house poor nigga that just so happened to have all of the quality infrastructure that comes with upper middle class living and comes with the education of a private Jewish school. Maybe that might be the case. If you got that, you're already doing better than all of the impoverished niggas that we will be talking about when we talk about poverty, lower class, and middle class. You're already a cut above. Now,
I don't think you lived in a single family home.
If you decide at that point to then, at 16 years old, leave the nest to go get a job as a 16-year-old making $50,000 a year back in the day, right, when the dollar was actually a lot more than what it is now, and you were making $50,000 a year as a 16-year-old, I feel like you're doing pretty freaking well for yourself. I don't know. Somebody tell me right now who's making $50,000 a year at 16. Tell me. But now he started from the bottom.
Okay, I think something you said that wasn't correct. Dre didn't grow up in a single family home.
Wait,
I'm sure it was to you. Everything's to you. It's always to you.
No.
But I'm saying
It literally was
it's a
to me.
9-person panel though. Someone else can make a comment, just like you make comments when other
Please,
people.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to interject and make mine.
Drake didn't live in a single family home. He lived in they lived in the basement of someone else's house.
Yeah. But
Yeah. So what I was saying was, I didn't forget what I was saying. Jeez.
I would like so much to move on from this. I'm completely lost.
Okay, hold on, Razor, but we're not going to move on yet.
You can't talk black culture.
But just yours.
No, just
so
rap
Fanatic
culture.
brought up
Rap,
his,
I don't know rap.
the house that he had
I'm an EDM
brought in. Hold on, the house that he was brought up in, and the fact.
Oh yeah, no, I got it. Yeah. There are lots of people that talk about the struggle in growing up in an environment that their parents weren't economically prepared for. So when he's saying he started from the bottom, now we're here, he's talking about arriving at financial success in the years before that. So to say what 16-year-old is making 50,000 a year, yeah, that's when he's saying he started to make it. But he's referencing the times before that.
That would actually be dope. Started from the bottom if they were living in the basement. That would be.
And it's probably even an entendre I just didn't even know about.
Yeah, there you go.
Now we're going backwards, rationalize that term to be an entendre for living in a basement.
No, I'm just saying that would literally. I'm about to say,
I love it.
I mean, it
could be part of
I
it.
ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at
be.
it. That's very funny. That shows the charitability towards this Canadian.
Oh my
rapping
God,
nigga.
yo, it's actually true.
That shows the charitability towards this Canadian rapping nigga Drake, who claims to have started in the bottom. Yeah, the biggest complaint is, oh, this house was a freaking rental. But it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You're renting a property.
This is amazing.
You're renting a property in a rich freaking neighbor. You're renting a property in a rich freaking neighborhood where you have all the infrastructure, right? The cleaner air that comes with those places, the better education that comes with those places. And Razor, shut the hell up. Jesus.
I haven't spoken this entire time.
You're still making noises. Shut up. So
I'm trying to ask a question.
Well, ask the question when I'm done. Shut up. You're still living with all of the infrastructure that comes with such an area, right? You still got access to the education. Oh, but it's okay. You're not going to even do the basic education from that area. You're going to pay for a private school, right? So those are, I would say that would probably be what we all know. The neighborhood you live in and the school you go to would probably be the most influential when it comes to your neighborhood. Those are the two biggest shaping things of your environment. I don't think anyone here would disagree with that. So Drake's environment was that of rich folks. Being poor around rich people doesn't feel good. It's definitely don't feel hood. So that nigga did not start from the freaking bottom. Nice try.
Did you open up the link I sent?
I didn't.
And then we can move on.
Oh my God, he actually did an interview about how his mom was just living in debt. Like, it's exactly what I said word for word. And he talks about how, yes, when he got on Degrassi, that was him starting to make it. Literally everything that I said. So yes, it's not true that he lived the life of a black person in like a place where I'm from, where the average salary is like $20,000 a year. But he's also not making that claim. He's just saying, hey, yo, this was the bottom. Like, I'm here now at the top, and this shit that I was at the bottom. Yeah, and I think that's perfectly fine.
Bottom
This
for
is
him.
amazing.
Yeah, bottom's going to be subjective.
That's adorable.
My bottom is way lower than y'all bottom, so like bottom's always gonna be different.
Hey,
There-
yo.
My
Come
bottom.
on.
If y'all want to play, if y'all want to play,
So
wasn't gonna
GSU,
say.
quick question. So, like, when they say that your school district can determine your future, does this play any part in that to you?
I'm not saying that that's not true. Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Okay,
People who
well,
grow up, I'm absolutely agreeing that Drake would have better chances at being successful, even if he didn't go into rap, than a person who grew up in a community like mine. I'm completely agreeing that Drake had more opportunities.
I I don't know, right? You know how like distance I am from this, right? So I am just asking questions. Don't yell at me, please. So assuming what these true said are true, right? So talking about one that he was living literally in the basement of someone else's house, right? Like I know people. Didn't happen to me, right? Because it'd be illegal. But I know of people who either lived in a like moved specifically to get into a certain school district or lied about where they lived to get into a certain school, right? So there's that. Though I guess it wouldn't matter for not much for a private school, so fair enough. But still, that like he didn't have his own house and that he was living in the basement, and then also that his mother, who was the one who was taking care of him, was deep into debt, right? That sounds like to me what you had said previously, right? Like you threw out this hypothetical. Well, he might be an extremely cash-strapped individual who happens to start making this money. That just sounds like that situation, right? Like this family actually didn't have much in the way of wealth, right? Or saves. I don't know how, the salary of his mother. I have no clue. But it doesn't sound like they had a lot. And then he landed that job where true he's making a lot more, right? Like as a 16-year-old, he's making a lot of money for a 16-year-old. But like in totality, we would say, especially growing up, right before that job, that he was struggling before, right? Struggling in more opulence than most individuals, but still struggling. And so that his statements about himself were then authentic. I said a lot there, Fanatic. So I'm not. If you want me to to try to re-encapsulate that.
Yeah. So I mean, I would say, right, like because like you can. There's plenty of people who might rent a house, right? Like rent a house in a wealthy neighborhood, and then in that case, then yeah, you're not the wealthy person. You're not like super duper rich. But I would say that obviously, like I said, the environment and all that stuff is what shapes you.
Mm-hmm.
The way Drake described it, he said he moved there to the rich affluent neighborhood when he was in the 6th grade. So it's like, so I didn't grow up there. And it's like, nigga, 6th grade, you're still growing. What are you talking about? Of course you grew up there. What the freak are we talking about? Well, no, but I wasn't in the best part of town when I was younger than 6th grade. And it's like, okay, it ain't no American hood, nigga. We're so, yeah. So either way, at the end of the day, like, yeah, you can be what we would call like house poor or whatever. And at that point, yeah, him and his mom, they end up moving him to that affluent neighborhood. She was renting that place. And yeah, and paid for him to go to private school. I think saying the fact that she had debt, I mean, I don't know if that really says much. I mean, I mean that's common for even wealthy people, right?
Like doctors have debt.
Wait, hold on. I think Fanatic would be.
But hold on, let me finish. But that yeah. So I would say that simply having debt doesn't like invalidate that. But what I would imply is like considering like the hood vernacular that he tries to adapt now, considering like as Lethe called it, the veneer that he puts on his image, I would say that it's obviously like dishonest, just as dishonest as Rick Ross. And I would say that again, for him to be in beef with who I would call the most prominent progressive black artist or black hip hop artist of the last 2 decades, who is Kendrick Lamar, and I think to beef with that person and try to dismiss or denigrate that person, I think would be absolutely injurious, right? So I think of him as a vulture, and I think his actions have clearly demonstrated he doesn't have Black people's interest at heart. So I think all of that stuff is why I don't have any respect for him. And lastly, that God's Plan video thing, that didn't come out of Drake's pocket. He didn't pay them niggas out of his own pocket. So I don't even know why we're acting like that was some sort of amazing thing that he did.
Wait,
I think
it doesn't. He gave
Also-
away the $1 million that was for the video or whatever, but he still gave that money to those people, and most people don't do that.
Yeah, but the
Anyway,
video.
let's skip that because
But that money didn't come from him. It didn't come from his pocket. It wasn't going to cost. It didn't cost him a penny. So it didn't cost him a thing. That's my point. It matters to me. I'm making the point to sit there and try to say like Drake did some crazy thing, right? Like he did some crazy charitable thing when that money didn't come from his pocket. To me, I feel like obviously those things send very clear different.
If I did a stream with Fanatic, and me and Fanatic had people donating and raised a bunch of money, and then we then gave that to Black causes, we would definitely say that was a positive impact for the Black community, even if it didn't come directly from us.
Sure, but then I wouldn't be able to say that I was personally charitable, as some other people tried to imply, which is all I'm doing is creating a distinction. Because when it's originally stated by Bam, like this God's Plan video, and I know the implication, the implication is that he gave away all this money, which we know he did not give away that money out of his own pocket. So it wasn't his charitable, it wasn't his donation. Now, when Beyonce did it, right, because I feel like that's what it was kind of brought up in response to. When Beyonce bailed those people out of that jail, that came out of her and Jay-Z's pocket. When Jay-Z is giving those people, when he's giving all of those lawyers and all those things to those different rappers who get into trouble, those are coming out of his pocket. He assumes all legal fees in such situations. So when we start talking about charitable donations, charitable giving, putting your image on the line, when we're talking about all of those things, to compare that to the God's Plan video is obviously disingenuous. I don't know if it's intentional, but I'm not setting the record straight that these things are not supposed to be remotely close to the same type of thing.
I didn't say anything about God's Plan. I brought up the studio in Philadelphia, and he also gives away money. Gives away a lot of money.
Someone else. Maybe it was someone else. I'm sorry.
Listen.
My bad. Sorry.
The statement about God's Plan, and we can rewind the tapes maybe and look this up, wasn't in direct contradiction to the Beyonce stuff. It was because you asked the question, what has Drake done to help Black people? And it wasn't, what is Drake, how has he personally invested? And I think that's when that was brought up. So point one. But point two, there's lots of things that he's personally done. You can go look it up. You can just Google it. He's done a lot of shit where he gave specific money to, whether it was to Houston, whether it was to people in Jamaica, whether it was to people in New Jersey, New York. He's done shit. You can literally Google it. I did it as y'all were talking and found the list. I just didn't want to bring it up because I didn't think it was important. But so yes, he's personally invested his money. You can Google that. But back to the point that I think you tried to skip. When we talk about people's formative years, we really talk about the experience that they have during their formative years, which is like 0 to 9 or 0 to 10. I can't remember what the exact age range is. So when you said that he, and I'm just going by your words because I'm just trying to understand, you said in 6th grade or something, he moved and his mom is basically sacrificing herself in hoping that it's going to work out for her son. He lived in some community beforehand, and then she sacrificed to live in debt to put him in a better place. And then you're using his mom's wise decision to try to put her son into a better place as some kind of cudgel against him to say that, hey, well, you were in XYZ community. Now, it's true that the experience of a person that doesn't have a mom that makes those sacrifices and they continue to live in like some lower class area, if that's what he was living in before then, it's true that they have more of a detrimental experience. But to like use that as a cudgel against him seems weird. And I think you would agree that if somebody for the majority of their childhood at this point lived in a more destitute place, and just because they made a sacrifice, and I think you said 6th grade, we would still say that person, it's valid that person started from the bottom. Do you disagree with that?
I actually disagree with that, and I'm.
But I want to understand if Fanatic disagrees.
I understand, but Fanatic's Fanatic's absolutely about to go. I know he's about to write because I make a quick argument before is on Fanatic though. So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually disagree with that. I don't think that, especially when you're dealing with like really young people. I think before 10, honestly, a lot of those children spend most of their time indoors. I think when we talk about like
all psychological data is anti this.
Sure, I think we talk about the rough aspects of childhood. We're probably speaking to people in their later teens. Like for example, 21 Savage. I don't consider 21 Savage a British citizen because he moved a British citizen because he moved to Atlanta around like 8 or 9 or whatever. Like 21 Savage grew up in a rough hood situation because his like teenage years were in these neighborhoods. Like a really really young person can be in a tough situation, and based on like I said, if you're like 6 years old or 9 years old, you may not even understand what you're exposed to because your parents can literally
still impacted by it.
Television and like I'm just saying, I don't know. I
You're
don't consider
more
that to be
intelligent later in life. If I had to live in affluency from 0 to 13 and then from 13 to 19, I live in horrible conditions versus I do the opposite. The person who did the opposite is going to be worse. The things are more important the younger you are. You can't even understand the impacts of all of the dumb shit. At least if I lived in affluence and then I moved to lose money and move to some terrible place or some shit, at least I have all of this foundation that I can then use to maneuver this situation versus a person that is born into poverty. That's crazy. No one would agree.
So just to be clear, formative years of like early childhood development are going to be those super duper duper early years. But obviously, I don't know any sane person that wouldn't say that high school are also particularly formative years. Junior high is also particularly formative. Like you're learning different styles of development during all those years. Good. So then when I'm talking about is formative years, I'm talking about those years like again, still being in the 6th grade, you're still in elementary school. You still have to go through junior high and high school, which are also very impactful years, right? Furthermore, I don't think that he was living in the hood even before he moved into that super rich neighborhood. You weren't living in the hood, nigga. Like you were. Yeah, we're not comparing what he was living into freaking Flint, right, or freaking Detroit, or some of the New York boroughs. We're not doing that, or Compton. We're not doing that, right? So ultimately, nigga, you didn't start at the bottom, right? Again, I said it from the very beginning. Bottom is relative. So bottom for his Jewish family members, some of whom were well off, some of his mother's siblings and family members, starting from the bottom, it might have been the bottom for them, but obviously it wouldn't be the bottom for the type of niggas that he's rapping to. So it wouldn't be the bottom for the typical black consumers of hip hop culture. So yeah, nah, he's faking it. And again, I feel like this piece keeps getting missed. You're beefing and denigrating the most progressive hip-hop artists of the last 2 decades. I don't know, bro, who is doing a lot of positive for the community. I would say at that point, yeah, nigga, you're harmful.
Wait, why are they beefing though? They're beefing because the nigga you're talking about needed more celebrity. Drake didn't come for this nigga. This nigga released the Control verse and Drake was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna fuck with that nigga anymore because he's a fucking lame. It's this nigga that's inciting this and wanting this beef, and then Drake killed him. And but you're acting like Drake went out. Drake went out and
talking crazy, Gambit.
Hold on. Drake went out and found this nigga so that he could have a career. To act like Drake was the person that was predatory in this situation. No, it was all Kendrick. Kendrick was like, yo, you know what? This nigga's more successful than me.
Well, Drake is kind of predatory.
He's better than me in almost every way, so I'm gonna create a beef with him so that it elevates my career. That's exactly what happened.
Okay, so just look, hold on, just to be clear. I get how uninformed people come to these conclusions. I don't have to really stress how uninformed you are just for the statement that you made that Drake killed Kendrick. That lets me know how biased and how absolutely absurd you already are. So I don't have to qualify that one. Now, moving forward.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Right, of course not, because I know I'm right. I don't need to qualify it. Now, moving forward. I don't know why you have the need to keep on interjecting. You're retarded. Now, moving forward.
You've interjected plenty of time.
Nigga, I was quiet. I'm not
going back and forth. You interjected early, and I actually let you finish.
I'm gonna go ahead and just mute you. That's how I'll do.
I could have been a little bitch early and said, "Hey, Fanatic is interrupting again," but I let this nigga finish. He's a bitch. That's why he wants to mute me, because he's a bitch.
Here's how it goes. So when you look at it and you find that this beef all started, right? The very beginning of that beef started with the Control verse. what ended up happening was Kendrick Lamar made a verse in which he like literally basically said, I'm the GOAT. I'm one of the 3 great niggas. These niggas are not my peers. I want all y'all. I'm coming for all your niggas' heads. Y'all niggas ain't on my level. That's what he basically said in the song. Okay. He named a bunch of artists. J. Cole, Big Crit, Wale, Pusha T, Meek Mills. I'm looking at a list. A$AP Rocky, Drake, Big Sean, Jay Electronica,
Because he needed
Tyler,
to become
Mac
famous.
Miller.
That's why he did
He
this.
mentioned all those niggas. And of course, when he was saying that he was on the GOAT, he was talking about himself with Jigga and Nas and Andre 3000. And yeah, so he mentioned them. And so he was like, yeah, those are like basically putting himself in the pantheon. Now,
because he didn't
you
exist.
just couldn't
That's
help
why
it,
he
could
did
you?
that.
Retarded razor. So anyway, so after he does that, he
I sighed.
yeah, I got you. Shut up. So after that, he goes and he everyone else, right? Like when they ask Wale,
This
like,
is
how you
not
feel
true.
about when they ask Wale, this nigga, you just can't help it. Dang, nigga,
Oh, I
you
thought you had
retarded.
me muted. I thought you had me muted.
Yeah, I re-unmuted, but you know what? You're right. I'm just gonna leave you muted. That's what I'll do. I'll just do it.
Yeah,
You're right.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
good
I don't
call.
give a fuck.
Good call. I know you don't. It's fine. So anyway, so when Wale, they asked Wale about the beef, and they asked him, how'd you feel about it? And he was like, and he said, and I quote, Kendrick is a great rapper. He gave me a great Kendrick verse. I think people are just taking this the wrong way. He said my name and he said he's the best rapper. I say I'm the best rapper on every song I'm on. I just don't say anyone's name. He said it the same way. He just said it in a different way. But he said, but really what I feel is thank you for mentioning me. Otherwise, if you didn't mention
because
me, I might have
Wale
felt
was
some
an
type of way.
unknown
That's
nigga.
what he says. Big Crit. He went on to say, it's one of the things where I appreciate the promotion. People checked out my music after listening to that. I
Exactly.
didn't take it as a
Niggas
diss.
that could
It's probably
benefit
as
like that.
competitive. Ain't no beef. It's like a respect. Pusha T went on to say, I'm different, bro. I understand.
Another
I listen to
nigga
rap.
that
It's the
is
sport. And I
unknown.
looked at it like he shouted out his peers. Meek Mill. I can go down the list. The only person I know of that actually took it to be an insult and then like campaigned on that for the next 6 months was Drake. Right now, other people responded with diss tracks of their own, and then when they were asked about their diss tracks, like such as Meek Mill, he mentioned, it's no actual beef with this nigga. It's all love. This is all part of the game. It's part of the competition. He said my city. So since he said he was a king of New York, because that's one of the lines that he said there, and Meek Mill obviously being from New York was like, what you mean king of New York? I have
Meek
to
Mill from Philly?
respond because of it. Or at the
Yeah,
time, I
he's from
guess he was
Philly.
living in New York, or maybe I actually might be confusing him with another one. Either way. One of the people, they responded with a verse because he said he was a king of New York, and he was like, nah, man, like, what are you talking about? How can you say that? Like, da da da. And so then they like said it because of that. Jay-Z, she recorded a diss response himself, and then he just didn't release it because he was like, nah, like it's competition, so on and so forth. Because Jay-Z specifically because he said, I'm the king of New York. And so then when asked about that, he was like, nah, it's the big homie. Everybody else got to try harder, though. Long story short, Drake was the only one that got super duper offended. From that day forward, Drake has nonstop been sneak dissing this nigga Kendrick. So when Kendrick finally, because they've been they've sneak diss back and forth. I literally recorded every single one of them. I just never put the video out because I'm lazy, but I recorded all of it. I have it right here in my notes. Every single subliminal in chronological order that Drake did to Kendrick and Kendrick did to Drake. Drake has been the foremost agitator in this situation. So now Kendrick puts out a verse. Drake finally decides, oh, well, enough is enough. Now I'm coming with some actual diss tracks. And then, of course, so then Kendrick had to destroy him. Now, obviously, I look at it and I think it's obvious if you pay attention to all these interviews as I did and you look at the history that this has been brewing for a long time, and Kendrick lost a lot of respect for Drake. He for the obvious reasons. As Kendrick increased in consciousness, as Kendrick started seeing the positives in with that culture, right, with the community, then I think he started recognizing more of who the people who are antagonistic towards that type of progress, and Drake being one of them. I think that that just kept that beef going, and of course Drake's incessance, Drake could not stand that he could not keep up with Kendrick Lamar. He could not, as far as accolades, right? You got industry numbers. He had the views, he had the streams, he had whatever, but you didn't have the Grammys. You weren't recognized the same. You weren't an icon, and I think that's what started this.
Okay, so
yeah, so just so everybody is clear. Hold on, just so everybody is clear.
I'm going to give you space. I'm going to give you space. I'm about to give you space. I'm going to say, I'm going to say multiple things. One, I'm going to Gambit and Bam go, but I was thinking we should transition to our
I want to
other topic.
Yeah.
so other people can be involved.
Please.
I'll just leave it there. So go ahead.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so
I
Fanatic
got him muted. I
mentioned
can't hear
a
his
bunch
response, but
of
he
This
give
topic
it for the
is
rest
Fanatic
of
what?
the
mentioned a whole bunch of mid-tier niggas that were like, "Hey, I like the publicity." But if you look at the control verse, the two niggas who were most important, J. Cole and Drake. That's why those niggas dissed him, and that's why those niggas didn't like it. J. Cole literally released a remix to Justin Timberlake's song, and he addressed it. And he was talking shit to Kendrick because of the control verse. So the niggas that could benefit from it, the unknown niggas like Big Crit, Pusha T, blah, 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 those niggas liked it because it put their name into the ecosphere of niggas that they won't hear. But the niggas who actually make money, the niggas who actually make great music, those niggas took offense to it because he was mentioning their name. Like niggas do all the time. So yeah, that's what happened. So we want to revise history and say it was only Drake. No, it was only the niggas that had financial success that took issue with it.
Okay. Bam, did you have some last?
No,
thing
I
to
want
say?
him. I was asking to move on.
Okay. All right. Well, then we're going to do that. All right. So we're going to move on to our next, our actual planned topic. Before then, everybody, if you enjoyed all that was a whole long odyssey. I didn't think we would do that when I was just like, oh, just is Drake is he being fake, right? Like, is he being authentic? Previously,
Yeah, people don't like success.
People don't like success. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know it would take us to this moment. But it did. But anyway, it was an interesting journey for me. Especially as a person who doesn't know the whole history of the fight. I literally like what I know is from
Hey, Prime, can I ask you a quick question?
Video. Sorry, what?
Because one thing I didn't get to respond to earlier, I seem to remember you saying when you first started saying nigga, it was like there was something there. It wasn't like you. I can't remember exactly what you said, but you said something like you didn't feel comfortable or something, and then you got more comfortable over time, and blah blah. Is that true, or am I mixing you up with somebody else?
No, I mean, I guess.
Doesn't really like it.
What'd you say?
I was like, I
Could be
think you
me.
still kind of don't like it all that often.
I got you. So it's something like that. Yeah, I guess like at it's not something that's in my vocabulary because I don't really have any slurs, like racial slurs, in my vocabulary, right? I don't bring that up for anyone. But yeah, for the
Really?
N-word, I guess I would say I was less comfortable with it. I guess now I'm more comfortable than I was before.
You
But
like Krabby Patty,
like
Squidward.
like Bam said,
God damn it.
like Bam said,
Wait,
like
what?
I still don't really say it like that. I say Negro instead, and apparently you guys make fun
So
of me for that.
your resistance wasn't like your lived experience. It was more ideological in saying that I don't want to use this word because it's a slur.
I know a bunch of
When you were young.
NAACP people like that.
For me, it was
No,
because my grandmother
trying
hated
to
the word.
understand. I'm just trying to understand which one it is. Like, did you ideologically come to this position when you were young, or was it a lack of that being prevalent when you were young and you adapted the position of not using it later in life?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Because of that.
So plenty of people use it when I was young. Absolutely. Like
Okay,
we
gotcha.
grew up black neighborhood. And that black middle school I went to, right? Yeah, that's where like a lot of people were using it, and I hadn't used it before. I mean, maybe it's a mix of what you're saying, but like I hadn't used it before, but like it was there. And I don't know. My family didn't really use it. My immigrant family doesn't use that term at all. So there's that. So I don't know. Maybe it's a mix. Maybe not like quite black and white.
No, I think I'm mixing you up with somebody else. No, that's fine. But I just remember a comment a comment that I forgot to address earlier was that like when Drake first said nigga or something he said nigga wrong and he said nigger,
He said
hard and like this experience of being uncomfortable with nigga and saying nigga wrong and shit. I see this in people that didn't grow up immediately in a community of black people, and I don't see that as something that like we should use as a cudgel against those black people or Drake, blah blah blah. It's just a thing that happens when people are disconnected from black culture in their more formative years.
Wait a minute. All jokes aside, I think the person you're thinking of is Fanatic. I could be wrong.
I don't know. I don't know who it is.
I'm saying I think Fanatic was the one who. Fanatic didn't you say that you didn't like the N word growing up, and you had to like, you had a change of heart on it?
No, I've never said that in my life.
Really? I thought you said you did. I thought you said you didn't like it.
Literally never.
That's
in my
me.
life.
He said he
That's
doesn't
me.
curse. He doesn't curse, but he uses the word nigga.
Okay.
Literally
That'll
never
be.
in my
I think
life.
that's me.
My
I
dad-
don't like the word.
My dad hates the N word.
Oh yeah, you said you'd never use it around him.
I don't. I never do. But
Maybe
yeah,
it
but
was me.
literally every other sibling, all of us, it's just a regular part of our vocabulary. It's never been.
Yeah.
It's just specifically around my dad. He hates it.
Maybe that was it. Maybe I think you grew up in a household that it was like shamed on.
No, but
Well, my dad
somebody
wasn't there
grew
half the
up.
time, so you know, I mean, we still
Somebody
use it
grew up
regularly, so
in that
I don't
type
know.
of situation.
I would never ever say there was ever a point in time when that was not part of our vocabulary. It's been part of my vocabulary my whole life.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's somebody that grew up in a situation similar to Drake where they didn't use it when they were young because of the community that they were in, and when they started to use it, that was like weird emotion and feeling and enunciation and blah blah blah. That's all I was saying.
Okay, whatever.
But maybe it's not
Alright,
you, Prime. I thought
so
it was
we
you, but
can-
it's
Whatever.
somebody.
Whatever. Move on.
Can we watch the video?
Mm.
Do live commentary? I know that's not really your style.
No, we did
Yeah.
it before.
Let's do it.
Okay. So
Is it too long to do it now?
It's like 40 minutes.
I mean,
it would fit in
it's
perfectly.
like, well, it's a little less than that. From like the actual start of it, and then the actual end of it. So
Perfect.
Yeah,
But we're
'cause
gonna
he-
pause every
because-
2 minutes though.
yeah,
And we're
Because he
gonna
was
pause
terrible.
for 2
we,
minutes.
we can't
Wait,
get
just
through it
let him
all.
get it out.
So before then, hey everyone, thanks for being here. If you enjoyed all of that, consider subscribing to the channel. If you're here on Twitch, consider subscribing to the channel. That was a we go on tangents. We go down these rhetorical alleyways, and we don't know where we're gonna end up at the other side of it. So that was one of them. But anyway, I hope you enjoyed it. Consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs. We really could use that support in the people out there. Razor gave a sub earlier. Lilo Kai also at some point. I missed you. Admiral Gibbs did. This is the beginning of the month. So the leaderboard is empty. Consider helping us out. I would appreciate it. That's how I can gather these individuals. So please help us out if you can. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use that one free sub. I think Zero Alms used their sub previously. Lila Water Kai gifting another 5 subs. Hey man, thank you so much, dude. That's really, really kind of you. Really kind. Being a real one. Now they're at number 1 with 6
No, he's not. That's temporary. When we talking about temporary things, man.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Lila Water Kai, for that, for being number 1 now. That's all that matters, really, right?
Nah,
You know,
that's not what matters.
at some point,
You're
getting
trying
the
to take
gold.
my spot.
Hey, life
You
is
niggas
but a
need to
series of
understand you're
numbers.
always no. You niggas need to understand that you're number 2. It gave one to Fnatic. Jesus Christ. Can I take? I'm
It's
taking
just
that
a
gift.
series of
Yo,
numbers,
I'm asking
GSU.
for a refund. I'm asking for a refund. I'm joking. I don't
You
care.
should give 6, but that would mean you're tied then, right?
Wait, I thought you said he gave 5.
He gave
Yeah,
one
because I gave one
previously,
earlier.
and
What's with the one up? Why the one up,
Right.
GSU?
Let's put this shit to bed, dude. All right, hold on.
Then
Oh, I'm
thank
number
you,
one. I'm number one now. You niggas fight for number 2.
I appreciate that. Thank you for being. Oh,
course you
fuck.
do.
Oh, wow. Whoa. Holy fuck. Oh, what? I thought you were gonna get 5. Dude, that's amazing. No, seriously, man. Thank you. That's really kind of
You
you.
know my
Thank
nerves.
you.
I can't say that GSU not a real nigga. And that how you felt about me is how I feel about you. It's really unfortunate because you shouldn't be a real nigga. You shouldn't be.
It's too bad you're a real nigga. Fuck.
It's honestly unfortunate. God.
Thank
In all
you
honesty.
for the 50 subs. 56 altogether, right?
I'm glad I could
thank you.
incite him.
For that. And if anyone else, so we need one more person to give a sub or something, like a resub or anything, a third person, and we get ourselves a hype train, and we'll be at like level 6 or something, I don't know, level 5 by then.
I got you.
Remind me to owe you one
Razor.
next week. I didn't get paid today. Otherwise, I'm waiting for my check.
GSC, do you have
You
access
guys.
to funding?
Yeah, I'm not really giving these stuff. This is
not your personal
What do
funds,
you
but are you
mean?
Yeah,
aware
level
of
6.
are you aware of like grants and stuff like because of the area you work in?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. I try to do shit when I'm like doing shit like that. It's usually gifting shit to kids.
Okay. Let's
I'm probably younger than you, so let's put that out there.
No, you're not a kid. When I say kid, I mean like school age people.
I'm
probably
the
like
youngest of everyone here.
He's in his master's program.
you can be like my my big brother, big brother program. That works for me. But I want to say that Gambit has gifted 878 subs altogether to the channel. Thank you for a lifetime. That's really, really amazing of you and kind. Thank you so much. But shout out to Razor, also 222, right? Consistently just
That's
like
nothing to
give
sneeze at.
subs.
That's intense.
Thank you, friend. We're at 300. Sorry, not 300. I'm looking at the time. We have less than 4 minutes left, 3.5 minutes left. 29% done, 71% left. Consider helping out the channel. You get your app reviewing. You'll to not interrupt you. You get the emotes. Consider using Amazon Prime as Prime Gaming, free for you. It does a lot for the channel. Again, thank you for the ones who've participated. It's really, really kind of you all. I'll leave it there for now because we have a limited amount of time. But yeah, consider helping out the hype train if you can. Again, shout out to the people who've been consistently helping out this community. All right.
Okay.
So let me introduce the topic. Topic is
Ooh.
that's
DQ.
oh, DQ.
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh?
I guess
You echoed.
Yeah, just for a second.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're good now. Okay?
You're fine now.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Topic.
Okay,
Wait.
cool.
It's Smooth's not in here. I was like, why do we see 9 people but not 9 here? Smooth is in.
I've been waiting
Well,
for
he's
him
in
to come
Discord,
on.
but he's not in.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay.
Yeah. This Wednesday, Donald Trump made an appearance at the National Association of Black Journalists conference in Chicago. His comments were shocking to those in attendance for their hostility and perceived untruthfulness. He claimed that he was the best president for Black people since Abraham Lincoln and questioned Kamala's race. What do you think about his comments? What do you think this says about Trump's thoughts on Black Americans? Should we give him credit for being at the conference in the first place? Was his performance emblematic of Republican outreach to the Black community? And do you think that there are significant segments of the Black population that would have responded positively to this? So he had that interview, and if you guys want to watch this, Ben, can you do me a favor and do the thing?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I don't got me pouring up.
So so to give you more context, and I think most of you know out there, right? You guys politically connected, so you probably, I mean, you've seen it. Seen clips of this that of Trump interacting with these Black female journalists that were on the stage at this conference, and like from the jump, it was a bit of a mess. But he was there. He interacted. This is part of his outreach. Some people might say, well, the questions were rude and aggressive, so he gave back as well as he got. That's a standpoint to have. Everyone here though asked to like watch it. So do you want to watch it and comment on it? Or
yeah,
do
want a live fact check.
I'd rather not watch it personally. I'd rather
we
just
we can take it to a vote.
But it's so bad.
Yeah, it is. It is. I've seen it for the most part.
The badness of it is more in a funny way at this point. Like, it's just so bad that you can't but laugh at how fucking terrible it was.
L's all around.
I feel like unless people took aggressive notes or something, I feel like most of the time we're just going to be talking about signals as opposed to actually what was said.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
So
I did watch the entire thing all the way through. I didn't know that was going to be the topic or nothing like that. I just happened to do it because I'm me. But ultimately, I feel like there was a bunch of nonsense in there. But I think the nonsense came from both sides. I think the way that they approached it was awful, and Trump is just like irrevocably awful.
Okay.
Yeah, all in favor say aye. Aye.
In favor of what?
We're watching a video. All in
viewing
favor of
it,
watching
like,
a video.
speaking
Say
as
aye.
you go.
I say aye.
I brought it up, so
I
I'm down with it.
watched the video.
Aye.
But yeah, I'm down.
Bam is
Yes, aye.
is I. Okay, all right, then we'll do
Yeah.
it.
The eyes have it.
All right. And Bam has it
Democracy.
ready for us.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thank
shit.
you for that, Bam.
I'll try to stay till 12.
Oh, okay. You said
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm willingly doing this. It's fine.
Okay, great. So yeah, let's just get started.
Let me
Put
know.
it on 120,
Let me know if the sound works.
1.25. Put it on 120,
Yeah,
1.25
that's
speed.
probably smart.
Yeah, please speed it up and throw on captions, please.
Can you slow it down, please, and make this take?
Yeah, 0.75, 0.75, obviously.
Let me know if the sound's working.
Sure.
Okay.
As journalists, we
Yeah,
use
working.
opportunities both to
Can
inform
hear.
our reporting.
Who's echoing
and
though?
help voters understand the
Yeah,
changes
somebody's
facing
echoing.
in a consequential and historic election year.
We're good.
NABJ has partnered with PolitiFact to fact check this conversation in real time. You can
It
access
sounds
that
low
on
on
social
my
media
end, but that might just
You
be
want me to
me.
turn it
There
up?
might be a
No,
volume
it's
thing
good.
I have to
using the
do.
hashtag NABJ fact check. Again, the hashtag is NABJ fact check.
It's hurting me,
We have a
so
lot
it's
to get
loud
to.
enough.
We do not want to waste any time, so let's bring out the
volume.
former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president.
It is pretty
former
quick for me.
President Donald Trump.
Okay.
I can't believe there's any claps in there.
No one likes him.
No. I'm
coming
saying
in-
I'm surprised there's actually
Yeah.
some claps.
It
Trump coming
sounds
into
I
boom
heard
box
none.
hurts.
it sounds low for the audience too. I don't know
Okay. Is
why.
there something on my end that I need to do? Just walk me through it. I don't know.
Um,
No, you're
Because I don't know if cutting off my computer volume does anything. Will it?
Let's see.
no, you're.
Yeah.
I can hear. I can hear it fine. The
Yeah, hold
audience,
on.
no, but
Yeah, I know, but because it's on
Maybe.
my guys. I'm talking
Yes.
about my audience, and they're hearing it through my computer. So,
Right.
so I'm trying to, yeah. So yeah, try raising it
That's
the
good
volume a
point.
bit.
Wait,
and-
Prime, should you just be the one that shares the video? Would that be better?
Well, Rhymes
Well,
got weird stuff on
I'm
his
also-
computer. I don't think he can do much else on his end.
Oh, got you. That makes sense. Yeah. Can you turn Bam up? If you turn Bam up, does that work? Or is he at 200% already?
No,
Oh, yes.
it wouldn't work on because it's coming in through a separate feed. Just try your best. All right, even if it's low for the audience, we'll just have to get through
I
it.
hit stable volume. Does that do anything?
I have
No
no
idea.
idea. That's a new thing.
it turned right off immediately.
About some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama,
Sounds better.
saying that they were not.
It does?
Is not true.
Better for me
Little
too.
bit.
Who were American citizens to go back
Who's
to where they
echoing?
came from.
Who's
You
echoing?
abuse one animal
debate
and
queen, you're
rally
echoing.
black district attorneys.
Okay.
You
I'm
attack black
muted,
journalists, calling them a
so
loser,
not
saying
me.
the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner.
Bitch made.
I
Bitch made.
feel.
Say hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I have so much
He
for them.
delayed coming out because he didn't want to be fact checked. By the way,
Including employment, including
Um,
opportunity zones with Senator Tim
Hey,
Scott
pause
of
it. It's like it actually is super low. I can barely hear it myself. All right, so
Okay.
I'm gonna try to
I'm
mute
hearing
somebody
somebody
myself.
else fine.
Somebody else computer may work louder than mine.
Let me
Yeah,
try
yeah.
it.
I'm
So-
gonna try to do it myself, and we'll see what happens.
I can hear perfectly fine on my sound.
Okay, so let's create another window. And let's see. I'm sorry, everyone. Usually it's not a problem with the sound here. I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah, I was looking at my volume thing. It wasn't like, I guess peaking. The bar did seem like it was low, but I don't know what else I can do to
Yeah,
adjust
I
because my
don't,
YouTube volume's maxed
But
and my computer volume is
use
too.
opportunities like these,
But,
both to inform our
but no, like before, yeah. While you're doing that, I just want to say, it was it has come out that his team were like he was actually terrified of going on stage in the first place. They delayed it on purpose because he hated the idea that they were going to be fact checking him. He legit didn't want to go on stage because they said they were going to be fact checking.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, they PolitiFact was gonna have a banner above people's heads that was like gonna call out his lies.
yep. So they had to basically coerce him to go on stage. Or not coerce him. What did I say that word for? They had to entice him to go on stage more.
Wasn't it said in the video that it was delayed because there was some kind of issue with the speakers or something?
No, that's
No,
what
that was his
was in
argument.
it.
He lied.
That
That
was
was a
his
lie.
argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This could've been that
Even
chick.
wait. Even the other person on the stage said, "Hey, Trump, yeah, I can barely hear you as well." And this lady in the middle never denied that was true. The
Yeah, no,
entirety of the
there were sound issues, but that's not why it was paused.
That's not why
it
it
was
was
late.
Yeah.
They were reporting live while it was late. They was saying Trump was refusing to come on stage with the PolitiFact check.
We're dealing with claims of a liar, so
Yeah.
why care about?
Like two things can be true at once.
I
It
will.
was sound
I will never take him seriously.
let's
Like
try-
anything
let's
he says, I will assume he's lying.
Let's try again. So,
All right, you got it up.
Mr.
You guys
President, we
hear?
so appreciate you giving us
Not
an
at all.
hour of your time.
No.
I want to start by addressing
sound.
the elephant
I
in
could
the
hear before. There's no sound now.
room, sir.
can't hear any
A
sound now
lot of
from
people
me.
did not think.
No,
Nope.
Not at
we
all.
hear you, but we don't hear the live.
All right, man.
video.
I don't know.
Hold on. Send me the link. Send me.
Dream sound like
We were better off.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if this is gonna work, guys.
Send me the link, Bam.
Yeah, we might just have to do it without watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
if
more
it
person
doesn't
can
work,
try
man,
it.
it doesn't
If it
work.
doesn't work, then that's it.
Hold on.
try
I can do it.
All right. So, 1 second, audience. Usually don't have this problem. I don't know if it's something on my end.
And I wonder if it's the volume of the link, but it's Fox, isn't it?
Well, Prime, hold on, wait, Prime.
Yeah.
You have a scene, and it's possible that you're including your audio there. But when you're sharing, why couldn't we hear it? I don't know. That's interesting. Because your audience could hear it, but we can't.
Yeah. Fuck. I don't know. I hear what you're saying.
Do you want to try with mine? I have it up.
Sure. Maybe in Discord it would work actually better.
Yeah,
if we did
play it
together.
if you already got it up. Just start playing.
Yeah. So okay. So we gotta. We'll try Razor.
Both to inform our reporting.
Oh, that sounds
but
good to me.
also help voters understand the choices
DQ,
they
you
face.
gotta mute. You gotta mute. DQ, please.
Who?
All right. Yeah, it was DQ. All right. So
Was that
try it
on
again.
DQ's end?
Yeah, that sounded good.
Hold on, I couldn't
That was
hear.
good?
Election year.
Hold on, I couldn't. Stop.
NABJ has
Yeah. No.
So you want me to
keep going? I couldn't hear because everyone kept talking, so I couldn't judge. But go ahead, try it again, please.
Okay. Let me know if this is good.
Partnered with PolitiFact to fact check this
It sounds good on my
conversation
end.
in real time. You can access that feed on social media
So try to skip
Is it
ahead.
on 1.25?
using
Yeah.
the hashtag NABJ fact check. Again, the hashtag is NABJ fact check. We have
Yeah,
a lot to get
skip
to.
ahead
We
to
do not
when
wanna
he
waste
gets
any
there.
time, so let's
Right,
bring out
just
the
like
former
skip
president
ahead
of the
to-
United States.
In such a horrible.
So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
We already heard the first part.
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And
Let me know whenever you want to
it's
pause.
disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country.
Hey, let's pause.
Including employment, including opportunity.
One question, because y'all are probably more informed about this than me. Is it typical for presidents to go on the NABJ, or is this unique?
I don't care.
I'm pretty sure it's
No,
really
I'm
Not sure.
I-
Not
wait,
sure.
okay, I'm
But
just-
what does it matter?
I don't
no,
think
I'm just-
this is.
I haven't.
I
heard of
literally
it
don't
before.
know.
I've
First
never,
time I've ever heard of it.
I've never heard of it before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
King
No,
John
I'm-
Coates.
Biden
please
didn't, I know, but I don't know if Obama did. I'm looking at Obama.
No, so the reason I asked that question, first I just want to understand what the facts are. It sounds like none of us know, which is fine. But
Yeah.
I do think it speaks to he saying, hey, I'm being terrible to come here. And then they like came out of the gate kind of aggressive. I
Okay,
think you all are
That's
saying
not, I'm
that.
gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you.
It doesn't matter,
coming out
though,
of the gate
because of who he
that
is.
was not. That was not coming out of the gate aggressive. That was coming out of the gate as a fucking journalist. That is.
Wait.
There is a difference.
Well, journalists can be aggressive. I don't.
Wait,
It
wait,
can
wait,
be,
wait,
but that
wait,
was not aggressive.
It's okay
That
to
was
be
the
aggressive.
nicest way to ask the
Razor.
question.
Razor, you're making a horrible
That was the
argument.
nicest possible way to ask the question she asked.
Wait,
He-
Razor. I mean, I feel like you can be being real. Do you genuinely believe that I couldn't try to ask those exact questions she did right now and intentionally be nicer in the way that I ask it and try to be less aggressive?
She was extremely nice.
I'm sorry. I'm asking you. I'm sorry. Answer my question. Do you think that I could possibly re-ask the questions that she just asked and intentionally try to be nicer? Do you think I could do that?
You probably could.
Okay, so then it wasn't said in the nicest way possible, and it feels like, but we don't have to get into the nicest way possible. It just seems like you're already like trying to die on a retard hill. So then it just, it's subjective as it is. She was obviously aggressive in her tone. I can't think of a single thing she did to smooth it over. She just came out the bat from the very beginning, very, very aggressive. I mean, it is it's like you're Donald Trump. I can't think of anybody more aggressive than him. I don't think that it's like I don't want to get that nigga no credit for it.
He's appropriately to address him aggressively is appropriate, just considering who he is.
Sure, to some degree. I feel like, though, to be honest with you, like just out of respect for what that office is and what we're talking about, that there is a bit of decorum. I think it's black, right? Black people just we kind of just go ham. That's what it is, right? Like the whole real talk thing is it's a thing. So I get why she went so aggressive. I just don't know that it is probably the smartest thing to do, especially considering how fragile that dude is. It just seems like you set the tone kind of bad in the beginning, in my opinion.
Let's respond at the end of his at least let him answer the question.
Yeah, let's continue.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. 1 second. I agree with everything that Fanatic just said. The reason why I brought it up, because I think it created a problem where some of the other things that y'all are going to say, I think this is some of the framing that starts to set some of those problems, because now he's viewing her as a offensive person, blah blah blah. But yeah,
is it playing for you guys?
No,
he's
I haven't hit play
still
yet.
talking.
Yeah.
He got unmuted. You didn't know.
Yeah.
And Gambit was talking.
Agreeing with you, but okay.
Don't agree with me, nigga.
Okay, hitting play.
Zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and and I say this, historically Black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something was wrong.
I would love
think
you
it's
can
a
answer
very
the
nasty
question.
I have answered the question.
Hold on, can we pause it?
Best president for the Black
Wait, let him finish.
population
Yeah.
since
Let him finish,
Abraham
yeah, sorry.
Lincoln.
Let him answer the question.
Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act.
For you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll
Okay,
move on to other
that's cool.
questions here.
Stop.
Some of your own.
So,
Yeah, by the way, he absolutely answered the question. Yeah.
He did not.
Yeah, he did.
What?
He said, yeah, he did. She asked him, why
didn't.
should Black people vote for you considering your rhetoric? And he said, because I funded HBCUs, I did X, Y, and Z for Black people, economic, whatever. Even though you could say that's bullshit, he still answered the question in the way that he saw fit.
yeah, I was about to say it was. I just think it was disgusting the way he was like HBCUs were stone cold broke, and I saved them. This nigga provided.
Not just a flat lie.
He provided $85 million across all HBCUs. I think there's like 300 HBCUs in the country. Like that, there's like less than $1 million per institution.
If I remember hearing that they didn't even get the most of that money either.
No, Joe Biden gave more.
Yep.
It's still ridiculous to be like, well, just answer the question. Nigga, he did. Address the answer.
Andy said that he was the best president for Black people since Abraham Lincoln. I mean, even like outside of the craziness of it, like on its face, Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Voter Rights Act. Like, it's not even. You're not even like. It's not even like comparable.
And the Fair Housing Act was passed during that same presidency. So, yeah, no, it's not even close.
Not at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is just crazy statement. But there's nothing else to really respond there unless somebody else has something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Yeah, I just agree with Dream. I think he did answer the question. There's obviously the question of the veracity of his answers, right? But he answered the question, and I feel like this is another like. I feel like to me, if I was in this situation, I want to make the interview as easy as possible so that I can show how ridiculous the person is. So I'm not going to add inflammatory rhetoric to it if I was doing this interview.
So you
So
agree
the
that
problem, wait. So the problem, no, I don't wait. I'm actually going to finish. So the problem I'm saying is she started out aggressively. Now she's saying he's not answering. It's only going to devolve from there. I think Trump is a maniac. And I think you just let maniacs talk and you be, hey, I'm just going to talk to you. And they reveal themselves as idiotic. I think the way that she's going about it is stupid because now he gets to say, I was in this hyper polarized environment where they already hated me and they weren't going to give me credit, blah, blah, blah. So yeah.
That's just an opinion, but I don't think Trump deserves kid gloves. I think if you were gonna do this interview, it should be a very aggressive interview. Like, because you're not gonna get the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and then plus by him like trying to do that, it just makes him look like even more of a bitch. Like he looks weak when he does that shit.
Let's
At
move
least the
on.
majority of people instead of
Just a matter of a preference thing. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Like,
Supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first Black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
That is
give me a
literally
definition
the words.
then. Would you give me a definition?
She is ridiculous. She is absolutely ridiculous.
Yes.
He asked for a definition of DEI and she's just said the acronym, like what spelled it.
Exactly.
Oh, come on, that is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and this is what she did. This is what she did, and
that is bad faith. Now that's actually genuinely bad faith right there.
Why would it be bad? I don't feel like it's a very complex term. It's not very complex. What more do you need to define?
Diversity, equity, inclusion. That's it. That's all you need to know.
Wait. I would imagine Donald Trump isn't asking what do these letters say. He's asking what do these letters mean. Right?
Okay.
Like those are different.
If you don't know what diversity is, I feel like you need to go back to kindergarten.
Yeah, I'm going to say, what about those? What about those words would be complex? What's the question seems so dishonest that I don't even know how to define it. Like, what more do you need?
Okay,
do I need to explain the diversity part?
Hold on.
Alex,
we had a whole panel.
Which part is not understood?
Dream. Wait, we had a whole panel over what is CRT.
Yeah, I was just gonna do.
Right, and we didn't just say critical race theory. We went through what the hell is CRT and what does it mean to us, and then you can actually talk about it. So, though I do think he's trying to set up for a gotcha because I think he knows she doesn't have a definition. So it's in bad faith in that way that he's just trying to score a point here. But it's a valid question to say, if you're asking me if she's a DEI hire, what does DEI mean to you? And then I can say, does your definition apply to her? And I can explain why or why not. I don't think Trump was doing it for those reasons, but she is being bad faith and continually defensive or offensive, however you want to view it, the way that she's answering this, for sure.
I think it was realistically like I think the question itself was if she I don't think she was prepared for him to respond to the question that way. Like there actually was a really good answer. If Trump was a more intelligent person, there was a really good answer he could have made in there. Like if he would have said like, okay, diversity, equity, inclusion. He said, let's start with diversity. Joseph Biden said at the time that he was going for his presidency that he was actually looking for a diverse candidate, particularly a woman of color, right? And that would be factually correct. And he said equity. Kamala Harris is a person who's constantly advocated for the use of equity. He said, is everyone in this room, in favor of equity? Yes, and equity and inclusion. And most of the people except for the Fox News girl would have generally agreed. And he said, I think she qualifies by that definition as a DEI hire. Now, whether you think that's a good or bad thing is, up for you to debate, but I consider it. That would have been a really good answer.
Well, no.
He didn't do that.
No, wait, but that would only happen if she would have defined it.
No,
you could do that with just diversity, equity, inclusion. You could have made that answer without any other words.
No, because I've actually had an episode on my No Man's Land with my friend Howard, where we did speak on it as well, and my co-host basically said what Bam just did. He gave the point. It is a clearly good point on that, but then obviously he agreed with me on the sense of we know that Republicans aren't using it in that way ever.
Yeah,
They're
they
meaning
mean
it
it.
as
What,
new
no, but that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to look at this
That's the
from
problem.
the.
It's the straw man, but that's not genuinely what it is, and they can do that to dismiss basically every progressive statement we ever come up with, and they've done so.
That's their entire game. That's their
Yeah.
entire game.
Yeah, when a lot of people, or not a lot of conservatives, a lot of people when they say DEI, they're saying it like unjustly, right? Like this is a DEI hire, meaning like this is unjust or unqualified. Yeah, so
It's
maybe,
racist and sexist.
yeah.
For sure, that's what they mean.
Hold
That's
on,
why.
wait.
Trump,
Hold
that's
on,
why Trump
wait,
didn't make the
wait.
smart answer.
Hold on, question. I think there's a number of reasons he didn't make the smartest. But what we can say is the way that Joe Biden has positioned Black people that he's put into power is disgusting. Like, I like when people just give people opportunities. Don't proposition a word that, hey, I'm going to put a Black woman on the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
because
I don't
now
think.
you're setting her up to be attacked because of her identity, because you're saying I'm choosing somebody that's Black out of the gate. I would much rather him take in qualified candidates and then say, hey, I think I can't remember her
Kamala is
name
the
right
most
now.
qualified. Yeah.
There's
Yeah, I think this
also
person is the most qualified. I think you play into the Republican narrative when you go about this how Joe Biden has. Joe Biden is rampantly anti-Black, so I'm not surprised that he went about it the way he did, because he was more interested in the sympathy points or the morality points and saying, hey, I'm going to specifically choose a Black person, than he actually cared about their Black individual, their Black identity. And that's why he
chose
set
the
these
best
people up.
person for the job.
I don't think that's
Top.
true. I think that's true. I think they were gonna figure out a way to call you a nigga anyways. Like no matter what words you use.
No, but
don't make it easy. But don't make it easy for them.
No, I'm saying
that's not addressing the point. That's not addressing the point.
That's just the point. You cut me off. I'm trying to say I think they're gonna call you a nigga anyway, and I think that buying into there's some way that you can protect yourself from that is like the cope. Because if you really wait a minute, if they really wanted to lean into this DEI thing, arguably the biggest DEI thing that's coming up is the selection we're currently making for BP. Like it is a poorly kept secret that that the Democratic Party and every from the from the average voter all the way to the top of the DNC is absolutely looking for a straight white man with children to be selected as the vice president. We're absolutely picking this position, not based off the most qualified. We are looking for a DEI, and the Republican Party will not address it because they don't believe that the straight.
So how can you say this is a DEI? Hold on, man. How can you make the statement that this is a DEI situation while simultaneously saying hers is not, and saying that these are examples of each other? Like, how do you hold both of those thoughts in your head?
I didn't even
asking Bam this question.
Yeah, I didn't even necessarily make a hard argument that Kamala's not, because I don't even think DEI is necessarily a bad thing, because I don't.
So do you think she is or not?
Unqualified.
Do you think she is or not? Do you think she is a DEI candidate or not? Yes or no?
I think that her diversity was an aspect in her hiring decision.
I guess that's not a leader.
But that's universally true for all. That's universally true for every vice president candidate.
Can you make a hard yes or no statement? Can you make a hard yes or no statement?
No, nothing is ever that.
Can I get added on the cabinet, please?
Because I would say possibly. I'll go harder. I'll say probably and. Yeah, probably her race and ethnicity was a factor in her hiring decision, but that doesn't take away from her being qualified for the job, because every vice president demographic the demographic is based on.
I'm not saying that she's unqualified.
I don't think that should be an argument. We all know that, like,
when the stream though.
Like Obama picked Joe Biden because he was a good old white man. Joe Biden was a diversity hire by that standard.
I don't think it's diversity necessarily to be I think we can point out to plenty. Lyndon B. Johnson wasn't picked as a diversity hire, right? And he was originally a vice president for JFK. So I don't think that they're always chosen that way. Mike Pence wasn't picked because he was a diversity hire.
A lot of times, evangelical and Trump's
right. That's okay, but that's not diversity. So I think a lot of times what ends up happening is specifically vice principals are picked as someone that can endear you to maybe one of your weaknesses. And so, like, if Trump is being perceived as not Christian because he doesn't truly practice Christianity, because of that, it's like, well, I'm trying to win the evangelical Christians. I'm trying to get these whatever. So that's why he first started saying, hey, I converted to Christianity. Like, that's why he made that statement. So then that way, now I get a Mike Pence to run as my, running mate. So now the evangelicals are like, look, he converted to Christianity. We know Mike Pence is a Christian. He's signing him, so on and so forth. So ultimately, that's a lot of time what it does. And so with Joe Biden, he should have had a complete problem when it came to black folks. So then they tried to put Kamala Harris out there as a black woman, right? Even though she's really Indian and black. And so because of that, they did that specifically to try to win them to the black. I didn't say it didn't. Why'd you need to say that? So then what I think that does is that you're retarded. So what it does is it actually helps him maybe with an area that he might have a problem with, which is black folks. So that's the reasoning behind it. It makes sense.
So would you say it is DEI or not, Fanatic? I'm sorry, I didn't miss that.
Yes, I would say that it probably is. Yes, I would say that the Kamala Harris thing was specifically picked for diversity reasons. Like, I think he might have said as much, but in the same sense that I would say that Ketanji Brown was also picked for diversity reasons. But we all know that she's one of the most intelligent and overqualified black women. Overqualified judges that could have been picked. So ultimately, the problem that with DEI and its accusations is typically that they try to say that they're hiring people who aren't qualified for the position and that they're taking the place of other qualified people, which is a straw man. DEI, just like affirmative action, still has the bare minimum requirement that the people are qualified. So if people are qualified, you don't really have a problem. It's constrained. Right, it's constrained to within a race category while still maintaining the qualification. So,
I want to lean into that, Fanatic, in that how many white people's qualifications aren't questioned.
Well, that's okay. So, right. So then that's where the racism of the Republican Party comes, because they don't actually have a problem with. They don't have a problem with qualifications. What they really have a problem with is that they really just don't like seeing people of color in these situations. Now, you might say, no, you're being hyperbolic. Da, 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 da. Listen, when it came to Barack Obama, when he was running for president, they said he was underqualified. He was not qualified to be the president because they were saying he was he didn't have experience. Right, the man had held public office, right, and he had also been specifically a community organizer, so he had been involved for quite some time. He was overqualified, right? But they said he wasn't qualified, and then the very next election cycle, those same people voted for Trump. Right? It's hypocrisy. It has nothing to do with that. Or even right now, I just got out of a space earlier where people were making a statement. Why do we need to even focus on race? We're humans at the end of the day. That's what matters. And then you ask those people, okay, you're right. We're humans at the end of the day, so race shouldn't matter. But does race matter when it comes to police brutalization? Does race matter when it comes to job applications? Does race matter when it comes to partner picking? Does race matter? You used race for all of this history to specifically create the racial stratification that exists, and now want us to ignore race when trying to rectify the horrible, unfair, unjust system that you created. It's hypocrisy. You don't hate DEI, you just don't like the fact that black people now are having ways of catching up.
I love the way.
So the reason why I asked to pause, because the question I wanted to ask y'all, I assumed that we were going to all get to Kamala in some way is a DEI hire. Now, I think it's bad faith that she's asking this question, because I think this lady is just as smart about this topic as all of us here. And I think she's trying to position them to look racist, which there are more valid ways to do that than the way that she did. And this is where continually I think she's being a bad interviewer. I think this whole first opening thing is just her being terrible.
All right, let's move on.
Pause. So I just wanted to say that one, I liked Fanatic. I like the way you stated that last bit on why race matters in these conversations. Obviously in this political realm, we get to this question all the time, oh, why don't we just ignore race? If we can't keep using race, obviously, the best way would just be to ignore it now, and then that's how we'll somehow get to a better world. But I love the way you phrased it. But I guess my issue was at the very start. You said that you just seem to disagree with what Bam was saying about Mike Pence and Joe Biden being DEI hires. So I've made the argument that vice presidents in general are DEI hires, and that's exactly what you do. You're showing up. You're looking to appeal to a demographic. And
But that's just strategy, right? Not
No,
DEI per se, right?
no.
I mean,
just-
what
It's
How
they're
is
not
that not the
exclusive.
same?
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not
So
exclusives.
we're talking about like appealing to a demographic. Now, usually when we're using this term, we're talking about race, but it's not exclusively what we're talking about, right? The DEI.
No, but we're talking about minorities for sure, and we're talking about underprivileged and giving people access that they otherwise would not have. So when you say you're going to apply this moniker that we use to that to white Christian men, that seems wild. That, like I'm like it's not
I get that. I
DEI
get that.
higher. It's just a strategic pick based off the factors that we
Then I
think
don't-
might encourage the electorate.
If DEI is
more
specifically for minorities, then it wouldn't apply to
It
evangelical white
is.
men.
That's the include.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
I
agree
think-
with that, right, Prime?
No, I don't agree. I think this is like when if I was running a black charity, I don't know, whatever, right? And we got black people, all around, but then I wanted to expand that charity, and I wanted to talk to members in a hillbilly community, right? I'm not trying to use that word derogatory, but like a poor working class white community. I would look for white men, right? In that case, it would make sense to look for, if you did do that, I would say that would be a DEI hire, even though that's a white individual, Christian or whatever. I would say that's the same energy. So I disagree that it necessarily has to be to minorities.
Relating to that, Prime, I think GSU brings up a good point, because when we're thinking about DEI, it's usually like in combination, like all three of those ideologies in combination. The diversity meaning like it's somebody that's not typically seen in that position. The equity meaning like we're trying to prop up somebody who's of a demographic who doesn't have that much money. And the inclusion meaning like you're including other people who are not typically in that position. So to say that somebody who is really expected to be in such position, for them to call that person a DEI hire, goes against the spirit, in my opinion, against DEI.
Every vice president was a white Christian male. Like every vice president was a white Christian male. So to say that Joe Biden is a diversity hire.
Wait a minute. I don't, but you missed that other part where I said all of them are vice presidents. All of them are, right? Or
maybe
all of
white
them, at
Christian,
least,
but there's other aspects.
At least that's
literally all of them. No,
got it. So
all of them are.
I can explain this very easily. So at least all of them, at least when we're talking about modern elections, if you go to the distance past, elections are a little different. But in any case, right? In modern elections, the reason why they're picking any individual vice president nominee is because they want to shore up part of their base. Within some demographic. So yes, they're white Christians. You're right about that. But are they from? But if I'm from New York, right, and they're from California, and California is a state that I'm going to need, then I'll pick a person from California. That's the demographic I'm showing up, right? If it's was stated.
I got a good question for you.
You're sure. If, in terms of religion. If this person is within the Catholic base, now I want to show up myself with Catholics, I'm not a Catholic, well then that'll be the diversity they bring to the ticket. That's exactly the play they've made all the time. I'll be right back. I don't think there's any significant difference between that and doing what Joe Biden did, where strategically, like you said previously, he made a strategic choice to pick a black woman. No, I don't think there's any difference.
The difference is he proclaimed that too. He literally said, "I'm choosing her because she's black."
I know, but they also say that specifically. I'm going to choose a person from this demographic. Like presidents in the past have said that exact same thing. We only picked it out.
I didn't hear Obama say that about Joe Biden.
No. To Prime's example,
they did.
He chose LBJ as a Catholic who was not getting props for being a Catholic, so he chose somebody that would shore up the vote. All vice presidents are you literally to shore up a vote that they weren't going to get.
That's just strategy.
What about Al Gore? Why was he picked?
I don't know the particular Al Gore. Actually, no. Al Gore was an outlier. Because, and I heard about this. One of these people were talking about that. They went back to the past vice president picks, and they said specifically Al Gore was a surprise pick because he was from the same region, maybe even the same state, but I'm not sure about that. Same region as Bill Clinton, so he's an outlier.
No, he wasn't from Arkansas.
Sorry,
he wasn't from Arkansas.
He's from
Right.
the same reason. He's
He's
like
a
that
region. I don't
southern
know where he's
thing.
from.
But
Oh,
like
wait,
people
Prime,
were like,
Prime.
why would you pick him? He doesn't add anything to the ticket. So, anyways, my point is that he's an outlier.
Wait,
Okay,
but
and then
Prime, I want to
Joe
ask you.
Biden for Barack Obama. What
Yeah,
was that
Joe
one?
Biden was specifically to get the white vote. I remember the conversations about this. There's articles written about this. They specifically they
What?
chose Joe Biden. Yes, because they thought that Barack Obama being at the top of the ticket, white individuals aren't going. There's going to be a certain category of white individuals
Wait,
who are going to be uncomfortable with voting for him, right? But if he gives a familiar face rather than another black face, right? Let's say he picked Kamala Harris, like I don't know, or someone else, right? If you picked another black individual with them, then that would weaken his position. So yes, specifically Joe Biden, DEI hire based on his race. Yes.
Wait,
so Prime,
okay.
this is
Prime,
what this
is
is.
there no way?
This is the essence. This is the essence of what we're asking you, Prime. We think you're using the term DEI too broadly, and you're intersecting like just regular strategy into the term DEI. So, how would you disambiguate these? Like, there's
I was
just
just gonna ask
political
that.
strategy on how you pick a VP, and then there's specifically choosing people for DEI. Are you saying that it's impossible to separate those two?
I wouldn't. I mean, but I don't think Kamala would fit.
Wait, I was
It's
asking
a,
the
pri-
Prime.
it's a question
Cool.
of Prime.
I understand you're asking the Prime, so Prime can answer it too. But I'm saying that I don't believe that if we're using this thing,
I don't think you have the same ideas, though.
cool. So I don't think that if we're using the strategy related, if we're talking about she was selected, strategy means it's no longer DEI, then I don't think that Kamala would fit that thing because I don't think that Joe Biden was doing a service to the black community. Joe
He
Biden,
literally said it.
I'm saying that Joe Biden selected Kamala Harris due to be a strategy because it helps out his voter base.
No, that's you're not
I don't think
answering
it
the
was a-
question.
No, don't engage.
Joe Biden-
Do not
Joe
engage.
Biden
Do
didn't
not
say-
engage. Prime.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Do not
smooth.
engage.
Just let
Prime.
her know when you're.
Smooth.
Let us know when you're done, Bam.
Got you. So Joe Biden never said that I'm doing a favor for the black community. I'm seconding Kamala Harris. It was literally a political. It was literally a advocacy for political engagement. The same way that in 2008 Barack Obama ended up selecting Joe Biden because not only was Barack Obama black, he was considered inferior in experience to John McCain. So they didn't just want him to pick any white guy. They said Barack Obama needed to pick an older white guy with a lot of experience in Congress that was comparable to John McCain. That's specifically why Joe Biden was picked.
Okay, so Prime, the question is essentially: is there any way for a president to choose a vice president to cover a base that he's lacking in covering themselves, or they're lacking in covering themselves, and it not be DEI?
I don't know. Like I'd have to think about it, but like off the top of my head, I don't see like
It's hard
if
to
they're
figure that out.
specifically trying. If what you're saying is the goal is to shore up, is to expand their reach, right, beyond their base. Then if the goal is to expand, and I'm getting this person to reach out to this other demographic, to, that's diversifying my ticket in some way, right, through some particular axis, not necessarily race, then in that case, it's a DEI hire. Now, if they specifically aren't, so to the last thing, if they aren't trying to expand their base,
Okay. So look, can I get like 20 seconds? All right. So the problem is like DEI needs to be the whole thing. You need to be the whole thing to be a DEI hire. You need to be the whole thing. You can't be just a part of it. Like, oh, I'm gonna add diversity. Putting Joe Biden is not inclusion for Obama. Like that doesn't do that.
What does that mean?
It's not equity either. It's just diverse.
Right.
What I'm saying is Joe Biden. You're not. You can't. Yeah, it's not inclusion of the you can't include the majority. Like they're already present.
That's not what the problem is. It's Prime when you're talking about DEI, like the diversity, equity, inclusion portion of
but that's just general strategy.
You do think of it as all like as a whole, right? And then if you think about it, where when, for example, it's not inclusion, right, of any group to put Biden in on that ticket, right? Because like while it might be, it might show up a weakness and show like, hey, here's a qualification that you might think I'm weak at, and I got this person who will be able to cover me there, right? That's not an inclusion, right? Because like qualified people aren't a group. right? And it's not like there's a qualified people like that are only going to vote or that are going to feel more represented because Biden is there, right? Like, oh, one of us is there, so therefore now we are feeling that's not what that is. When it came to DEI, right? Like like the overall idea of it, while inclusion is part of it, like the main portion, it's about representation from different subgroups and subclasses. And so I don't think Joe Biden represented a specific subclass when it came to experience. And that's been the case for a lot of people, where there might be a situation where, like, for example, the George Bush, Dick Cheney thing, where the reason why Dick Cheney was picked was not for diversity, right? And it wasn't for equity. It was specifically because, or inclusion. It was simply because this is what I'm weak at, right? Like George Bush was considered to be relatively inexperienced. And so then they felt like having Al Gore on his ticket would fix that, right? Now, I'll give you.
Did you mean Dick Cheney?
I mean, that's what I think. Yes, I thought I said that earlier, but it's okay. Maybe I might have misspoke this time. So when you look at that and you, to the contrary, I would say that someone like Joe Biden might be a DEI hire, right? Like if the specific reason is so that this race feels included and represented, then that would actually be a DEI hire. But it's not just because, oh, this is something that I don't have, but it's about representation of subgroups. Does that make sense?
I hear what you're saying, and I have some level of agreement with you. Okay, but one, okay, so you guys have stated that like it has to be like all three: diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm
not saying that. That's stupid.
Sure. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
In my mind, it doesn't actually have to be that way. Like from my observations, it doesn't. It's not exactly how it's used. So I don't necessarily consider it that way. But moving that aside, my main point is that I acknowledge everything that you said, Fanatic. I think you made a lot of great points. However, let's also acknowledge that the way that you're using it and the way the others, even if there's some differences here, the way you all are using it is not the way that Republicans and conservatives are using this, right? They're using this.
Sure.
Exactly.
Yes.
So
exactly.
So there's
they just moved non-white. DEI
let me just finish. Let me just finish the point, and then you'll go, right? Because I just want to finish what I was saying. So, yeah, yes, they're using it differently. Now, I've literally gotten to discussions on the Reverie with people saying, "Oh, they're a DEI pick," but like, and trying to pretend they're using it in the way that Fanatic is, but they're not. Clearly, it's a quote unquote diversity hire is what they mean, right? And that you were undeserving because you just got picked because you fit a demographic. So if you use the way they are actually using it, right, in the pejorative sense, then I think almost all these vice presidents fit in that way.
So, Prime, knowing that.
Last sentence.
I thought you were done. My bad.
No problem. Last sentence is that they aren't picking these people to pick up the mantle, right? In case like something happens, they die, right? They're picking it specifically for the election, and to do that they have to show up a base within that demographic. So that's why I would say, like in that case, it's a diversity hire, and the way that Republicans are using it against Kamala. Done.
So Prime, if you're a person that is a part of the NABJ, when he asked the question, what is a diversity hire, why wouldn't you just answer the question on what DEI means, right? Like, if you know that Republicans have this warped sense of what a DEI is, why wouldn't, when he asked you the question, why wouldn't you nail him and say, well, this is what the definition is. Now explain to me how you apply that to Kamala Harris. That's what an educated, smart, intelligent person, educated person would do.
So let's keep it. I was trying to say earlier, let's just keep in mind, like I was just wanting to agree with Prime that obviously everyone here agrees so far that the Republicans are using DEI basically as their new N-word. They were doing that with affirmative action on Obama. It's just it will always remain the same, and regardless of if she did what you just now said, Gambit, of like doing the of saying like, oh, here's what it is, the way that we just did explained it, or that Fanatic explained it, that wouldn't have gone anywhere regardless. He would have just asked what's DEI again because he's an idiot.
I also don't think she should carry water.
Okay, hey Prime,
Wait,
how do
Prime,
you feel about
Let me just ask Prime a question.
Wait, I
What?
wanted him to answer mine.
Your question is really broad, like it's for the whole panel.
It's
I
not.
really disagree with that.
No, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
You feel like she should have defined it for him and carried the water for him when he's already made the claim that she's a DEI hire. He should be able to
And he
explain what he
wants-
means by that. That's what she's saying. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So,
Wait,
look, so here, this is why I
Asking
said,
him, what do you mean by it, is the best way to fire
No.
back at him asking.
I don't
Because
like that,
he's like
'cause-
legitimate.
I don't like that, because what ends up happening is when you do that, then you just give the person license to speak and then like demonize and discredit this thing even more. This is one of the reasons that I have a problem with this. Well, why even give them that space in the first place? Why not just actually state the things so that they don't have the ability to do so on your platform? Now, with that being said, what I think obviously is this is like the going playbook. We've talked about it forever, right? They did the same thing with critical race theory, where literally any sort of Black history becomes critical race theory. They did the same thing with wokeness. They did the same thing with affirmative action. Now they're doing it with DEI. It's just the playbook of any sort of progressive movement, right? Even things like defund the police, right? Where that became abolish the police. But there were some retards on the left, your people, Prime, that were actually still saying that. But ultimately, that was not overall like the normal the normal stance. So what ends up happening, I had to throw that shot at you. So with that being said, in that scenario, when he's saying like for you to define it, like I get that it does feel reductive. I'm always going to be as prepared as possible in these types of scenarios. So I would be obviously prepared to answer such a question, especially when we know that that's like one of the talking points of conservatives. This is an opportunity for that person to like lay it out. Diversity, equity, inclusion is exactly such and such and such and whatever, and lay it out right. Because as it stands now, Republicans have only heard DEI framed through Republican worldviews. So it's always going to be nonsense. Same thing with wokeness, same thing with all the other ones, right? And so this was the opportunity. She chose not to do it because I don't think she's a particularly capable person. You'll see that the other person that's not capable coming up is when they're talking about Sonia Massey. And they're asking him, like, hey, what do you think about this? Police immunity, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, I saw something. I didn't like what I saw. Now, Trump is, man, I hate giving him any credit because I despise him. He's really good at what he's doing. Because I don't like what I saw can mean anything. I don't like what I saw pretty much means, for the conservative people that already like side with the officer, their takeaway is going to be exactly, I didn't like that she pointed that water at him, right? Whereas other people are going to think, oh, yeah, the Democrats are the more progressive people, the people who actually align with genuine justice and humanity. Those people are going to go, yeah, he's saying that he didn't like what he saw from that officer, right? But he says nebulous enough things so that he can get away with it. Now, her job was to push him. You don't like what you saw from the officer, or you didn't like what you saw from her, right? Because now at this point, I
understand your argument you're making. I'm just saying as far as like moving forward, are you probably going to want to repeat these things if we make it?
No, I can't, because I actually got a hard out at 8:30, so I got to dip anyway. But I'm saying that's something where they fail, and you'll find like consistently they just allow him to ramble and they don't hold him to a point. Like whereas you'll see like even in the conversation we had earlier, where I kind of force you guys into actually arguing the points that I'm actually making, such that you guys can't make the straw man for me because I'm really good at what I do. They're just not good at what they do. Self-suck. All right, I love you guys. I gotta go though. I'm so sorry. I had a hard out at 8:30.
Pause.
You have a good one.
Soft pause.
Yeah, I'm gonna play the video. Let's move on.
No. Hold on, wait.
30 seconds in.
Hold on. No, wait. Prime, he repeated everything that I said. I'm still waiting on you to answer, Prime. Before we move forward.
I don't remember the question. I'm sorry, friend.
Okay.
The question was, should you have answered the question of what is DEI, and then that way grilled him on defining it?
Yeah, I think it would have been fair to like give him a more solid definition. Yeah.
Okay. Now, one quick question to Prime. Would you say somebody is a DEI hire when the president chooses a vice president based on their skill in galvanizing the Black community? It's not because they're Black or any identity, or because they identify with anyone else, but because they have a good skill in galvanizing a certain demographic.
I see what you're saying. If that's the case, and I guess not in the way that I was using it, I don't, or at least in the way that, like I was saying, the fanatic, the way conservatives are using it as a slur. Then I just, I don't think so. Then that might be a good
The person would still more than
exception,
likely
yeah.
be black based off of how demographics would work and who's able to galvanize black people more.
Okay, so
Let's
I guess the
continue.
real question is, we cannot know that those VPs that you claim are vast majority DEI hires, or because they're chosen for the skill, for their ability to galvanize the demographic that they just so happen to represent.
They just wait a minute, what? So like, okay,
I just don't like
whatever.
these you can never know things. It just feels dumb.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
Just,
I feel like we should just move on. We're good.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
we've
Yeah,
dug
because
deep.
I'm saying it's
Let's
ridiculous
move
to
on
call
with
them
the
DEI hires.
You
Let's
make
move
an
on.
argument if
Let's-
you can't prove it with 100% certainty. We're not allowed
I
to make
didn't say
different.
anything about 100% certainty.
I'm and saying that
Exactly.
everyone like it's a poorly kept secret that we choose, that the way we choose VPs is absolutely takes in account their demographics, like race.
I'm saying
Picking
there's
like
no-
I need
never
votes in
mind.
North
We're
Carolina.
past
I
that.
need votes in
Never
North
mind.
Carolina. I
Let's
need
just
votes
move
in
on.
Pennsylvania. So I'm going. Let's move on. Let's
No,
continue playing.
So
Go on.
Sir, I'm asking.
yeah, to both of you, like we were past that.
So you want to bring this back? Go ahead.
What you got? Smooth.
So
Press play, Razor.
Oh, I thought.
Okay, I'm just being sure.
Hey, can we do something? Hold on. Can we commit?
Damn it!
No, you're gonna like this. Can we commit to 5-minute increments or something? Can we say, hey, we're not stopping the video until 10 minutes? Right now, we're like almost at 5. Or do we want to say, because I feel like we've paused it 5 times.
It's because
You
like
said
you're trying
what?
to start it, but you won't let me. I'm trying to. We're trying to get through each.
So no, so look, so
we're
here's
trying to get through each of his questions and answers.
If you guys know, listen, if you want to get through this, so listen, I already just did this earlier today. Jesus Christ. So listen, what you do is you let them ask him the question, then he answers. Let it get done, and before they ask the next question, you pause it, and then you discuss that.
So we're gonna
point,
do a
and then you
question
move
by
to the
question.
next one.
No,
That's
I'm
it.
fine. I just want to understand the framework so that
that's
we
what I
can
had
all
said.
abide by it.
I think that's the
Yeah,
best.
that's what I had said. It was the best. That's what I already said. That's what I was planning on doing. I was gonna let the question be asked.
Okay,
let's go.
Just do it.
Too much matter.
Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say, no, I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly. not
DQ.
directly.
Hey, somebody's
You're echoing.
echoing. Somebody's
She
echoing.
was always
Just
of
DQ.
Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black
I
woman. She went to a
respect either
historically black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you
And I
believe
think,
that she is?
somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President
But she
Kamala Harris
obviously
is a DEI hire, as some
I
Republicans
really
have
don't
said?
know. I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length, and we had a great interview. I think.
like that's
I think
worth
we
a
got very good
pause.
ratings on
I
that.
Well,
think
you
this
told me
is
it was the
question.
longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk
Pause.
about.
Yep, I know. I got it. Real
What do you
fast.
wanna-
I'm going
What do you want to
real
pause
fast.
about?
No, I'm
Right. No, that was the end. The next question was about to show up. So we're talking on this little bit here about that stupid fucking comment of him saying, "Oh, Kamala would suddenly she's black. She wasn't before. Now she is." Fuck him. Sorry, as someone who is half black, half white, who identifies as black, but I know I am biracial. The fact that Republicans are once again doing this bullshit where they're saying I don't fucking exist, it pisses me off.
Oh my
and this man
goodness.
can die.
Razor, you don't have to be
No, I
that
don't-
fake to critique
It's
them
my
better.
cap.
Okay, cool. I don't
Well,
think that has anything. I think that the more unfortunate part is Trump didn't get that from himself. Like Republicans didn't get that. They actually, unfortunately, got that conversation from white people or from black people on Black Twitter. Black people are the people who invalidate their blackness. None of these. Trump didn't know Kamala vaguely in the past. Trump never saw Kamala as Indian or anything like that. He saw it trending on Black Twitter.
Yeah.
So,
You actually saw it through how people on the West Coast are trying to act like Drake wasn't black, and also people that are fans of Rick Ross. But yeah,
I mean,
Yeah,
I think the interviewer said it clear that Kamala Harris has always identified as a black woman. Just because you may have seen it one way over another from your perception, or maybe that's what the media boasted. It doesn't mean there was points in time where she didn't identify as Black. Just because one aspect of her, one highlight of her, one part of her was highlighted more than the other doesn't mean that she rejected the other part.
Yeah, and I think like y'all might even remember last week here. I think it was last week, maybe it was 2 weeks ago. I was asking y'all, hey, wait, did she identify as Black before? Because I haven't researched her, and all I had heard from other Black people is that, hey, yo, she didn't celebrate her Blackness until recently. I literally asked y'all that last week, and then y'all gave a bunch of clarifications and ways that she did it well before she became famous. And I was like, oh, that's perfect, good. So I'll tell people now, hey, yo, she actually celebrated her Blackness way before. So to act like it's not in the Black zeitgeist that she just quote unquote became Black and they're just absorbing that from Black culture, like Bam's like that's obvious.
Yeah, that
I
was my
I
only
think
doubt.
I think Bam meant more the argument because again I
Yeah, I mean,
viewed
are we gonna
Alexandria
say
as Black.
she went to Howard University? You think she didn't say she was Black at Howard?
Yep.
Well, GSU doesn't
Come on.
make that argument. I was about to say, I think it's just the fact of her being like a young black elites. She was in like, I think Kai even brought it up. And then she did a panel on the state of Black America like a few years ago when she was as a DA. They like she's very clearly like consistently identified as Black. woman. I even have her
Yeah, which I agree.
On that,
I agree.
On that, the clip that Smooth shared with a few of us, where with Candace Owens, right? I watched that whole thing. Thank you, Smooth, for that. Fuck you. But I watched that whole thing. And she's addressing Kamala Harris's race, and she says, "Oh, she's not Black either. And, oh, she just started identifying as Black." No, like if you go through like all the examples that Candace gives, she skips over college, right? She skips over her going to HBCU. She skips over her being in a Black sorority. She skips over like the clips of her specifically talking about that, right? And so, we can understand that Republicans, conservatives are being dishonest. These white individuals, right? Especially,
Wait, but even Black people do it. I did.
Candace is there. Hold on. I'm not addressing you, Gambit. Like, this is not an attack towards you. I promise you, right? But I'm saying that there are
go ahead.
disingenuous attacks against her, especially from white people trying to police the boundaries of the Black community.
Even Black people do. Yeah, and I'm saying that those people are just parroting conversations that they've heard, and maybe they're not being disingenuous. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, they don't like. I don't like white people don't see biracial people that way generally. Like Trump was never under an impression. Oh, I didn't know she was Black. Trump seen that woman. If he ever seen that woman, he was oh, okay, this is a Black lady.
No, he probably thought she was an Indian, like most Black people did.
No way.
But no. I've always seen her as
I don't know
Black.
about that part.
No, I just recently learned she was Indian at all. Like that. Like I've always seen her as a black lady.
She's always.
I never knew she was a part Indian. I learned she was biracial Indian. That's cool.
She's always presented as Black to me. And what's something that I learned from Omarosa, right? You know, Omarosa, who was on The Apprentice, one of his The Apprentice people.
Yeah.
She brought up a good point. She brought up a good point. Yeah, she was in his cabinet, right? Yeah. Or not a cabinet. She was part of his administration at some point.
Yeah.
But in any case, she brought up a great point recently that within his book, right, The Art of the Deal, Trump's book, he identified as Swedish, right? He said his family was from Swedish. They moved from Sweden, right? But that's a lie. His family,
he's not Swedish at all.
His family is German Irish, right? But specifically, he hid that because he thought that, well, it started with his I think his father or his grandfather, I forget which one. Because they wanted to, because it was just after World War II when they came, and they wanted to sell apartments to Jewish individuals, right? And they're like, oh, they're German, we're German. They don't want to know that. So they lied about it. They lied about their ethnicity to make it in the world, to profit off a lie of ethnicity. That's what he did. So he's done the exact same thing.
Well, it sounds like that's what his father. It sounds like his father did that, not him, right?
No, but he also
it was his grandfather. It was his grandfather. But their last name used to be Drumpf and not Trump.
Yeah, but Drumpf. He knew it. He knew that he was actively containing that lie.
That he was Swedish. Like Trump participated in it directly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, it happened in his book, The Art of the Deal. He wrote it in his book. Oh, we're from Sweden.
Yeah.
Wait, did he say they're from Sweden or Swedish? Is one
Yeah.
of those things true and one of those?
No, from
Like,
Sweden.
what are you saying?
My understanding, and I didn't read the passage, but like my understanding is that there was articles written about this, that he specifically said his family came from Sweden. That's my understanding.
Yeah, but the question I'm asking is did his family ever live in Sweden? It sounds like that's a lie too. I'm just trying to understand what's true and what's false. I'm not even taking a side.
I don't know
Smooth,
that
you may
much
be
of-
muted
if
if you're
this-
saying something.
Well, Smooth wants us to move him in. That's why he's doing that.
Oh, he's
During
out?
a Wednesday,
Yeah, this is
during
Trump.
a,
How do you know what's true?
during a Wednesday appearance on CNN, Newman recalled that Trump identified as Swedish in his bestseller Art of the Deal, despite being German and Scottish ancestry. And then there's the Newsweek article on it. I can go ahead and send that into the thing. You can read up on that. Let me post it into the group chat here. Paste.
But yeah, I just wanted to comment on him like coming for a black. I was just pointing, and I wouldn't even. I mean, I was mad at Trump, but I was mostly mad. I was like, he got that talking point.
Oh no! So God, oh my God! See, I'm looking this up. When asked by the Boston Globe why his father claimed he was Swedish, Donald Trump said, "Well, he spent time in Sweden, and he talked about Swedish because of the fact, we happen to be at war with Germany, which I guess makes sense a lot of ways, blah, blah, blah." So it sounds like his family spent time in Sweden, and he was being questioned on why his father was saying he was Swedish instead of admitting that he was German. But it doesn't sound like something that Donald Trump was a part of. And maybe,
do you keep forgetting that he's a pathological liar?
Wait. So are we saying? So this is why I asked the question. Are you guys saying? Are you challenging the fact that his family, for some period of time, was in Sweden? I don't know. I'm just asking you all facts.
I
understand
forgetting that he's a pathological liar.
I don't know. Hold on, Razor. That's not what he's. Hold on.
That's so stupid.
Gambit, I got you. Gambit, I understand what you're asking, right? And I think it's a fair question. You're asking, if they're simply stating that they were from Sweden and that, we are from Germany by way of Sweden, something like that, right? And that, we spent time in Sweden at some point, right? Someone in my family, and then moved here. That's different from saying that you have Swedish heritage. You're trying to disambiguate.
Agreed.
Oh yeah, I hear what you're saying. My understanding is that he said he has Swedish heritage, but because I didn't read the passage, I need to go back and actually figure that out, right? So I think that's a very fair question.
Here's an Axios article on it.
Yeah. Okay, we can move on. But yeah, I'll look into that. That's fair.
Cool.
Okay, moving on.
Why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are.
It is not lost on us how.
And
DQ, please.
Wait, DQ. Sorry.
Today, we really got to see that we were divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr.
they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. And everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs. And frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President,
Okay, can we stop it? Go ahead.
Real fast. Yeah, let's hear Wildcat first.
Oh no, go. Yeah, I'm just saying he was trying to interject earlier.
Yeah,
That's
go
the
ahead,
only
make
reason I
that.
said his name.
You should start. You should start.
So
us
he's
off.
saying for the fact check, he's conflating black jobs and Hispanic jobs. That's goofy as fuck. What is
What
a
do you mean by
black
he
job?
conflated them?
He's saying that basically people are working. He's trying to say that these are low class jobs or jobs.
I don't think
that
that's what he said.
certain. Well, a black job is vice president. So are
A black job.
immigrants-
He said. I think he said this before. I think once there was like a debate where they talked about this and everybody clarified this. It's just like a person, you holding a job in your race. So
I'm
you have a
saying
black
that
job. You
as
have a white
black,
job. You have
as a black man in America, I don't think an illegal immigrant was taking my job in imports. So this
There's
is how
lots
that
of
works.
disagreement.
You
There's
could have
lots
picked
of
a different
disagreements on
industry,
that. But go
honestly,
ahead.
specifically imports.
That's where I was working. That was my first job.
They might take your job in imports. I don't know about
Like,
it.
no, wait, are we not gonna be honest, guys? Like, we can't act
Or
like
we gotta
there's
be
not.
charitable.
Wait. No, just honest. Are we not acting like when immigrants go live in disadvantaged neighborhoods, they're gonna be competing likely with lower class blacks, and when they gain economic opportunity in those neighborhoods, they're robbing it from the black people of that neighborhood.
So in my
That's just
experience,
You can go, but I gotta disagree with that.
in my experience, where I was seeing big corporations like Hussman and other warehouse jobs, they were taking most of those jobs. That's where ICE was showing up. It wasn't a bunch of black people working in those warehouses.
But it's removing the ability for blacks to do those jobs. Like when we look at the shit that's going on in New York, right, where they're busing in immigrants, giving them food, giving them education, and all of this shit that the black people there want. Like that's competing with the black class and making them, giving them like government assistance that black people have been crying for. Like to act like there's not this like, I don't want to say like adversarial, but acting like there's not this component of economic competition that pits blacks and illegal immigrants. I think you're just being dishonest if you don't say that.
I think you're removing responsibility from the corporations that shouldn't be hiring illegals to hire illegal workers.
I'm not blaming the illegal immigrants. I'm just saying what it is. I'm not saying that the illegal.
I'm saying you're not blaming the corporations that are hiring them.
No, I'm against all forms of illegal employment and people that hire people without a federal identification number. Yeah, those people are bad people. But that's not what's important with this conversation, I don't feel like.
Well, no, what I'm saying is they would rather give an illegal person a job than a black person vying for the same job. Is where we get to this murkiness.
Because they can underpay them because they have to pay them under the table. Yes, of course. I agree.
So I think the problem here is right with the whole job notion is that they're taking these alleged black jobs that most black people would not even apply for. When you go look at the jobs they end up working, most black people don't even apply to said jobs. And we all know that. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Most black people want a certain type of job. That just
I
is what it is.
remember-
They're taking hold on. They're taking jobs that are typically that require a lot of manual labor. A lot of black people are trying to get as far away from manual labor as humanly possible. Not to say that there aren't black people that are interested in trades like being a mechanic or doing haircuts or hairstyling or different other things that involve you using your hands. They're not taking those jobs. They're taking jobs as if, like, for instance, you're talking about like people that are helping out farm hands. You know what I'm saying? Things like that nature.
But smooth.
The people that are working in house.
Before the Latinos came in to do those jobs, who was doing those jobs? Do you
Black
know?
people were doing those jobs.
Smooth. That's why I brought up warehouse jobs.
But
Black
you're
people want
talking
warehouse jobs.
Smooth. Who were doing the jobs before the Latinos came?
With slaves, nigga.
But no. But listen.
No.
Black people aren't applying for these jobs. You can't talk about
Bam. Latinos didn't come. Latinos didn't come in 1880, nigga.
65. Yeah, they did.
Well, I mean, and took everybody's job.
My bad, Smooth.
So
they were just here.
Hold on. So listen. The thing is, yes, it is true that a different generation of black people did do those jobs. That is correct. But black people stopped wanting to do those jobs.
By what?
no, it's not a why. It's not because
not why.
It's not a why.
No, the why is more culturally on us than it is them doing the job.
No,
wait.
Queen's got her hand up.
Yes,
Queen's
it
got her
is.
hand up.
Yes, it is.
You don't think
Queen doesn't like
culture?
setting
Hold on. Wait.
Okay,
You don't think the culture? You don't think the culture is influenced by financial structures, by financial incentive, by?
Bam.
You don't think
Bam.
culture?
No.
That's
You're not being real. You're not
He
being
said
real.
fam.
There are none of these. Yeah, I said fam. There are none of these. There are none of these people. There are none of these people, as far as like these younger cats are concerned, or people even our age that was even looking at that job.
Hold on, Smooth. Can I ask you a question?
Can we get to a better?
If you could find me 2 black people that were even fucking
Smooth. Can I ask you a question? Smooth. I have a quick question. Quick question. What's considered a white job?
A job that a white person holds. A job that a white person holds nothing to do with economic class.
That's not true.
But smooth.
Why do you think they call it white collar crime? Do you think
it's a whole different
This thing is actually retarded.
We're not.
This thing is actually retarded.
Smooth.
A white job is a job that a white person. Nobody uses that.
So smooth. I agree deeply with what Dream was saying, which is what I was saying earlier. Listen, the financial structures changed because as illegal immigrants and people that weren't able to work came into the country, the owners of the businesses could hire these people under the table, which reduced the wages. So it is true that we did these jobs. The reason why I asked you why did we stop is because you have to understand that the reason we stopped is because these jobs weren't as economically viable. So this is where the immigrant has a pathway to make economic success in this country, because better than where they come from, because they come into the country, they lower the wages of these industries, and then now people don't want to do these jobs because they're only hiring people that they can hire for a lower wage. Now, over time, the culture starts to adopt that this is something that we're not doing. But that only happens because of the support for illegal immigration. This is why I'm anti-illegal immigration. I deeply believe in immigration. I have a team full of immigrants. Like, I love immigration. But it's important to understand that this is how illegal immigration has harmed the Black community.
So hold on. So you don't think us in mass pushing for more, excuse me for a second, it's pushing for more education, you know what I'm saying? Us trying to like better ourselves and position ourselves in society in a different way didn't also play a factor. Are you saying that's null and void and it's just illegal?
No, not for the people that would do these jobs.
So my problem is like just how many of them are there? Because I don't think there was that many to even have to where like it just died out hardcore like that. You're telling me you're telling me in the span of 20 years it just changed.
60.
When you're here illegally, you're gonna work.
We gotta let DQ go.
When you're here illegally, you're gonna.
DQ hasn't said anything. Hold on, DQ literally hasn't said anything. Let her go, please.
And then let me go after her.
Thank you. Tired of y'all niggas. God damn.
We don't want to.
Let's hear the construction. Let's hear the construction.
I'm sorry.
Y'all are like, God, like y'all are some inconsiderate niggas. Like, yeah, we started from the bottom and now we's here. But those like immigrant people are not taking our jobs. We have no threat. Everyday American has no threat of immigrant people coming in to take our jobs. That's bullshit. That's 100% complete bullshit. Okay, most immigrants are trying to start their own jobs, which also helps to help our economy. Most of those immigrants are taking jobs. How many like side of the stands you seen driving?
They can't help our economy because they can't even be taxed, and they can't create a business that can be taxed because they don't have
That's not true. You do pay taxes. They can't receive tax benefits. But you absolutely pay taxes.
Wait, Bam. We're not talking about sales tax. It's not about sales tax, Bam.
We're not referring to the income tax too.
I was about to say,
Still,
It can't.
How?
are every
You need a tax number.
do you
need
know?
a tax-
Yes.
Do you know
Yeah,
how? Do you know
companies
legal
give them to them.
A
my-
lot of legal immigrants buy social security numbers, and
So
and
illegally they pay
hold
taxes?
on, no.
Yes.
Hey, pause. As a person who actually like deals with like a bunch of immigrants, I can tell you, yes, immigrants, right?
Illegal immigrants are immigrants.
Yes, no, undocumented immigrants, right? Who are going through the process of trying to get documented, right? So they're undocumented and they're up for deportation. Those types of people, so you can get a tax ID, and then you can be taxed. I have a friend who's going through this process right now, right?
You're talking about a different class of illegal immigrants, but go ahead.
No, they're not legal. They're not legal yet, right?
He
This
said
person,
I didn't say
No,
legal.
let Prime cook.
I'm sorry,
Let Prime cook.
maybe I didn't- maybe I
Please
didn't
let
hear
Prime
you.
cook. Please.
Yeah. So anyway, this person, right, who is undocumented, who is up for deportation, right? Like not in deportation process yet, but like is up for that process. They got a tax ID, like they applied for like asylum or whatever it was, right? And then later on they got an ID, and then there's paying income taxes. So like a lot of immigrants on that path. Now I don't know if even if you don't have a tax ID, a lot of them pay taxes any which way within the government. But I'm not sure if they pay income tax if you are like undocumented and not trying to become documented.
Yes, you do so. You do so by buying.
Yes, and that's what I
it's a
said.
huge industry.
No.
It's-
No,
it-
you just can't
Come
argue
on.
yourself.
No, I am
You
going to
cannot.
argue it
Hold on,
because you don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Jesus.
You
Jesus
absolutely. You're about to say this. You think that these farms? Do you think these farms have no workers on the books? You think they say that? Like I'm talking about with like hundreds of employees working these farms, and like nope, there's nobody on the books.
I'm from the area where this exists. The
I'm
answer is
from
yes.
an area where this exists. This is
No, you're
not
not.
what happened.
No, obviously you're not.
No,
Obviously
no,
you're not.
fam,
No, you're wrong because I'm telling you,
It
I'm
happens
walking you
in
through the
some,
exact
not in others.
process. So just
I
shut
can
up.
clearly
I'm
tell
just walking
they're
you.
not on the
I'm walking you
books.
through the exact process of how it happens. These people, there's literally an entire market relating to buying social security numbers from people. They say that, hey man, they pay you like $4,000. They
That's a
buy your
totally
social.
different group.
What are you talking about?
That's a totally different. All of them don't buy socials, fam.
That's the
That's
vast
how I know
majority.
you don't know what you're talking
You
about.
think most people are being
Majority of
paid
them
under the
buy
table?
socials?
Absolutely.
All of them don't buy socials, bro. They don't.
What are we
you think
talking?
They don't.
wait a minute. Yeah,
They
you think
don't.
all these again? You think all of these farms have no employees? You think everything's under the table? That's why. That's a Republican engagement.
The vast majority. The vast majority.
These people can't work under the table that
So
long.
listen. No. So listen. This is how. Bam. This is how I can prove to you what you're saying is false. Remember in Florida when he changed that law, and then all of a sudden all the construction and all their farming stopped, and they had all those rotten fruits and stuff.
Exactly.
That's because they didn't have socials bought, bro. The vast majority of people do not.
Yeah, I asked
And that's-
ChatGPT.
Why
They
do
don't
you,
have it.
why do you think people?
That's
Why
the
do you
simple-
think that
simple
if you've been
Please don't make me go into my bag.
if you've been to hold on, if you've been to a Walmart in these communities, you would understand what's happening.
I'm not talking about the minority of the people who like get on the back of trucks. That's not the average illegal immigrant.
The vast majority of illegal immigrants do not have socials.
They don't.
I didn't say
legally
they
or
have
illegally.
socials. They buy socials.
No, that's
They
what.
don't buy socials.
Look,
The majority.
when you talk about
most of them don't.
when you talk about these factory jobs, like I said, these factories don't say that we have no employees. They like that's what I'm saying. But that these people. Wait a minute. Shut up. Just shut up. None of these people. None of these people.
Tell Razor to shut up.
I'm sorry. I was talking to Dream, not you, Razor. But you could be quiet. I'll say it in the nice way. Yeah, but these people. Like I said, these people. You're saying these businesses have no employees on the book. Again, that's wrong. The second thing, which is actually the bigger argument, is the reason black people engage with ended up moving out of these industries isn't related to immigrants coming over. This dates back to
illegal immigrants.
Illegal immigrants come over. That has nothing to do with why black people change the industry. It has zero to do.
No. It's not zero.
No. Shut up. Shut up.
Hey, guys. Hey, whoa, knock it off. We're gonna get it's Bam against the world right now. So I want Bam to be able to finish his point. Go ahead, Bam.
Thank you, Brian. You're such a good guy.
On Bam.
And Razor, I see your hand.
Yeah, and I still wouldn't finish my point.
This dates back. These days back to
Queen
the
never
arguments.
got to.
This dates back to the arguments between Booker.
You're not going to let Queen finish her point?
This dates back to the arguments between Booker T. Washington and
You said it was so important when you weren't talking.
Wait, hold
Finish.
on. I decided the order. But we're gonna let Bam.
I just think it's disgusting that he interrupted Queen after virtue signal, and we should let her talk, and now he just won't let her finish.
Because he's a crypto misogynist. We established that. Okay, go ahead, Bam.
All right. So this dates back to Booker T. Washington and WB Du Bois. There's been an underbelly of black people trying to move out of the agriculture industry for over a century. I know because my family stayed in the agriculture industry and we saw black people move out of their farms. I'm a person who comes from a family of farmers who could absolutely go be a farmer if I wanted to. I have no desire to walk into this industry. It's an epidemic of issues. People don't want to stay in these industries. It's not a money thing. Black people don't want to do these things. The other thing, the third and final point is
that's like where it started.
No, it's not. The third and final point is that we're not like we're making this straw man appeal to 100 years ago when Donald Trump is saying the people coming, the illegal immigrants coming in today are stealing the black job, even though everyone in here already agreed that the illegal there's studies on this. Illegal immigrants don't even work in similar industries as black people because black people live in inner cities overwhelmingly. And these illegal immigrants end up moving to places like Arizona and to smaller country towns. So no, black people, these people are coming in aren't going to the jobs in Chicago and Atlanta and Alabama and taking in Birmingham and taking jobs from black people. They go to places that black people aren't even in proximity. They don't even live in proximity to us.
That's just
this is insane.
This is cap.
This is insane.
And I have studies to back it up. I'm dropping them.
It's on Queen, right, Razor? Don't you want to let Queen talk? No, wait. You said earlier you wanted Queen to talk.
Stop. I'm trying to get Queen to go. Shut the fuck up.
Ooh, you thought
it's funny how
Queen will go, and then I will go. Shut the fuck up.
Raise your power level.
You shut up.
Okay.
Yeah, basically.
Don't talk for Queen Razor. Don't talk for Queen Razor.
Oh my God, guys, knock it off, please.
That's why they had to make Queen talk. That's all.
Don't put words in Queen's mouth, Razor.
Really talk
Can I give some so that Queen can go?
Can everybody shut the fuck up so Queen can talk?
Hey, thank you, Bam, for fucking getting there. Like, fucking A, but like, yeah, that was my fucking point. Fucking Bam took my fucking point because all y'all fucking niggas couldn't fucking shut up your goddamn mouths for 5 fucking minutes and let a goddamn woman talk. God fucking damn.
All of us or just some of us?
God forbid. That's including Razor, especially Razor, actually.
Yeah, if y'all wouldn't have talked over her, she would have been able to make her damn point. Shut the fuck up.
Stop you, dumbasses.
Anyways,
So,
I don't think
fucking point. Shut up. I'm gonna get to my fucking point. That when it comes to the illegal immigrants that are coming in and quote unquote taking jobs, no, I do not believe they are. I'm agreeing with Bam and Queen on this. That and obviously what Smooth said in the beginning, that one, they're not even in the same fucking like ballpark of the jobs that black people usually go towards, and two, a fuck ton of these companies purposely hire them because they are quote unquote cheap labor that they don't have to do too much. They don't have to do too much for anything. So if anything, it's not that illegal immigrants are taking our jobs. It's that corporations are giving our jobs to them and to them instead of hardworking Americans who may want those jobs. And even then, a lot of hardworking Americans just straight don't want the fucking jobs at all. Like I still remember.
Please.
I remember I remember an ad from a factory or farmer who straight up said, "We've advertised for Americans to take the jobs. No one came, but the immigrants did."
Okay,
please.
Wait.
I'm just asking the question.
I gotta leave. Can I say something? Because I gotta leave.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question before you leave? No, you can talk, but I want to ask you
You
something.
can
But
always
no,
ask me something. GSU.
Okay, cool.
I'm here for you.
Cool.
No,
I
go
want
first.
you to talk first. I just don't want you to dip out before I can ask you a question.
Yeah, I'm just letting Prime know I have to leave.
Yeah.
Damn, I need to leave.
Okay.
Too.
Thank you.
It's been a blast.
No, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Bye. Thanks.
No, he just,
Mordecai,
that's
for
all
being
he
here.
wanted to say, Gambit.
Yeah,
That's all you wanted to say? Okay. Before you leave, what I'm trying to understand from you, it sounds like you're agreeing with Bam and Razor and Debate Queen, and you're saying that there is no economic competition between illegal immigrants and Black people. Is that your
There's
position?
not going to be a situation in which people are not on the bottom end of the spectrum and need to be able to get jobs that they have access to, like warehouse jobs and other things that are going to be beneficial to them. To that idea, yes, I can see where some illegals may get that, but I also put that on the corporations and the people that give them those jobs, or the people that should be having those jobs should have those jobs. This is already understood.
No, wait, hold on.
To be
I'm
true,
not trying
Black
to.
unemployment rate wasn't so as low as it is.
Hold on. Wait. I'm not trying to assign blame and say
I do
who's
assign
at
blame.
fault. But no, I know. But I'm asking you a question. I'm not asking you a question about blame, and I don't know if I got a yes or a no. Do you think there's economic competition amongst illegal immigrants and Black people?
There's no data.
Very, very little.
Okay, good. There we go.
I just want to know your position. That's all.
Because the black employment rate is literally at an all-time low, even though we're the largest.
It's not relevant. That's not relevant.
That is relevant.
I'm about to explain to you why it's not relevant.
Bye.
So number one,
Have a
the
good one,
concept of this, the taking of the Black jobs is.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I gotta go. Love y'all, Jim. Because I gotta be up. I gotta be up at 6:50.
You have a good one, Gambit. Invite me to play more Lorcana.
Hey, before you run off, I just wanted to answer the question you asked me before, right? And it was a good one about Donald Trump, right? So I had to dig through a few news articles. It does seem to be that his father was the one who did this. But it's a bit unclear because different articles say different things. But anyway, in any case, right? So I'll read what it says. Trump claimed this is about Warren, right? This is a few years ago when the Warren whole Pocahontas thing was happening. But anyway, Trump himself claimed
I posted that.
This is different. Trump himself claimed wrongly to be of Swedish heritage as at least until 1987. He wrote in The Art of the Deal that his grandfather had come to the U.S. from Sweden, right? So, like, they don't give the exact quote, but everyone says, like, his grandfather came from Sweden. That's what he wrote in the book. However, continues on to say, actually, the Boston Globe reported last year, and actually recalled on Monday, Trump's father, Fred Trump, made up the Swedish ancestry after World War II so he wouldn't have problems selling apartments to Jewish buyers on account of his German heritage. And then it says, Frederick Trump, which I'm assuming is Frederick Trump, immigrated to New York from Germany in 1885. So even if he was from, he did stop in Sweden at some point.
That's
He
probably
actually
his
came from
grandfather, not
Germany.
his father, I think.
If
it's you said 1885?
No, hold on. No, not 18. Oh no, 1880. Oh, no, actually was. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, Frederick Trump.
Yeah, so that's his grandfather.
That's his grandfather.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, 1885 is when he came from Germany, not from Sweden. Yeah. So
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. So I should say one thing before I dip out, because it sounds like maybe to the untrained ear that I've been supporting Donald Trump in the things that I've been arguing here. I think Donald Trump is a disgusting human being. I don't advocate for Donald Trump to be president. I just think this interview was a particularly horrendous interviewer, and she doesn't really reveal the monster that I think Trump is. She reveals how bad her interview skills are. So that's my overall opinion on this. A lot of people are saying, like, this is the worst thing that Trump did. At least that's what y'all was saying in our group chats. I don't know what's happening culturally, but I think that's wrong. I think that this was a clear display of a incompetent interviewer, and why, if you're going to interview such a monstrous candidate, you should be prepared to actually reveal them for who they are rather than what happened here. But yeah, cool.
Have a good one.
Okay.
There you go. Touch them.
Okay.
And so, as I was saying,
I'm just gonna say one last. I'm just going to.
You just spoke, bro.
I don't care. I'm
All
just
right,
going
fine.
to say this last little bit because I do want to move on to the next question that was on there. Because
we don't have.
another thing he brought up was
we
the
don't
crime rate.
have to move forward. But we could just like keep
Yeah, we
talking
kinda
until
done.
Yeah, you
we're
wanted to
done
talk
with
just
the
to move
thing.
forward when I was in the middle of talking. That's actually crazy. Anyways, I wanted to address something. What I want to address is the concept of how just philosophically, if somebody is able to undercut the wages, meaning that somebody is saying that I'm going to be able to compete and work this job for a lower price. And even though there's a minimum wage, I don't have to abide by that minimum wage because I'm going under the table. I'm not documenting necessarily these funds, right? You're going to have, just conceptually, logically, philosophically, have an advantage over somebody else that is a low-skilled worker that's trying to compete for that same job. By that worker also not being able to, he just doesn't have the cultural background to also work, to accept way less funds, right? So there's a competitive advantage that illegal immigrants have in the low-skilled labor market, and that's just and causing wage depression. That's just a factual statement. 2, historically, Black people used to be the help. Now, who do you see being maids and as that one redhead said, who's gonna clean your toilet, Donald Trump? Now, you see the Latinos do that shit now. That used to be a Black person's job. A lot of the help
Black people didn't
used
want
to be
their
Black
kids to do those jobs.
No, but you're not listening. This used to be the help used to be what Black people did, and it could have moved forward. Right, like conceptually, it could have moved forward where these were continue to be more respected, well-paying job instead of under the table kind of jobs. And people, this could have been like an established job, like a janitor. Like I even see today, a lot of janitors are Black. Like even today, that's because they work at schools where you can't be under the table at a school. But you see a lot of the help at the home. You still see people like the help at the home being Latino because you're way more incentivized to work under the table there. But where you see the help type of jobs, able and unable to work under the table, you still see a big portion of the Black population still working in there. All that to say is, low skilled labor workforce is going to be usually towards the lowest of the economy. Who's the lowest of the economy? Black people. Who's even lower? Who's able to even go lower than Black people? Who's at the bottom? You're gonna have people such as illegal immigrants. So it just makes sense logically.
Yeah,
illegal
but
immigrants.
doesn't map onto the actual data.
What
you're just saying like, oh, logically, but we don't live in the same areas as these.
Well, hold on.
And the Black unemployment rate is the lowest.
Bam.
So Black people aren't competing for these jobs.
Bam. Do you think somebody is saying that this happens everywhere in the nation? Do you think somebody is saying that this is going to be this impact is to the detriment to the population overall so severely? No, I'm just saying
that's what they're advocating for. Yes.
No, I haven't said that at all.
You think that there might be one Black person somewhere that got a job, that wanted to get a job?
I'm saying
it's not.
I'm saying number one, historically, we used to be the help, and we would have been the help if it wasn't for illegal immigrants to undercut.
That's disagreement. That's disagreement. Black people, Black people didn't want their kids to be the help.
That's what I was.
Wait, I just gave you.
You're thinking if illegal immigrants didn't come, Black people would want their kids to be the help.
No. I just gave you the example. There's a bunch of Black janitors at school.
People don't want their kids to be janitors.
No. What I'm saying, you're not listening. It's a respectable job. Okay, fine. I'll give you the example of a carpenter. I'll give you the example of a carpenter. I'll give you the example of a carpenter. Okay, you see the niggas at Home Depot lining up to work for the jobs, and what Razor? Did you want to say something, Razor?
So Smooth. What were you going to say?
Why are you interrupting in the middle of my speech if you have nothing to say? That's ridiculous.
You sound really bad right now.
I don't need help.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you? You're actually dumb, bro. Stop doing that. Number one, when you see the niggas when you see the niggas at Home Depot, a lot of them are illegal immigrants. Just think about it logically. Think about it. Are there some niggas that can do a contract or can do a job because it's under the table versus a Black licensed legal citizen, right? You're going to have a conflict of interest or if I'm looking for something to be done at a good price, at the best possible price, and still have a good job done, I'm not blaming illegal immigrants. Just stop thinking about that. I'm not saying it's their fault. I would do the same thing if I was in their shoes, and I would probably do the same thing if I was in the employer's shoes as well. This is just a matter of fact. I'm not.
It's not. It doesn't map on any data. You're just saying this.
You're
saying they
you
probably
want
would do
data.
this.
You're talking about. Hold on.
No.
Bam. You're talking about data as in like I'm saying that this is widespread and in mass and it's happening everywhere, and you should be.
No,
you should
you're arguing that it's happening at all, and I'm saying that you don't have any reason to believe it's happening. You're just
Okay.
like bro science
Well,
in your way.
I'm not though. I'm not though. I'm not though. I'm
Black
not
people
though.
probably would have been
I'm not though.
janitors.
I chat GPT'd it. I can give you the links right now.
Okay.
Let me link.
Let's
Black
let-
people wanted their
let's-
kids to be.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me
Smooth.
bridge this gap because I feel like something's getting lost in translation here. Because it's not that necessarily what Dream
Your
is saying
audio
is
is really
wrong,
bad.
but-
Your audio is really bad. We can hear you, but like
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
if you're using a different mic or something. It's not great.
Oh, that's man, my freaking connection over here sucks.
Just go ahead. We can still hear you. We'll push through it.
Carpenters are also overwhelmingly white, but Smooth, I think you just went out completely.
Yeah, now we can't hear you at all. I'm sorry, friend. We can't hear you at all now.
Check the connection again.
Okay, I'll turn that on. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
we
go
hear
ahead.
you
Yeah.
now.
I'm at construction workers, not
we'll fix
carpenters.
it.
Okay, all right. So here's the thing, right? A bunch of things, and that's why I had the argument that I had with Dream and GSU was because there's multiple. This is a multi-layered thing, and multiple things were happening at the same time. You had black people going, okay, we have, you know what I'm saying, we have civil rights now. We can get out of these jobs, and people's parents were pushing them to be more. They're like, you can literally be more now. You can literally do it. So they were pushing them to be more. That's why I said when I was saying before I got cut off and y'all just started going back and forth I was saying like from 1950 to 1970, there's some interesting data there. And I would love for everybody to go look at it when you go talk about those particular jobs, because you start to see, and especially after 70, the trend, it starts to go away, not even counting illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants filled the void in which we were not there anymore because we started to want to excel to the highest level possible because we were pushing ourselves to be better and greater and go get those educations, the education and the certificate and to be business owners. We were trying to be more. And I don't think there's a world where we get back to black people being the help. Even when you look at those
I don't
janitors,
think I don't want that either. Yeah.
even when you look at the janitors, right? The average age of those janitors is probably like 45. Because why? Because grown men that are in positions where they can't particularly get a different, better job, they're getting that job because it has benefits and it's reliable income. Yeah, it sucks, but it's reliable income. It's the same thing when you have people that are trans workers. Why do you see black guys driving the dump truck around? Because it's a job that nobody wants, but there's black people that are able to fill it that cannot get these other jobs. When Trump comes in and he says they're taking black jobs, I immediately question it because they're not working in mass jobs that we would even work. There are no young people, not even yourself, that when you were coming up, you did not even fathom the idea of it. And that's what I don't want to get lost in this conversation, is that nobody on this panel was even fathoming doing some of the jobs that they're doing.
Okay.
It wasn't even a thought.
Sure. Look, there's no way we're gonna finish this whole thing, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Sure.
So
I think this is a fun concept. We should do this more often.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
It's the start.
If we,
As
yeah,
a-
I mean, so yeah, it seems like we had a lot to discuss, and maybe people might enjoy this format a bit more if we do it every so often. Fair enough. Why don't we leave it here? You guys can continue talking if you want. I'm going to rate out. We're gonna rate out to our brand new
17% of janitors are black. That's
We're
above
gonna
the national population.
Razor Sharp Gaming, who's a brand new affiliate. Let's see if we can send out to
Just
him.
Razor Sharp G.
Hold up.
Yeah. So let's send support his way.
Razor, you didn't tell me this.
He said it
Oh
earlier.
yeah, you came in late.
Yeah, he said
You
it
came
earlier.
in late. I didn't say it when you came in. Sorry.
And the bitch a message, yo. I said let me know.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway.